Fear of democracy. Noam Chomsky. He has been an American linguist, philosopher, political scientist, and activist. Emeritus Professor of Linguistics at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and one of the leading figures in 20th century linguistics, thanks to his work in linguistic theory and cognitive science. The fear of democracy. The government of the world should be entrusted to satisfied nations, wishing for themselves no more than they have. If the government of the world were in the hands of hungry nations, there would always be danger. But none of us would have any reason to pretend anything else. Peace would be kept by people who would live their own way and who would not be ambitious. Our power would place us above others. We would be like rich men who live in peace in their dwellings. Winston Churchill. Introduction. History is not neatly packaged into distinct periods, but by imposing such a structure on it, we can sometimes achieve clarity without doing too much violence to the facts. One such period began with the Second World War, a new phase in world affairs in which the United States was the hegemonic power in a system of world order. Quote from Samuel Huntington, professor of political science at Harvard and foreign policy advisor. This phase was visibly coming to an end in the 1970s, as the capitalist world moved toward a tripolar structure with economic power centered on the United States, Japan, and the German-based European community. As far as the Soviet Union is concerned, military rearmament, begun after Soviet weakness had been startlingly exposed during the Cuban Missile Crisis, was beginning to level off. Moscow's capacity for influence and coercion, always far inferior to that of the hegemonic power, continued to decline from its peak in the late 1950s. In addition, internal pressures grew as the economy stagnated, unable to enter a new phase of modernization. Post-industrial and as larger sectors of the population proved unwilling to submit to totalitarian pressures. Clearly, Europe and Japan posed a greater potential threat to U.S. dominance than the withering Soviet Union. These facts were reasonably clear by the late 1970s, but a different approach was needed as the rationale for the policies then being put in place to maintain U.S. global dominance and to provide needed economic aid. To the high-tech industry, the image of a fearsome Soviet Union advancing with increasing force and posing an imposing challenge to the Western civilization. These fantasies lacked credibility at the time and became utterly untenable over the next decade. In the meantime, the observations of the previous paragraph have become virtual clichés. This pattern has been common in the post-war period and, in fact, illustrates much more general irregularities in statecraft and the ideological structures that accompany it. As if by reflex, state leaders use the pretext of security to justify their programs. This claim rarely stands up to careful scrutiny. Typically, we find that security threats are invented and once invented for other purposes, sometimes believed to induce a reluctant public to accept foreign adventures or costly intervention in the domestic economy. The factors that have typically conditioned politics in the post-war period are the need to impose or maintain a global system that is useful to the power of the state and the closely linked interests of the masters of the private economy, and to ensure its viability through public subsidies and a market guaranteed by the state. The highly ramified Pentagon system has been the main instrument for achieving these goals at home and abroad, always under the guise of defense against the Soviet threat. To a large extent, the threat from the Soviet Union and other enemies has increased or decreased as these ends have required. Strategic theory and political science are flexible instruments that seldom fail to provide the precise argument and analysis to buttress the conclusion of the moment. Thus, beginning with World War II, we can identify a period, continuing into the 1970s, in which the United States dominated most of the world, facing a rival superpower of considerably more limited scope. We can adopt the conventional wisdom and refer to it as the Cold War era, as long as we are careful not to unthinkingly adopt the ideological baggage created to shape understanding in the interests of internal power. One of the themes of the following chapters is the importance and implications of these changes in the world order, but with a particular focus, regarding the policies of the United States and those who have result more affected by them. There is a striking imbalance in the post-Cold War international system. The economic order is tripolar, but the military order is not. The United States remains the only power with the will and ability to wield force on a global scale, even more freely than before with the decline of Soviet deterrence. But the United States no longer enjoys the preponderance of economic power that had enabled it to maintain an aggressive and interventionist military posture since World War II. A military power not backed by a similar economic base has its limitations as a means of coercion and domination. It could very well inspire recklessness, a tendency to go it alone, possibly with catastrophic consequences. These characteristics of the international system have been revealed in the different reactions of the industrial powers to the collapse of the Soviet Empire and in U.S. military operations in the early post-Cold War period, the invasion of Panama, and the response to the invasion of Kuwait by Iraq. In this last case, which is precisely developing as I write these words, the tension between economic tripolarity and military unipolarity is particularly evident. Despite the enormously dangerous potential consequences of a military conflict, the virtually instinctive reaction of the U.S. government was to shift the confrontation to the stage of force, eliminating potential diplomatic opportunities and even expressing deep concern that others might have the temptation to resolve the crisis by diplomatic means, achieving the goals generally desired by the international community, but without a decisive demonstration of the effectiveness of U.S. military power and resolve. Within the evolving world order, the United States' comparative advantage lies in military strength, in which it is unrivaled. Diplomacy and international law have always been considered a nuisance, unless they can be used to gain an advantage over an enemy. Every active player in world affairs claims to seek only peace and prefer negotiations to violence and force, including Hitler. But, when the veil is lifted, we usually see that diplomacy is understood as a disguise for the empire of force. With the current U.S. configuration of strengths and weaknesses, the temptation to quickly transfer problems to the scene of violent confrontation tends to grow stronger. On the other hand, despite the fact that the United States cannot recover the economic supremacy of a previous period, it has committed itself to maintaining its status as the sole military superpower, with no one assuming the role of antagonist. One consequence of this will be the exacerbation of internal economic problems, another, a renewed temptation for isolation and exclusive dependence by relying on the threat of force rather than diplomacy. The Gulf conflict brought these issues to the fore. Apart from Britain, which has its own interests in Kuwait, the other major industrial powers showed little interest in military confrontation. The reaction in Washington was ambivalent. War is dangerous. Resolving the crisis without a demonstration of the effectiveness of force is also an undesirable outcome. As far as costs are concerned, it would clearly be to their advantage if they were shared, but not at the price of sacrificing the role of sole defender of order. These conflicting concerns led to a deep elite divide over the choice between preparation for war and reliance on sanctions, with the administration adopting the former path. In the past, the United States and its clients sometimes felt politically weak, that is, lacking popular support in a certain region selected to carry out an intervention, despite being militarily and economically strong, a formula commonly used on all sides. Under such conditions, it is natural to prefer military force, terror, and economic warfare to the peaceful means dictated by international law. With economic power lagging behind, the temptation to resort to force only increases. It has been very timely that the two occasions for the use of force in this era, partially, have been presented in Central America and in the Gulf. Policy analysts and advisors often draw a distinction between our needs and our wants, the former exemplified by the Middle East with its incomparable energy resources, the latter by Central America, which is not of great strategic or economic importance, but which is a territory over which the United States rules by tradition. In the case of mere wishes, tactical preferences may vary. It is often argued that our needs in the Middle East legitimate extreme measures to preserve U.S. dominance and ensure that no independent indigenous force, or foreign power, if this had been a serious possibility in the post-war era, succeeds in exercising substantial influence over the production and distribution of the region's oil resources. As far as possible, the latter are to be dominated by the United States, its regional allies and clients, and its oil companies, a doctrine that could be virtually considered the first axiom in international affairs, as I suggested when writing about this issue in the mid-1970s, at the time of the first oil crisis. These features of the international system also have their conventional expression: the United States must bear the burden of ensuring good behavior around the world, and so on. But such ideological fetters must be removed if there is to be any hope of a realistic understanding of what lies before us. Certainly, a new world order is taking shape, marked by the diffusion of power in the domains of the United States and the collapse of the Russian Empire and the tyranny inherent in it. These facts make the United States the overwhelmingly dominant military force and offer the three centers of economic power the attractive prospect of incorporating the old Soviet system into their third world territories, which have yet to be controlled, sometimes by force. This has been the responsibility of the United States, but with its relative economic decline, this task becomes more difficult to sustain. One reaction is that the United States must continue its historic work, albeit by turning to others to pay the bills. In his statement to Congress, Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger explained that the emerging New World Order will be based on a kind of new invention in the exercise of diplomacy. Others will pay the costs of U.S. intervention to maintain the order. A respected commentator on international economic affairs describes the Gulf crisis as an event that marks a milestone in American international relations, which will be considered in history as the one that transformed the United States military into an internationally financed public good, an internationally financed police force. Although some Americans will question the morality of the United States military assuming a more explicitly mercenary role than it did in the past, in the 1990s there is no realistic alternative. The unspoken assumption is that public welfare is to be identified with the welfare of Western industrial powers, and in particular their domestic elites. The editor of the finance section of a major conservative daily puts the essential point less delicately: we must exploit our virtual monopoly in the security market, as a lever for funding and economic concessions from the Europe led by Germany and Japan. The United States has cornered the Western security market and others lack the political will to challenge the United States in this market. Therefore, we will be World Cup rental business and we will be able to charge substantial prices for the service. The term gross rent would be less flattering but more accurate. Some will call us Hessians, continues the author, but this is a terribly demeaning word for a proud, well-trained, well-financed, and well-respected army. And, whatever they say, we should be able to pound some tables with our fists in Japan and Europe, and get a fair price for our considerable services, by demanding that our rivals buy our bonds cheaply or keep the high dollar, or, better yet, that they pay cash directly to our Ministry of Finance. We could change this role of defenders of order, he concludes, but with it much of our control over the world economic system would disappear. This idea, though rarely expressed so forcefully, is widely held in one form or another, and embodies an essential element of the administration's response to the Gulf crisis. It implies that the United States should continue to assume the inexorable task of imposing order and stability, which means due respect to masters, with the consent and support of the other industrial powers, together with the wealth channeled to the United States through the oil-producing monarchies that depend on them. Parallel internal processes add another dimension to this picture. Studies by the U.S. Department of Labor and others predict serious shortages of skilled labor, from scientists and managers to technicians and typists, as the education system deteriorates, as part of the infrastructure collapse accelerated by Reagan's social and economic policies. This tendency can be mitigated by changing immigration laws in order to encourage a brain drain, but this is unlikely to be adequate. The expected result is that the cost of skilled labor will increase and that transnational corporations will transfer research, development, and product design, marketing and other similar operations elsewhere. As for the growing lower class, they will continue to have opportunities as Hessians. It does not take much imagination to conjure up the consequences should such expectations not inevitable, but not implausible either in fact come true. All these questions arise, in various forms, in the following chapters. The successes of the people's movements in Eastern and Central Europe are a historic triumph in the endless struggle for freedom and democracy throughout the world. Throughout history, such successes have prompted efforts to establish order and compliance and thus contain and deter the threat to privilege. The modalities vary from large-scale violence to more subtle devices of control, particularly in the most democratic societies. These include the structuring of values and action options and measures to control thought and opinion, what we call propaganda in the case of enemy states. The idea of thought control in democratic societies, or, for that matter, the structuring of choices in a democratic society by hierarchical and coercive private institutions, seems contradictory at first sight. A society is democratic to the extent that its citizens play a significant role in the management of public affairs. If their thinking is controlled or their options are narrowly restricted, they are obviously not playing a significant role, they are only controllers and those they serve do. The rest are actions without meaning, false and formal. There is therefore a contradiction. However, there has been a significant current of intellectual opinion leaning to the contrary, which held that thought control was essential precisely in those societies that are freest and most democratic, even when institutional means limit the options available in practice. These ideas and their implementation are perhaps more advanced in the United States than anywhere else, reflecting that theirs is, in important respects, the freest society in the world. The interplay between freedom and control is a second theme of the following chapters, which we approach from different perspectives. The first and last chapters contain some general remarks on the points just made. Chapters 2 through 6 explore the variety of perspectives and problems facing American leaders and active and engaged segments of the population under the partly new conditions that are taking shape today. Chapter 7 considers the operational concept of democracy in industrial societies, especially Japan and Germany, in the early post-war times, but could easily be extended to other regions, since the policies are quite general, with stable institutional roots. I have covered these topics in several books which I would like to refer to as general context for cases where they are not provided, more details and documentation on the following pages. This material is based, in part, on articles published in Zeta, Z, magazine since 1988, usually drawn from larger unpublished manuscripts or from talks given during the same period, some of which were published in a different form as papers. These have been modified and revised to eliminate overlap, with considerable addition of new material. December 1990. 1. The Cold War, Fact and Fantasy. The end of the Cold War is generally seen as the great event of our day, and therefore the big question before us is, what will happen next? To answer it, we must begin by clarifying what the Cold War has been. There are two ways to approach this first question. One is simply to accept the conventional interpretation, the second is to take a look at the historical facts. As is often the case, the two approaches lead to quite different answers. 1. The Cold War as an ideological elaboration. According to the conventional interpretation, the Cold War has been a confrontation between two superpowers. Then we discovered various variants. The orthodox version, which is overwhelmingly dominant, holds that the driving factor behind the Cold War was the virulent Soviet aggressiveness that the United States sought to contain. On one side of the conflict we have a nightmare, the other the defender of freedom, to use the terms of the far-right John Birch Society, right-wing fundamentalist preachers and liberal American intellectuals, who reacted with respect and acclamation when Václav Havel used these words in his address to Congress in 1990. A critical variant holds that the perception of a Soviet threat was exaggerated. The dangers were not as extreme as we thought. American policies, while noble in purpose, were based on misunderstanding and analytical error. An even harsher critique asserts that the confrontation between the superpowers was the result of an interaction in which the states. The United States also played a role, for some analysts, a fundamental role, and that the contrast is not simply that of a nightmare versus the defense of freedom, but is more complex in Central America and the Caribbean, for example. By all accounts, the essential doctrines guiding U.S. policy were containment and deterrence or, more ambitiously, withdrawal, from the USSR. And the Cold War has now come to an end with the capitulation of one of the contenders, the eternal aggressor, according to the orthodox version. The orthodox version is outlined in stark and clear terms in what is generally recognized as America's basic Cold War document, NSC 68, dated April 1950, shortly before the Korean War, announcing that the Cold War is, in fact, a real war in which the survival of the free world is at stake. This document deserves attention, both as an early expression of the conventional interpretation in its orthodox variant and for his clear perception of historical realities that are beyond these ideological elaborations. The basic structure of this argument has the childlike simplicity of a fairy tale. In the world there are two forces at opposite poles. At one extreme, we have absolute evil. In the other, the sublimity. There can be no compromise between them. The diabolical force, by its very nature, must seek total world domination. Therefore, it must be defeated, eradicated, and eliminated so that the virtuous champion of all that is good may survive to carry out his exalted deeds. The fundamental design of the Kremlin, as NSC 68 author Paul Nitze explains, is the complete subversion or destruction by force of the machinery of government and the fabric of society in every corner of the world that is not already subordinated and controlled by the Kremlin. The inexorable goal of the slave state is to end the challenge of freedom throughout the world. The Kremlin's coercion demands total power over all men in the slave state itself, and absolute authority over the rest of the world. The force of evil is inevitably warlike, so that no peaceful agreement or settlement is even conceivable. On the contrary, the fundamental objective of the United States is to ensure the integrity and vitality of our free society, which is founded on the dignity and worth of the individual, and to protect these values throughout the world. Our free society is distinguished by a wonderful diversity. Deep tolerance, legitimacy, a commitment to create and maintain a context in which each individual has the opportunity to realize their creative powers. He does not fear diversity, he approves of it, and he draws his strength from his hospitality even in the face of unsympathetic ideas. The system of values that animates our society includes the principles of freedom, tolerance, the importance of the individual, and the supremacy of reason over desire. The essential tolerance of our world's attitude, our generous and constructive impulses, and the absence of greed in our international relations are values of potentially enormous influence, particularly among those who have been fortunate enough to personally experience these qualities, such as this is the case of Latin America, which has benefited so much from our long efforts to create and now develop the inter-American system. The conflict between the forces of light and darkness is transcendental, since it implies the satisfaction or destruction not only of this republic, but of civilization itself. The attack on free institutions is universal, and it imposes on us, in our own interest, the responsibility of leading the world. We must seek to foster a global context in which the American system can survive and prosper. Since a defeat of free institutions anywhere is a defeat everywhere, no corner of the world, no matter how small and insignificant, can escape our interventions. And indeed, the idea that Germany or Japan or other major regions could exist as islands of neutrality in a divided world is implausible, given the Kremlin's intent on world domination. 5 years after the USSR was virtually annihilated by the Axis powers, they had to reconstitute themselves in an alliance under the hegemony of the United States, an alliance whose objective was the final elimination of the Soviet system that they had failed to destroy. Since the integrity and vitality of our system is at risk more than ever in our history, even more than in the most terrible days of the war, of independence or when British troops took Washington in 1814, it is clear that serious measures must be taken. In fact, military spending nearly quadrupled shortly thereafter on the pretext that the invasion of South Korea was the first step in the Kremlin's conquest of the world, despite the fact that neither before nor now is there any convincing evidence of such an initiative. Russia at that stage of the complex struggle for the fate of Korea. The memorandum proposes a huge arms buildup, while acknowledging that the slave state was, in all respects, much weaker than the champion of freedom. The relevant data is presented in a way that eludes direct comparison and has been selected to exaggerate the power of the enemy, a common pattern throughout the Cold War period. However, even the data presented shows that the United States military budget is double that of the USSR and that its economic power is 4 times higher, although in this early phase of reconstruction of their economies, much more powerful. The European allies were already equivalent by themselves to the whole of the Soviet Union and its satellites. Despite the disparity between the two opposite poles in terms of economic level and military power, the slave state has enormous advantages. Being so far behind, you can do more with less. His weakness is his strength, the ultimate weapon. He is both a dwarf and a superman, far behind us in all respects, but with a formidable ability to act with the greatest tactical freedom, stealth, and speed. With extraordinary flexibility, he is a machine. Highly effective and great coercive power military. Another problem is that the evil enemy finds a receptive audience, in the free world, particularly in Asia. To defend Europe and protect the freedom that traditionally reigns in Africa, Asia, and Latin America from the design of the Kremlin, we must therefore massively increase our military spending and adopt a strategy aimed at the disintegration and collapse of the Soviet Union. Our military forces are dangerously inadequate because our responsibility is control of the world. By contrast, the much weaker Soviet military forces vastly exceed their limited defensive needs. Nothing that happened in past years suggested that the Soviet Union had to face any security problems, unlike us, with our vulnerability to powerful enemies around the world. We need significant military forces not only to protect ourselves against disaster, but also to support our foreign policy, although, for public relations purposes, the essentially defensive character of military reinforcement should be emphasized. Public relations aside, our true posture must be aggressive in the conflict that has been imposed on us. Given the Kremlin's intention to dominate the world, a necessary characteristic of the slave state, we cannot accept the existence of the enemy, but must favor the seeds of destruction within the Soviet system and hasten its collapse by all means except war, which is too dangerous for us. We must avoid negotiations except as a device to appease public opinion, because any agreement would reflect current realities and would therefore be unacceptable, if not disastrous, for the United States and the rest of the free world, although, after the success of a withdrawal strategy, we could negotiate an agreement with the Soviet Union, or a successor state or states. To achieve these essential goals, we must overcome the weaknesses of our society, such as the excesses of a permanently open mentality, the excess of tolerance and internal disagreement. We will have to learn to distinguish between the need for tolerance and the need for just repression, an essential characteristic of the democratic system. It is particularly important to isolate our trade unions, civic businesses, schools, churches, and all media to influence opinion about the evil work of the Kremlin, which aims to subvert them and turn them into a source of confusion in our economy, our culture, and our state. Higher taxes are also needed, as well as a reduction in federal spending for non-defense and foreign aid purposes, by deferring certain desirable programs, if necessary. Some suggest that these Keynesian military policies could also stimulate the country's economy. Indeed, they may serve to prevent a serious decline in economic activity. A great deal of sacrifice and discipline will be required of the American people, and they must also give up some of the benefits they enjoy while we took up the challenge of world leadership and overcame the economic recession, already underway, through positive government programs to subsidize advanced industry through the military system. Let us observe that the noble end of the free society and the perverse design of the slave state are innate properties, which have their origin in its own nature, hence the true historical and documentary data are not relevant to assess the validity of these doctrines. Therefore, it is not fair to criticize the memorandum based on the fact that it does not present evidence to support its conclusions, nor to question phrases such as "it follows from the previous sections" or "it has been demonstrated above for the same reasons." From a logical point of view, no empirical data is required. Pure thought suffices to establish the required truths. In the public discourse the same concepts reigned, and continue to reign. William Hyland, Director of Foreign Affairs, provides a characteristic expression of the conventional interpretation in the editorial of the spring 1990 issue. For the past 50 years, American foreign policy has been crafted in response to the threat posed by opponents and enemies of this country. In virtually every year since Pearl Harbor, the United States has been involved in war or confrontation. Today, for the first time in half a century, the United States has an opportunity to rebuild its foreign policy free from most of the strains and pressures of the Cold War. Since 1941, the United States has been fully involved. Today, as we enter a new era, America's yearning for non-involvement could reappear in various ways. Can the United States finally come home? In fact, the United States enjoys the luxury of having a real choice for the first time since 1945. The United States and its allies have won the Cold War. Thus, we had no real choice when we invaded South Vietnam or when we overthrew the democratic capitalist government of Guatemala in 1954, and since then we have maintained the authority of bloodthirsty gangsters, run by far the largest operations terror internationals in history against Cuba in the early 1960s and against Nicaragua during the 1980s. We have tried to assassinate Lumumba and installed and maintained the brutal and corrupt dictatorship of Mobutu. We have supported Trujillo, Somoza, Marcos, Duvalier, the generals of the Southern Cone, Suharto, the racist leaders of South Africa and a pleiad of other great criminals, and so on and on. We could not do otherwise, given the threat to our existence. But now the enemy has withdrawn, so perhaps we can satisfy our desire to stay out of it in other people's business. Although, as others add, our longing for democracy may nonetheless push us to continue our noble efforts in defense of liberty. With choice available for the first time, we can engage in constructive programs for the Third World, as liberal humanists insist, or leave the unworthy poor to wallow in misery, the conservative position. Expressing the more solicitous liberal view, Thomas Schoenbaum, Executive Director of the Dean Rusk Center of International and Comparative Law at the University of Georgia, calls for better tuned and differentiated policies in the complex and heterogeneous regions of the Third World. Constrained by the overwhelming imperative to resist Soviet aggression throughout the world, we have been unable to develop such policies. But now, perhaps we have reached the end of the Cold War and the good guys have won. Thus, the Soviets can be expected to modify their long campaign of support for communist revolutions and totalitarian regimes in the Third World so that the United States can abandon its traditional position that priority must be given to stopping communist expansion and adopting more positive policies. In other respects, too, the public record conforms to NSC 68 conventions. In particular, the very existence of the Soviet Union is generally recognized as constituting aggression. The diplomat and historian John Lewis Gaddis, one of the most respected figures in the liberal academic world when it comes to the Cold War, explains that the Allied intervention immediately after the Bolshevik Revolution was defensive in nature, and in terms of Woodrow Wilson, was inspired above all for his fervent desire to ensure self-determination in Russia by forcibly installing the leaders we elect. The invasion was defensive in nature because it responded to a profound and potentially far-reaching intervention by the new Soviet government in the internal affairs not only of the West, but of the rest of the world. Virtually every country in the world, namely, the challenge of the revolution, which could hardly have been more categorical, to the very survival of the capitalist order. The security of the United States was already in danger in 1917, not only in 1950, and therefore the defensive intervention was totally justified, before the change of the social order in Russia and the announcement of revolutionary projects. The contemporary interpretation of Gaddis recapitulates the immediate Western reaction to the Bolshevik Revolution, expressed by DeWitt C. Poole, American counselor at the embassy in Russia, in a memorandum to Secretary of State Lansing entitled On the Ends of the Bolsheviks, especially regarding the World Revolution. Poole wrote that for the United States the essential problem was ruling the world between the Scylla of reaction on the one hand and the Charybdis of Bolshevism on the other. However, the Charybdis of Bolshevism is the most sinister threat because it is the essence of the Bolshevik movement that is international and not national in character, aimed directly at the subversion of all governments. In practice, if the path is too narrow, the Scylla of reaction is to be preferred reluctantly, among liberals. Similarly, the Oxford historian Norman Stone considers that an elaborate debate on the origins of the Cold War is beside the point because the character of the Soviet state itself was one of the major causes of the Cold War in the 1940s. The test of Soviet intentions is its withdrawal from Eastern Europe and the reduction of its arsenal to defensive weapons, appropriate to its own economic level. Well below the West, which, on the other hand, does not need to limit itself to defensive weapons except in the broad sense of defense, which interprets any act of violence as the defense of legitimate interests. Let us note that the question it is not the desirability of the collapse of internal and external Soviet empires or the radical reduction of armaments, but rather the conception of the Cold War and the Western defensive response to the intrinsic nature of the Soviet state. Very similar is the perception held by the extreme left of the main current of opinion. The editor of the New Republic, Hendrik Hertzberg, who stands at the outer limits, writes, revisionist niceties aside, the basic cause of the Cold War was totalitarianism and more precisely, totalitarian ambition. Internally, Soviet totalitarianism imposed an omnipotent, omniscient, and absolutely judicious state that would respond to all human needs and thereby bypass and eliminate all competing human institutions. Its external manifestation was a conviction that all other social and political systems, judged by the criterion of historical inevitability, were inferior and doomed to perish. In short, the basic cause of the Cold War was the internal nature of the Soviet system and its belief in its eventual success as history unfolded, an ideological challenge that could not be tolerated. The underlying assumption is that the American system of social organization and power, and the ideology that accompanies it, must be universal. Anything else is unacceptable. No challenge can be tolerated, not even faith in the social inevitability of something else. If this were the case, any action undertaken by the United States to propagate its system and ideology would be defensive. Now that its irrelevance has been proven, we can put aside the revisionist niceties about the events of history. Journalism naturally adopts the same attitude. Thus, a Washington Post story on defense spending points out that, with the weakening of the Soviet threat, the world has entered a new era. After 40 years containing an aggressive and expansionist Soviet Union, today we must rethink the doctrine of containment that organized our Western security strategy to protect the world from an expansionist and hostile Soviet bloc. That we have been working to protect the whole world from Soviet aggression is indisputable. It is a topic that requires no proof or even comment. The nobility of the defender of freedom is also a common intellectual reference. Thus, according to Michael Howard, Regius Professor of Modern History at Oxford, for 200 years, the United States has preserved nearly pristine the original ideals of the Enlightenment, the belief in the God-given rights of the individual, the inherent rights of freedom of assembly and speech, the blessings of free enterprise, the ability of man to improve and, above all, the universality of these values. In this almost ideal society, the influence of the elites is fairly limited. But the world, Howard laments, does not appreciate this magnificence. The United States does not enjoy the place it should have occupied in the world for its triumphs, generosity, and goodwill since World War II, as illustrated by contemporary havens such as Indochina, the Dominican Republic, the Philippines, El Salvador, and Guatemala, to name a few of the many candidates. Also, the belief in God-given rights of the individual and the universality of this doctrine for 200 years is illustrated by a century of literal human slavery and effective denial of rights to blacks for another century, by genocidal attacks on the indigenous population, by the murder of hundreds of thousands of Filipinos at the turn of the century, of millions of Indochinese, of some 200,000 Central Americans in the last decade, and for many other examples. Once again, simple facts are irrelevant in the realm of pure thought. To take another example from academia, consider the Vietnam trauma study of Paul Kattenberg, one of the few early dissidents on Vietnam within the U.S. government and now the Jacobson Professor of Public Affairs at the University of South Carolina. Kattenberg is interested in identifying the outstanding features essential to the American tradition and experience that have caused the United States to play its superpower role in what might be called a particularistic manner. He asserts that principles and ideals occupy a fundamental place in the national ethos of the United States and crucially distinguish the performance of the country in the role of superpower. These principles and ideals were established by the Founding Fathers, those pure geniuses of objective contemplation, and were refined by later major figures of thought and action, from John Adams to Theodore Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, and Franklin Roosevelt. Those principles were tried and retested in the process of colonizing the continent, of bridging North-South differences, of building the economy out of ruin in the spirit of free enterprise and fighting in the First and Second World Wars, not so much for interests as well as for the survival of the very principles by which most Americans guided their lives. It is this unique legacy that explains the way Americans act. In the role of superpower, which they approached without artifice or trickery, with the mental attitude of an emancipator. With such an attitude of mind, one need not act or feel superior, or believe that one is imposing one's ethos or values on others, since one naturally feels that others cannot doubt the just cause of the emancipator, just as they cannot doubt their ability. In this respect, the role of the United States as a superpower, particularly in the early post-war years, is very similar to the role that can be attributed to a teacher, mentor, or other type of emancipator. Thus the teacher is obviously capable and is clearly disinterested. Furthermore, like the American superpower, the professor is not controls the lives or destinies of its students. These are still free to come or go. If we consider this analogy of the American acting in the role of superpower with that of the benevolent but clearly self-centered professor who doles out emancipation to the poor students of the world through knowledge of both justice and the right path, it will help us to understand the action and psychology of the United States as a superpower and the whys and wherefores of its action in Indochina. The latter is not intended as irony or caricature, but is seriously raised, seriously considered, and not atypical of what we find in literature, not among the lunatic and quirky elements, but at the respectable, moderately dissident end of the spectrum. Major dash. This being the case, it is only natural that James Reston, long the New York Times's leading political thinker, should say upon his retirement, "I don't think there is anything in the history of the world comparable to the commitments this country has made in defense of freedom." While in his post, Reston developed voluntary service to the cause of freedom, such as when he took pride in America's contribution to the massive slaughter in Indonesia in 1965, and when U.S. military forces were destroying what was left of the countryside. The South Vietnamese government in late 1967 explained in a fittingly somber tone that this was done on the principle that military power will not force South Vietnam to do what it does not want to do, out of our loyalty to the deepest conviction of American civilization. Western, namely, that the individual does not belong to the state but to his creator, and that he therefore has rights that no magistrate or force politics they can transgress. The official doctrine, as expressed by government spokesmen, the media, political commentary, and a considerable number of academics, is exemplified, for example, in the report of the National Bipartisan, Kissinger, Commission for Central America National Bipartisan, Kissinger, Commission on Central America, the international objectives of the United States at the end of the 20th century are cooperation, not hegemony or domination, companionship, not confrontation, a decent life for all, not exploitation. Walter Laqueur and Charles Krothamer write, unlike the Soviet Union, the United States does not wish to convert anyone to a specific political, social, or economic system. Samuel Huntington informs us that the overall effect of American power on other societies was to increase freedom, pluralism, and democracy. The conflict between the power of the United States and the principles of the country practically disappears when applied to the impact American over other societies. Krothamer, a highly respected neoliberal, further assures us that every U.S. president, from FDR to LBJ*, sought to further abroad both freedom and world order, a mission that resurfaced in the Reagan Doctrine, that it provided a coherent policy of support for those who are risking their lives on every continent, from Afghanistan to Nicaragua, to defy Soviet-backed aggression. Ronald Reagan, quoted with admiration and approval, and committed the United States not only to freedom and human rights, but also to the creation of American-style socio-political systems in the Third World, albeit without wanting to convert anyone to a specific political, social, or economic system, being coherence as important as facts for the Commissioner's career. These conventions are so generally observed that further citations are unnecessary. One perceptible feature everywhere is that there is no need to justify the flattering doctrine according to which, in the Third World, the United States has sought nothing more than to hamper the Russians and their totalitarian goals, while at the same time upholding their noble principles as best they could in these dire and difficult circumstances. The reasoning is that of NSC 68, these are necessary truths, established only by analysis. Conceptual. Those pundits who espouse a hard, realistic viewpoint, disdaining sentimentality and emotion, are willing to accept that historical facts hardly illustrate America's commitment to, as Hans Morgenthau puts it, its transcendental end, the establishment of equality of liberty in America, and, indeed, throughout the world, for the stage in which the United States must defend and favor its objective has been extended to the whole world. But the facts are irrelevant because, as Morgenthau is quick to explain, to expose them is to confuse the abuse of reality with reality itself. Reality is the unattained national goal revealed by the testimony of history as we understand it, while the authentic historical background is merely the abuse of reality, an insignificant element. The conventional interpretation, therefore, is self-justifying, immune to outside criticism. Although this conventional interpretation lacks the complexity of traditional theology, the similarity of themes and style is striking, revealing the extent to which the cult of the state has become a secular religion for which intellectuals act as priests. The most primitive sectors of Western culture go further, promoting forms of idolatry in which symbols as sacred as the flag become an object of forced veneration, and the state is called upon to punish any insult to these symbols and to force the children to daily swear their devotion, while God and the state are almost inextricably linked in ceremony and public discourse, as in James Reston's Reflections on Our Devotion to the Creator's Will. It is perhaps not surprising that such crude fanaticism reaches such extremes in the United States, as an antidote to the only freedom from state coercion won through popular struggle. 2. The Cold War as a historical process. The second interpretation of the Cold War is based on the idea that logic alone is not enough, facts are also important. If so, 4. To understand the period of the Cold War we should stick to the events that constitute it. Following this route, which does not seem wholly unreasonable, we discover a more complex and interesting picture that bears only partial resemblance to the conventional interpretation. The same method of analysis suggests several reasons why the post-Cold War era may turn out to be much the same as what came before, at least in terms of its usual victims, tactics, and propaganda aside. It goes without saying that if we define the Cold War as nothing more than the confrontation of two superpowers, followed by their allies and their clients, it trivially follows that this was precisely what it was, and that, with the withdrawal of the USSR from the conflict, the former it ended with victory for the American side. However, the question is how to interpret the Cold War period, and it is clear that this question is not answered by begging for an answer. Rather, we want to investigate the circumstances, nature, driving forces, and motives and main effects of the bipolar world system that was born out of the Second World War. These are significant historical phenomena worth studying. Just how East-West conflict finds its place in this matrix is a matter of discovery, not stipulation, at least if understanding is our goal. Understanding the Cold War period requires an account not only of what actually happened, but also of the underlying factors. Documentary planning data becomes relevant here. We want to know to what extent the policy was determined by certain specific features of the Cold War era, and to what extent it simply adapted persistent institutional demands to the new conditions. To answer these questions, we naturally ask how typical Cold War events and underlying motives compare with activities and thinking before and after the Cold War. It is also necessary to explain the prevailing ideological constructions and their functions, including the traditional version of the Cold War as far from reality. Approaching the Cold War with these considerations in mind, we discover that the traditional view of superpower conflict has been true enough, but that it is only part of the truth. The reality appears when we contemplate the events and practices of the Cold War. On the Moscow side, the Cold War is illustrated by the tanks in East Berlin, Budapest, and Prague, and other coercive measures in the regions liberated from the Nazis by the Red Army and later held in slavery to the Kremlin, and the invasion of Afghanistan, the only instance of Soviet military intervention truly removed from the West's historic invasion route. From an internal point of view, the Cold War served to reinforce the power of the military bureaucratic elite whose authority derives from the Bolshevik coup of October 1917. As far as the United States is concerned, the Cold War has been a history of subversion, aggression, and state terrorism around the world, with examples too numerous to mention. The domestic counterpart has been the creation of Eisenhower's military-industrial complex, essentially a welfare state for the rich with a national security ideology aimed at population control, to borrow a bit of counterinsurgency jargon, following the prescriptions of the NSC 68. The main institutional mechanism is a state corporate industrial management system to sustain the high-tech industry, relying on the taxpayer to fund research and development and facilitating a guaranteed market for surplus production, assuming the private sector responsibility when there are profits to be made. This significant gift to the CEO has been the role of the Pentagon system, including NASA and the Department of Energy, which controls the production of nuclear weapons, at home. The benefits extend to the computer industry, to electronics in general, and to other sectors of the advanced industrial economy. Thus, the Cold War has provided a considerable part of the props of the system of public subsidy, private profit, which is proudly called free enterprise. NSC 68's call for strong action resounded once again as the Kennedy and Reagan administrations came to power, with the same dual resolve: militancy abroad to reassert America's power and military spending to reactivate a flourishing national economy. The rhetoric was also duly resurrected: the monolithic ruthless conspiracy in the process destined to destroy us, Kennedy, the evil empire that is the center of evil in our days and that seeks to dominate the world, Reagan. Decibel level drops predictably. When politics changes direction, as in the mid-1980s, when it became necessary to confront the costs of fiscal mismanagement and Keynesian military excesses by the Reagan administration's pro-state reactionaries, including huge trade deficits and budget. A careful examination of the historical data reveals the true hidden kernel of NSC 68's extravagant rhetoric. The Great Depression put an end to any persistent belief that capitalism was a viable system. It was generally taken for granted that state intervention was necessary to maintain private power, as it certainly had been throughout the development process. It was also understood that the measures of the new order had failed and that the Depression had been overcome only by state intervention, much more massive during the war. Without the benefit of Keynes, This lesson was directly imparted to the corporate managers who flocked to Washington to run the near-totalitarian wartime command economy. It was generally expected that, without state intervention, a return to depression would occur once pent-up consumer demand had been satisfied. This seemed to be confirmed by the 1948 recession. State-subsidized agricultural production found markets in Japan and elsewhere, but it was feared that manufacturing would languish in the absence of markets, hence the concern expressed at NSC 68 about a serious decline in economic activity unless Keynesian military action were taken. It was hoped that these programs would also contribute to the revitalization of the Allies' industrial economies, helping to overcome the dollar lopsidedness that limited the market for United States manufactured goods. NSC 68's call for sacrifice and discipline and cutbacks in social programs were natural accompaniments to these views. The need for just repression and controls on unions, churches, schools, and other potential sources of dissent also fell into a broader pattern. Since the late 1930s, business had been deeply affected by the progressive politicization and organization of the general public, what was later called a crisis of democracy under the partially similar conditions of the post-Vietnam War period. The same thing had happened immediately after the First World War. In each case, the response had been the same: Wilson's Red Threat, the post-World War II crackdown mislabeled McCarthyism, in reality, a campaign to erode unions, working-class culture, and the independent thinking that had been spawned by business and liberal Democrats long before McCarthy came on the scene and made the self-destructing mistake of attacking the people with power. The national political police programs inaugurated by the Kennedy administration and expanded by its successors to erode independent political parties and popular movements through subversion and violence. Wars and other crises can make people think and even organize, and private power regularly turns to the state to contain such threats to its monopoly of the political arena and cultural hegemony. NSC 68's deep anti-democratic thrust reflects much broader commitments. NSC 68 is also realistic and conventional, invoking America's world leadership responsibility and the corresponding need to dominate every corner of the world, however remote, and to exorcise the curse of neutralism. In these respects, it reiterates previous planning decisions that reflect the recognition that the United States had achieved a position of economic and military power unparalleled in history and could use it to its own advantage. Sophisticated sectors of the business community have been aware of the internal factors that have propelled the Cold War system, and the same can be said of the best of the mainstream academic world. In his classic work on containment, John Lewis Gaddis observes, "The containment has been largely a product, not so much of what the Russians have done or what has happened elsewhere in the world, but of internal forces operating within the United States. What is surprising is the primacy that has been attributed to economic considerations, namely, the economic management of the state in shaping containment strategies, to the exclusion of other considerations." Italics in original. It also agrees with George Kennan's consistent point of view, current among politicians and rational analysts, that it is not the Russian military power that threatens us, it is the political power of Russia, October 1947. Despite these views, Gaddis does not stray from the conventional framework of deterring and containing the Soviet threat, although he acknowledges incidentally that this is by no means the whole story and certainly not the central theme. The main events and effects of the Cold War fall into the categories just reviewed. There are also more complex effects. Soviet support for targets of subversion and attack by the United States earned it a degree of influence in much of the Third World, despite its subtlety. As for the United States, its intervention in the Third World, particularly in the early years, was in part driven by the goal of securing a trans-country for the state capitalist economies it hoped to rebuild in Western Europe and Japan. At the same time, the Cold War conflict helped maintain U.S. influence over its industrial allies and curb independent politics, union activity, and any other popular activism within these states' interests shared by local elites. The United States promoted the NATO alliance, notes one historian, in order to corner its allies and avoid neutralism, as well as to discourage the Russians. In this light, the persistence of the conventional doctrine is easily understood, despite its limited relation to the real facts of the Cold War period. In the West, it is generally accepted, once the facts have occurred, be they some practice of subversion or aggression in the Third World or renewed benefits at home through the Pentagon system, that the threat of Soviet aggression was exaggerated, that issues had been deliberately misrepresented, and that the idealism that guided action was misguided. But the precise beliefs remained prominently displayed on the board. Implausible as they were, they could be presented to the public when necessary, often with perfect sincerity, according to the familiar process by which useful ideas grow out of perceived interests. Also understandable is the fact, otherwise quite mysterious, that security policy has been only loosely related to real security issues. Threats have regularly been fabricated from the tiniest evidence and with marginal credibility at best. On the other hand, potential threats of some importance have been ignored. Repeatedly, the United States has favored the development of weapons systems that could pose serious dangers to its well-being or even its survival, and has ignored opportunities to abort such processes. The U.S. government and the media have loudly demanded verification under conditions they hoped would be rejected by the USSR. On the other hand, Washington has been reluctant, along with its allies, to allow Soviet inspection of chemical production and other military and weapons manufacturing facilities, has rejected Soviet proposals for on-the-ground inspection of submarines in order to monitor a ban or limitation on sea-launched cruise missiles, MCLMs, a greater threat to the United States, with its long coastline, than to the USSR, and has opposed the inspection of nuclear warheads for MCLM on ship or on land. More importantly, the political leadership has undermined the chances of a political settlement and favored conflict in regions where it could lead to devastating nuclear war, and at times has come too close to it, especially in the Middle East. These consistent guidelines make no sense if we assume that security policy is determined by security concerns. Case by case, the guidelines fit the assumption that politics is driven by two twin goals: reinforcing private interests that largely control the state, and maintaining an international context in which they can thrive. The world is uncertain and dangerous enough that so-called security reasons are readily invented to justify policies adopted for other reasons and subsequently assumed as articles of faith, familiar features of the statecraft and practice of the intellectual community. For the same reasons, we can understand why political leadership has often failed to seize obvious opportunities to reduce the threat of superpower confrontation, thereby increasing national security. An early example took place in 1952, when the Kremlin presented a proposal for the reunification and neutralization of Germany, without conditions regarding economic policies and with guarantees for the basic rights and freedoms of man, including freedom of expression, of the press, of religious worship, of political conviction and of assembly, and the free activity of democratic parties and organizations. In response, the United States and its allies objected that the West did not recognize the Oder-Neisse border between Germany and Poland, and insisted that a reunified Germany must be free to join NATO, a demand the Russians could hardly accept. Years after Germany alone had virtually destroyed the Soviet Union. The Western response also referred, more plausibly, to the lack of clarity regarding free elections. But, instead of seeking further clarification, the proposal was rejected with quite unreasonable demands. At that time, James Warburg, one of the few who argued that the opportunity should be seized, pointed out that Washington did not release the text of the proposal made by the Kremlin on March 10, nor even its arrival, until after having sent the Western response on March 25. He suggests that the delay may have been related to the administration's desire to present to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee its arguments in favor of the Mutual Security Act of 1952, without the deliberations of that committee were influenced by knowledge of the Soviet proposal. The law proposed a $7.5 billion investment in Western rearmament and was based on the assumption that an all-German agreement could not possibly be reached. If the Kremlin's proposal had been carried out, it would have eliminated any military threat that the Soviet Union might have posed to Western Europe. There probably would have been no Soviet tanks in East Berlin in 1953, no Berlin Wall, no invasion of Hungary or Czechoslovakia, but, fundamentally, there would have been no available justification for U.S. intervention and subversion around the world, for state policies of economic management in aid of advanced industry, or for a system of world order in which the hegemony of the United States was based largely on military power. The basic reason for rejecting the proposal. It seems to have been in the interest of the United States to integrate a rearmed Germany into the NATO military alliance, regardless of the risks or consequences for the security of the Soviet satellites. Testifying before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on March 28, Warburg observed that the Soviet proposal, which offered a possible means for a peaceful negotiated solution to security issues in Europe, might be a bluff. But, Warburg speculated, it seemed that our government is afraid to call it a bluff for fear that it is not a bluff at all and could lead to a free, neutral, democratic, and demilitarized Germany, which could be subverted within the Soviet orbit. And that, on the contrary, it could hinder plans to rearm Germany within the NATO alliance. The rejection of these opportunities to end the Cold War stemmed directly from the principles of NSC 68, which decreed that coexistence was illegitimate. For years, these issues were absent from the agenda. Even mentioning these facts was risking punishment as a supporter of Stalin. However, in 1989 to 1990, Stalin's proposal could be quoted quite freely in the press and newspapers. In the triumphalism of the time, it was expected that the USSR would be forced to agree to the incorporation of a united Germany into a military alliance dominated by the United States. Hence, Gorbachev's proposal for the neutralization of a reunified Germany must also be dismissed as old thinking, since recasting rejected ideas is not to be taken seriously. In this context, it is permissible, even useful, to refer to events that were repressed when they would have only served as a reminder of inconvenient realities. Other Soviet proposals were also left unexplored. Raymond Garthoff, formerly the CIA's chief analyst and a leading foreign policy and security affairs specialist, observes that Gorbachev's announcement of a unilateral force reduction had an interesting precedent some 30 years ago, when, in January 1960, Nikita Khrushchev released for the first time since World War II the number of soldiers in the Soviet armed forces and surprisingly announced a planned reduction of 1/3 over the next 2 years. A few months later, the U.S. intelligence service verified huge reductions in active Soviet military forces. The tactical air forces were cut in half, mainly through a massive 2/3 reduction in light bomber units. The Navy eliminated its sea-based interceptor fighters, some 1,500 of which half were scrapped and the other half dedicated to air defense missions, replacing other decommissioned aircraft. By 1961, almost half of the announced reduction in the number of soldiers had been carried out. In 1963, Khrushchev proposed further reductions. According to military correspondent Fred Kaplan, he also withdrew more than 15,000 soldiers from East Germany, demanding that the United States make similar cuts in the military budget and military forces in Europe and the world at large, and move toward further reciprocal cuts. Documents once classified reveal that President Kennedy privately discussed such possibilities with senior Soviet officials, but abandoned them as the U.S. intervention in Vietnam grew in scale. William Kaufman, a former senior Pentagon aide and leading security analyst, says of his career that "My only regret is that the United States did not respond to Khrushchev's initiatives." In the mid-1970s, Soviet military spending began to level off, as was later recognized, while U.S. dominance in strategic bombs and nuclear warheads increased throughout the decade. President Carter proposed a substantial increase in military spending and a cut in social programs. These proposals were carried out by the Reagan administration, along with the usual attendant, a larger military presence abroad, and under the usual pretext, the Soviet threat in this case, a window of vulnerability and Soviet triumphs in the Third World. The latter were even more fraudulent than the impressive Soviet military rearmament. If the remnants of the Portuguese and French empires fell under Russian influence in the mid-1970s, it was largely because the United States refused to enter into friendly relations with them on the condition always unacceptable of neutralism and independence. The same thing happened in Latin America and in other parts of the world. On the other hand, these Soviet successes, they were of a ridiculous scale, more of a burden than an increase in global power, facts that were already obvious at the time and that were recognized after a few years when the pretexts were no longer adequate for the plans of the moment. Gorbachev's proposals in 1985 to 1986 for a unilateral ban on nuclear weapons tests, the abolition of the Warsaw Pact and NATO, the withdrawal of the American and Soviet fleets in the Mediterranean and other steps to reduce the confrontation and stress were ignored or dismissed as a nuisance. The virtual or, at times, total international isolation of the United States in relation to disarmament issues has also been regularly disguised, even in moments of great celebration of supposed American successes in this cause. Focusing on the superpower conflict itself, it is true that by its nature the USSR was an unacceptable challenge. Specifically, its autarkic planned economy interfered with US plans to rebuild a global system based on, relatively, free trade and investment, which, under mid-century conditions, was expected to be dominated by US corporations. And it was highly beneficial to their interests, as it certainly was. The challenge became even more intolerable when the Soviet Empire forbade the West free access to other areas. The Iron Curtain deprived the capitalist industrial powers of a region that was expected to supply raw materials, investment opportunities, markets, and cheap labor. These facts alone established the basis for a superpower conflict, of which serious analysts were well aware. In an important 1955 document on the economic policy of United States foreign policy, a prestigious study group observed that the primary threat of communism is the economic transformation of the communist powers in ways that reduce their willingness and ability to complement to the industrial economies of the West, a factor that regularly motivated interventions in the Third World, as well as hostility towards the Soviet Union and its imperial system. On the other hand, it is quite true that the Soviet Union looked for potential allies wherever it could find them, establishing friendly and cooperative relations. Support with the most miserable tyrants and gangsters, Mengistu in Ethiopia and the Argentine neo-Nazi generals, to cite only two examples. In this respect, the Kremlin met the standard of guardians of civilization and order. But in a criminal departure from that norm, the Soviet Union regularly offered support to those who were targets of US subversion and attack, hindering the designs of the only truly global power. Material support helped these enemies survive, and relations with the Soviet Union placed limits on American actions for fear of a superpower conflict, from which the United States might not emerge unscathed. Such Soviet involvement is often condemned as intolerable interference, expansionism, and even aggression as, for example, when the Contra forces attacking Nicaragua are praised for risking their lives to defy the Sandinista aggression backed by the Soviet Union, whose interference is in itself an act of aggression, being contrary to the requirements of the United States. Since we lack an internal report from the Soviet Union, we can only speculate whether the threatening Kremlin designs were actually deterred by Western military power. The available evidence is hardly convincing. The deterrent effect of Soviet power on US designs is also largely a matter of speculation. The clearest example of successful deterrence is Cuba, where the United States was limited to large-scale international terrorism rather than carrying out an all-out invasion, after the missile crisis brought the world perilously close to war. Nuclear, according to the participants. Understandably, this is not an example that figures prominently in the Western literature on deterrence. In both internal and public documents, the new U.S. weapons systems were justified by the need to overcome the Soviet deterrent, which could impose greater prudence on our Cold War policies because of fear to nuclear war. Paul Nitze, NSC 141, 1953. As a global power, the United States often intervenes in regions where it does not have an advantageous position in terms of conventional forces, therefore, they have had to adopt a military posture. Intimidating to protect such operations. Just before becoming director of the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency in the Reagan administration, Eugene Rostow observed that strategic nuclear forces provide a shield for the pursuit of global interests of the United States by conventional means or theater forces. Therefore, they become significant instruments of military and political power, added Harold Brown, Carter's Secretary of Defense. 0. Leaving aside second-order complexities, for the USSR, the Cold War has been, first of all, a war against its satellites and, for the United States, a war against the Third World. For each of them, it has served to establish a particular system of internal privilege and coercion. The policies adopted within the framework of the Cold War have been unattractive to the general population, who accept them only by compulsion. Throughout history, the usual device for mobilizing an unwilling population has been fear of an evil enemy, out to destroy it. Superpower conflict served this purpose admirably both in terms of domestic needs, as we shall see in the feverish rhetoric of major planning documents like NSC 68, and public propaganda. The Cold War had a functional utility for the superpowers, that is why it persisted. Today, one of the parties has declared the game over. If we consider the historical Cold War, not the ideological system, it is not true that the Cold War is over. Perhaps it is rather half finished. Washington is still a player just like before. This point is not hidden. Describing the new Pentagon budget in January 1990, the press reports that in Defense Secretary Dick Cheney's view, which is shared by President Bush, the United States will continue to need strong naval forces and military intervention forces. In general, to deal with situations of high conflict potential and threats to North American interests in places like Latin America and Asia. The National Security Strategy report sent to Congress 2 months later described the Third World as a likely site of conflict. In a new era, we anticipate that our military power will continue to be an essential pillar of the global balance, but less prominently and in different ways. We see that the most likely requirements for the use of our military forces may not involve the Soviet Union and may lie in the Third World, where new capabilities and approaches may be needed. Such as when President Reagan ordered naval and air forces to return to Libya in 1986 to bomb civilian urban targets, driven by his goal of contributing to an international context of peace, freedom, and progress within which our democracy and other free nations can flourish. On the other hand, the increasing technological sophistication of Third World conflicts will place serious demands on our forces and may continue to threaten United States interests, even without the backdrop of superpower competition. For these reasons, we must guarantee the means to move forces based in the United States in order to reinforce our units deployed in the front line or project power in areas where we do not have a permanent presence, in particular in the Middle East, because of the free world's dependence on energy supplies from this critical region, where threats to our interests that have required direct military action could not be blamed on the Kremlin. In the future, we hope that non-Soviet threats for these interests will be the object of even greater attention. Actually, the threat to our interests had always been indigenous nationalism, a fact sometimes acknowledged as when the creator of President Carter's Rapid Deployment Forces, later Central Command, assigned primarily to the Middle East, testified before Congress in 1980 that its most likely use was not to resist a highly implausible Soviet attack, but to deal with indigenous and regional turmoil, in particular radical nationalism, which had always been a primary concern. It should be noted that the Bush administration's plans were presented long before Iraq's conquest of Kuwait and the subsequent crisis of August 1990. Indeed, they were presented at a time when Iraq was still a favored friend. The National Security Strategy report continues to insist that the United States must be prepared for low-level conflict intensity, which would involve lower-order threats such as terrorism, subversion, insurgency, and drug trafficking, which represent new types of threat to the United States, its citizens, and its interests. A low-intensity conflict implies the principles and competing ideologies fight below the level of conventional warfare, and our military forces must be able to deal effectively with the wide variety of threats, including insurgency and terrorism. The forces will have to adapt to the austere environment, the immature grassroots structure, and the significant differences often found in the Third World. Training and research and development should be better tailored to the needs of low-intensity conflicts, essentially, with counterinsurgency in the Third World. It will also be necessary to strengthen the defense industrial base, creating incentives to invest in new facilities and equipment, as well as in research and development, an issue that will be especially important at a time when total achievements are likely to decline. Our goal is to go beyond containment, to seek the integration of the Soviet Union into the international system as a constructive partner in areas such as Central America, which remain a breaker in US-Soviet relations, and where we hold the Soviet Union responsible for the behavior of its clients in Cuba and Nicaragua, who continue to disrupt peace and order, that is, disobey US orders. The curricula of the military academies are being modified accordingly. Thus, the Navy Academy has announced that its curriculum and war games will emphasize urban warfare, terrorism, and low-intensity crises, using models such as the invasion of Panama. A new type of medium-intensity conflict with powerful enemies in the Third World also demands special attention, given the continuing vital need to project power into other regions and maintain access to distant markets and resources, Senator William Cohen of the Armed Services Committee, Commanding General of the Marine Corps A.M. Gray, raises these same questions. The end of the Cold War will simply reorient our security policies, it warns, but it won't significantly change them. In fact, most of the crises we have faced since the end of the Second World War have not directly involved the Soviet Union, a fact that, today, can not only be recognized when the Soviet threat has lost its effectiveness for national population control, but should be highlighted in order to ensure that we can act as before when there is threats to our interests. The North-South conflict is the main problem. The growing dissatisfaction of the underdeveloped world with the difference between rich nations and poor nations will create a fertile breeding ground for insurgencies. Such insurgencies have the potential to jeopardize regional stability and our access to essential economic and military resources. This situation will become more critical as our nation and our allies, as well as our potential adversaries, become increasingly dependent on these strategic resources. To have stability in these regions, maintain access to their resources, protect our citizens abroad, defend our vital installations, and deter conflict, we must maintain a credible military power projection capability within the structure of our active armed forces, with the flexibility to respond to conflict across the full spectrum of violence across the globe. Essentially, we must maintain our free access to developing economic markets throughout the world and to the resources necessary to meet our manufacturing demands. We need, therefore, a credible and forceful penetration capability, forces that have to be truly expeditionary and capable of executing a wide variety of missions, from counterinsurgency and psychological warfare to deploying multi-divisional forces. We must also take into account the rapidly growing technological advances in the arms industry and their availability to the new regional powers that will emerge throughout the Third World, so we must develop new capabilities, exploiting the far-reaching possibilities of electronics, engineering, genetics, and other biotechnologies, and so on, so that our nation maintains its military credibility into the next century. These themes are familiar. Reviewing President Eisenhower's strategic thinking, diplomat and historian Richard Immerman observes that he adopted as a dogma of faith that the strength and security of the United States depended on it maintaining its access, indeed, its control, to global markets and resources, particularly in the Third World. Like other rational planners, he assumed that the West was safe from any Soviet attack and that such fears were the product of a paranoid imagination. But the periphery was vulnerable to subversion, and the Russians, Eisenhower wrote, are getting much closer to the Third World masses than we are, and are specialized in propaganda and other methods of directly appealing to the masses. These are common features of the planning carried out, which are seen more clearly than before, since now the image of an expansionist and aggressive Soviet Union has lost its credibility. Put more simply, the war against the Third World will continue and the Soviet Union will continue to be branded as the aggressor country if it gets in the way. Gorbachev must be induced to continue his new thinking, which will make the USSR a collaborator in America's plans for world order, but Washington must persist in its old thinking. Therefore, there may not be any substantial peace dividend. And with the Third World reaching such heights of technological sophistication, we will need a high-tech military to deter and contain it. Fortunately, there will continue to be a large volume of business for the electronics industry. Budget modifications have to accommodate a capital-intensive military to fulfill its role for advanced industry. Alternatives to military spending are theoretically possible, but as business has understood since the origins of the Cold War, they tend to have unintended effects. They interfere with bosses' prerogatives, mobilize popular sectors of voters, and thus they amplify the crisis of democracy, redistribute income, etc. This is not a problem of pure economic theory, but a question of power and privilege and their specific institutional structures. Proponents of conversion will lash out at windmills unless these fundamental problems are addressed. The same happens with the enemies of intervention if they remain within the framework of the conventional interpretation. Thus, it is easy to destroy the usual justifications, promote democracy and national security. Some of those who undertake this task therefore come to the conclusion that intervention never made sense, not even at the height of the Cold War, and certainly doesn't now, so that we can put an end to the deadly wars we are promoting in Cambodia, Angola, Afghanistan, and El Salvador, and radically reduce our intervention forces. Taking this argument one step further, we see that practically the entire political class has supported intervention, except when it has been too costly for us. Two things follow from this: either stupidity and incompetence have been prerequisites for political leadership, for being a recognized expert, for media respectability and the like, or the reasons given are not the real ones. Since the first conclusion is hardly believable, we turn to the second, recognizing that the analysis is beside the point and serves to create illusions that we should discard. The real motives for intervention, convincing or not in particular cases, are far from insane. Current arguments in favor of intervention forces, such as those in the National Security Strategy Report, reveal that the ideological establishment is running out of pretexts to resort to subversion and the open exercise of force in international affairs and to Keynesian military measures in the national level. Defense against the Stalinist hordes no longer sells. The problem of disappearing this pretext was recognized years ago, but efforts in the 1980s to overcome it using lunatic Arab terrorists or Hispanic drug traffickers, for example, have too short a half-life to be truly effective. Consequently, it is necessary to recognize that the true enemy is the Third World itself. If the main threat of communism has been the economic transformation of the communist powers in ways that reduce their willingness and ability to complement the industrial economies of the West, see above, paragraph beginning, focusing on the conflict itself. The same can be said of radical nationalism in general, a fact that has not escaped strategic planners and analysts. The seriousness of the problem varies from one region to another, with the Middle East being the main concern in the Third World due to its incomparable energy reserves. But, according to the NSC's point of view, 68, no corner of the world is small and insignificant enough to be safely overlooked. 3. Before and after. In this context, we can focus on another issue raised at the beginning. In what respects do the events and practices characteristic of the Cold War differ from those before it? The bipolar system was new and gave a different look to traditional practices, as well as broadening their scope. But the similarities further undermine the credibility of the conventional interpretation. As for the Soviet Union, for half a millennium the leaders of the Grand Duchy of Moscow extended their rule to all the Russias, creating a huge imperial state, albeit a state much more backward than Western Europe and incapable of reduced differences, and that in 1914 it became a semi-colonial possession of European capital. Hardliners are quick to remind victims of Gorby mania that as a great power, Russia frequently deployed its armies across Europe and repeatedly crushed popular uprisings in Central Europe, suppressing the Hungarian Revolution in 1956 and Czechoslovak democracy in 1968, just as Russian troops bloodily suppressed the Hungarian Revolution of 1948 to 1949 and put down the uprisings in Poland in 1831 and again in 1863 to 1864. Soviet troops occupied Berlin in 1945. Russian troops occupied and burned Berlin in 1760. And indeed, Russian troops have appeared in many places where Soviet troops have not yet, including Italy and Switzerland, writes Samuel Huntington. We cannot assume, he continues, that the Soviets do not. They will return to the bad habits of the past. The inclusion of the Soviet occupation of Berlin in 1945 among these bad habits perhaps reflects the current tendency to lend credence to the Nazi claim that they had been defending Western civilization from the Bolshevik threat. As for the United States, scales aside, the changes induced by the Cold War were largely rhetorical. Since 1917, intervention has been developed in self-defense against the Soviet threat, including intervention in Russia itself in the immediate aftermath of the Bolshevik Revolution and clandestine support for armies established by Hitler in the Ukraine and Eastern Europe in the 1950s. Similar actions were taken before the Bolshevik Revolution, but for fear of other threats. When Woodrow Wilson invaded Mexico and Hispaniola, Haiti and the Dominican Republic, when his warriors murdered and destroyed, virtually re-established slavery, brought down the political system, and placed these countries firmly in the hands of American investors. These actions were carried out in self-defense against the Huns. In previous years, conquests and interventions were made in defense against Britain, Spain, the merciless savage Indians of the Declaration of Independence, indeed, against anyone who stood in their way. Great thinkers have never had a hard time identifying the culprits. In the early years of the Republic, the Reverend Timothy Dwight, president of Yale College and respected author and exponent of Puritan values, dedicated a poem to the savage slaughter of the Pequot Indians. The settlers viewed the Pequot Indians favorably, he wrote, and endeavored to befriend them, but were prevented by infamous Canadian devils and had no choice but to massacre them, men, women, and children. Thomas Jefferson attributed the failure of the benevolent plan that we were applying here for the happiness of the aboriginal inhabitants of our region to the English enemy. The self-serving and unprincipled policy of England has spoiled all our efforts for the salvation of these unfortunate people, and has seduced them to take up the axe against us. Thus, it was the English who forced us to persecute them to the point of extermination or push them to new settlements beyond our reach. The English, not us, were therefore responsible for the confirmed brutal treatment, if not the extermination of this race in our America. For the same reasons, in a letter, he recommended the conquest of Canada to John Adams, who assented, writing, "Another conquest of Canada will placate the Indians forever, and be a great blessing both to them and to us." 0. The same theory was adopted when General Andrew Jackson swept across Florida, virtually annihilating much of its native population and leaving the Spanish province under American control. His bloody Seminole War campaign was defended by John Quincy Adams in a letter to the embassy attaché in Spain, George Irving, which has long been recognized as one of the most important documents of state in the history of America. American Foreign Relations, William Earl Weeks. This document impressed Thomas Jefferson as one of the best elaborated I have ever seen, both in logic and in style, a view that has been agreed by modern historians. So infatuated was Jefferson with this racist diatribe justifying Jackson's aggression and brutality that he strongly recommended its wide distribution. In order to maintain in Europe a good opinion of our political morality. The real reason for the war was expansionism, and the use of Florida as a paradise by American Indians and slaves was offensive, from the American perspective, Weeks observes. But in his first defense of Manifest Destiny *, the elimination of Indians, slavery, treaty violations, and the use of military force without congressional approval, Adams justified aggression in the usual terms of self-defense. The fault lay with English machinations in Florida, he wrote, during the War of 1812, when British agents encouraged all runaway Negroes, all savage Indians, all pirates, and all traitors to their country, to adopt their criteria and wage an exterminating war against the United States. And later, when this Negro-Indian war against our borders was revived by those British criminals, 2 of whom were executed, so that the peaceful inhabitants of the United States were visited by all horrors of a savage war by mixed hordes of rebellious Indians and Negroes. On the other hand, from the time of the establishment of our independence to the present day, all the Indian wars that have afflicted us have had a clear origin at the instigation of English merchants or agents. Adams appealed to international law to justify acts against an inhuman enemy such as the execution of prisoners. Citing 18th-century sources, he observed, the justification for these principles lies in their salutary efficacy in causing terror and setting an example. Like Dean Acheson many years later, Adams recognized that it is a good idea to speak clearer than water in such enterprises. According to Adams, it was better to err in strength than in weakness. In so doing, he articulated many of the myths that have been essential to soothing the conscience of a just nation that spread first across a continent and then across the world, says Weeks. When we couldn't easily find vile foreign demons, we could fall back on the inferiority of those in our way. In his 1851 annual message, California Governor Peter Burnett observed that an exterminating war will continue to be waged between the 2 races until the Indian race is extinct. Although we can only anticipate this outcome with painful regret, avoiding the inescapable fate of this race is beyond the power and knowledge of man. The Mexican territories were to be occupied for the good of humanity, Walt Whitman wrote, what has undesirable and inefficient Mexico to do, with the great mission of populating the New World with a noble race? Our conquests can remove the shackles that deprive men of even the opportunity to be happy and good. The Mexicans were described by travelers as a race of imbecile and pusillanimous men, incapable of controlling the destinies of that beautiful country of California, which belonged by right to the Anglo-Saxons in the racist fantasies of the 19th century shared, among others, by Charles Darwin, who believed that there appears to be much truth in the belief that the marvelous progress of the United States, as well as the character of the people, are the result of natural selection. The truth of the matter, everywhere, was that the real enemy had been the indigenous population of those territories, from which they had been expelled or where they would remain as subjects, as well as other powers that interfered with our right to treat those poor souls according to our wishes. The facts have occasionally been acknowledged, as when Wilson's Secretary of State, Robert Lansing, explained, with the President's consent, that, in its defense of the Monroe Doctrine, the United States has its own interests in mind. The integrity of other American nations is an incident, not an end. Although this may seem to be based on selfishness alone, the author of this doctrine had no higher or more generous motive in his statement. The central problem, Lansing continued, is to exclude European control over the North American territory and its institutions both through financial and other means. The Wilson government adapted to this principle, for example, by excluding Great Britain from oil concessions in Central America. Since the early years of this century, control over oil has been recognized as a lever of great power in the business world, not to mention the fabulous profits that come from it. On the other hand, the great apostle of self-determination did not do anything new. The main change after World War II was that the United States was in a position to apply these principles over a much larger territory. And, of course, the evil empire they had to defend against was neither the Huns nor the British. To the peoples of the Third World, the threat posed to the security of the United States by the agents of terrible foreign enemies seems difficult to appreciate. When the Kennedy administration tried to organize collective action against Cuba in 1961, a Mexican diplomat commented, "If we publicly declare that Cuba is a threat to our security, 40 million Mexicans will die laughing." Western sophisticates, however, responded with appropriate sobriety and interest. With the official end of the Cold War, these practices continue as before, but in self-defense against other enemies. However, when the Bush administration invaded Panama in December 1989, it was absolutely impossible to conjure up the evil empire. Operation Just Cause was therefore launched to defend us from the drug traffickers who had set out to destroy us, among other pretexts. These continuities reveal, once again, that the conventional interpretation is more of a rhetorical disguise than a serious thesis. 4. Bolsheviks and moderates. Despite the continuities, 1917 marked a critical break in politics. Previous intervention had been somewhat ad hoc and opportunistic in character, designed for territorial expansion or economic advantage or to divert and displace European rivals. But the World War brought almost entirely new conditions and, with them, a systematic and coherent ideological framework for intervention throughout the world. As Europe proceeded to its self-destruction, the United States became for the first time a global power of decisive influence. And the Bolshevik Revolution provided them with a global enemy not because of Russian power, which was insignificant, but because of the ideological challenge to the very survival of the capitalist order, Gaddis. The response to a challenge of this magnitude and importance was unquestionable. It was clearly formulated by Senator Warren Harding, soon to be elected president: Bolshevism is a menace that must be destroyed, the Bolshevik beast must die. Precisely with the survival of the existing system of privilege and domination at stake, any challenge to it, anywhere in the world, had to be considered with the utmost seriousness. Anyone who threatened the ruling order should be considered an appendage of the beast, a communist in disguise or a victim of Bolshevism. And those who face the beast or its growing tentacles become moderate, a label that is extended to a wide range of tyrants and mass murderers, as long as they do their job. These moderates vary in their tactical choices. Some prefer to experiment with reforms to expel the beast, resorting to harsher measures if they fail. Others disdain the reformist turn and decide to get to the point immediately. In the United States, the response to the challenge has ranged from a severe crackdown on dissent and the labor movement, the Red Menace of Wilson and his usual successors, to various more subtle means. Abroad, tactics are tailored to the specific nature of the challenge, but on the principle that the beast must die. This general ideological framework, and the socio-political realities it reflects, gave the intervention a very different shape from the earliest years. The new framework was developed primarily in reaction to the processes that took place in post-war Italy, on the periphery of the Western industrial order. The guideline then established was again applied regularly throughout the world to this day. Therefore, it deserves some analysis. With rising labor militancy, Italy posed the obvious danger of social revolution and disorganization. A high-level investigation conducted by the Wilson administration in December 1917 determined. Second, Russia in the hands, a State Department official observed privately, adding, Italians are like children and must be guided and helped more than any other nation. Mussolini's black shirts solved the problem with violence. They carried out an excellent young revolution, the American ambassador approvingly observed of Mussolini's march on Rome in October 1922, which ended Italian democracy. The fascist guerrillas effectively crushed the workers' agitation with the help of the government, and the democratic deviation was ended. The United States watched approvingly. The fascists are perhaps the most powerful factor in the repression of Bolshevism in Italy and have greatly improved the general situation, the embassy informed Washington, expressing, at the same time, a certain residual uneasiness regarding the enthusiastic young people and violent that have given rise to these salutary events. The embassy went on to report on the appeal of fascism to all Italian patriots, naive people hungry for strong leadership and who enjoy being severely ruled. As fascist darkness closed in on Italy, U.S. government and business support grew rapidly. Of all countries, Italy was offered by far the best post-war deal for its debt balance, and U.S. investment grew faster than in any other country as the fascist regime took hold, removing the turmoil. Worker and other democratic disorders. 0. American labor leaders viewed these events with favorable eyes. The American Federationist, edited by AFL President Samuel Gompers, welcomed fascism as a bulwark against communism and a movement capable of a decisive action on a national scale, which was rapidly rebuilding a nation of collaborating utility units, Mussolini's fascist corporations, which subordinated the labor movement to capital and the state. The AFL paper regarded these corporations as a welcome substitute for the old Bolshevik-infected industrial unions, comments Ronald Filippelli. Mussolini's activism was also attractive. As repugnant as the idea of dictatorship and the man on horseback is, the paper continued, American trade unionists may finally feel some sympathy for the policies of a man whose dominant aim is to get things done, do more than theorize, to raise a working and productive civilization instead of a disorganized and theorizing aggregate of groups in conflict in a society divided by class struggle. Mussolini made trains run on time, as the usual cliché went. The repression of the labor movement and of democratic institutions was not too high a price to pay for this triumph, from the AFL's point of view. Mussolini was described as a moderate with enormously popular political appeal who had sought efficient administration and prosperity, slaying the beast and opening the doors to profitable trade and investment. Reflecting common attitudes in the business community, J.P. Morgan partner Thomas Lamont described himself as something of a missionary for Italian fascism, expressing his admiration for the Duce, a very gallant person who had done a very good job in Italy, and for the well-founded ideas that guided him in the government of the country. Otto Kahn of Kuhn, Loeb, and Co. appreciated the fascists more for ending parliamentary bickering and a wasteful and impotent bureaucracy and contribute a spirit of order, discipline, hard work, patriotic devotion, and faith under the far-sighted and authoritarian rule of this exemplary man, Benito Mussolini. Judge Elbert Gary of United Steel asked if we too need a man like Mussolini. The U.S. Embassy was particularly impressed by the fact that there has not been a single strike in all of Italy since the fascist seizure of power. The embassy was well aware of Mussolini's totalitarian measures. Fascism had effectively suffocated hostile elements by restricting the right of free assembly, abolishing freedom of the press, and commanding a large military organization, the embassy reported in a February 1925 message, after a major fascist punishment. But Mussolini remained a moderate, courageously confronting the fearsome Bolsheviks while pushing back the extremist wing of the right. His qualifications as a moderate were implicit in the opinion expressed by Ambassador Henry Fletcher, in Italy the choice is between Mussolini and fascism and Giolitti and socialism, Giolitti being the liberal prime minister who had collaborated with Mussolini in suppressing the movement. Worker, but now also became the object of it. The population preferred peace and prosperity under fascism to freedom of speech, lax administration, and the danger and disorganization of Bolshevism, Fletcher reported. Secretary of State Frank Kellogg agreed with him in classifying all opposition groups as communists, socialists, and anarchists. The head of the State Department's Western European Division, William Castle, acknowledged in 1926 that the Duce's methods are by no means American methods, but methods that certainly would not appeal to this country might easily appeal to a foreigner. A people as differently constituted as the Italians are. The Duce and his effective methods achieved wide respect in the political and intellectual communities, including progressive opinion. In 1919, as a senator, Kellogg had bitterly condemned the national nihilists and anarchists who try to incite the dissatisfied elements of this country into class struggle. As Secretary of State, he banned communists from entering the country because it's the only way to deal with these revolutionaries, and he bundled Lafollette's progressivism, socialism, communism, and the IWW industrial workers of the world. Kellogg further demanded that the Russians cease their propaganda in the United States as a condition of recognition. This was an entirely natural doctrine, given the ideological character of the threat to the very survival of the capitalist order, and a demand that would be regularly reiterated in one form or another in later years. As the effects of the Great Depression swept across Europe, giving rise to social and political unrest, Fascist Italy was increasingly praised as a bastion of order and stability, free from class strife and the challenges of the labor movement and the left. The Italians are de-Italianizing, Fortune magazine wrote with surprise in a special issue devoted to Fascist Italy in 1934. Others agreed. The State Department's flying ambassador, Norman Davis, praised Italy's successes in remarks before the Council on Foreign Relations in 1933, intervening after the Italian ambassador had received applause from his distinguished audience for his description of how Italy had put her own house in order. The class struggle was crushed by means that were apparently considered adequate. Roosevelt's ambassador to Italy, Breckinridge Long, was also full of enthusiasm for the new experiment in government developed under fascism, which works quite successfully in Italy. After World War II, Henry Stimson, Secretary of State under Hoover, Secretary for War under Roosevelt, recalled that he and Roosevelt had found Mussolini to be a useful and trustworthy leader. When Marine General Smedley Butler made some critical comments about Mussolini in 1931, Stimson had him court-martialed, without bothering to verify the facts. When the fascists won 99% of the vote in the March 1934 elections, the State Department concluded that the results incontestably demonstrate the popularity of the fascist regime. Roosevelt shared many of these positive views of that admirable Italian gentleman, as he called Mussolini in 1933. Mussolini's invasion of Ethiopia was condemned, but did not do any serious damage to U.S. relations with Fascist Italy. The essential reason was supplied by Ambassador Long: if Mussolini were to fall and the country were left without a government, the violent manifestations of Bolshevism would be evident in the industrial centers and in the agricultural regions where private property still holds. A 1937 State Department report concluded that fascism is becoming the soul of Italy, having turned chaos into order, debauchery into discipline, and bankruptcy into solvency. To achieve so much in so little time, severe measures have been necessary, the report continued. On the other hand, like Germany under Hitler, Italy stood in the way of Russian influence in Spain during the Civil War. Washington had adopted a form of neutrality that amounted to leaning towards Spanish fascism against the liberal Democratic Republic, joining the uniform hostility of the West and Stalin against the popular libertarian revolution. In the most important academic study on this topic, David Schmitz points out that the model developed for Italy, with moderate fascists occupying the middle ground between the feared left and right extremists, was also applied to Nazism. Here, Hitler was chosen as the representative of moderates who promised social order, anti-Bolshevik laws, and protection for foreign capital, Schmitz observes. The American charge d'affaires in Berlin wrote to Washington in 1933 that the hope for Germany was the more moderate section of the Nazi Party, headed by Hitler himself, which is attractive to all civilized and reasonable people, and it seems take advantage over the violent wing. In 1937, the State Department considered fascism compatible with the economic interests of the United States. A report by the European Division explained its heyday as the natural reaction of the rich and middle classes in self-defense when the dissatisfied masses, with the example of the Russian Revolution before them, leaned to the left. Fascism, therefore, must triumph or the masses, this time bolstered by the disillusioned middle classes, will veer to the left again. European fascism did not become a declared enemy until it directly attacked American interests. The reaction to Japanese fascism was much the same. Although the Axis powers became enemies during World War II, the general framework of thought never really changed. When the United States liberated southern Italy in 1943, they followed Churchill's advice that the primary consideration must be to prevent chaos, Bolshevization, or civil war. There is nothing between the king and the patriots who have rallied around him and unbridled Bolshevism, Churchill warned. The United States supported the king, who had fully collaborated with the fascist regime and the right-wing dictatorship of Field Marshal Bataglio, a fascist war hero, just as Roosevelt had installed the French fascist Admiral Darlan in North Africa in 1942. In the first area liberated from Nazi control, Henry Stimson and the State Department sought to elevate fascist leader Dino Grandi to power, describing this stuffy official of the Mussolini dictatorship from its earliest years as a moderate among the black shirts, who was driven to fascism by the excesses of the communists. A reconstruction of history along the same lines is common in contemporary right-wing and neo-Nazi circles. In Italy, as throughout the world, the fascists and their collaborators were restored to power and influence by the Allied liberators. The overall objective was to destroy the anti-fascist resistance, undermine the popular forces on which it was based, and rebuild the traditional conservative order, now under U.S. domination. The distinction between the moderates led by Mussolini and the extremists he sought to control ended up dominating State Department thinking about fascism and helped provide an ideological basis for continued support for Mussolini during the interwar years. Says Schmitz, it was modeled on backing Hitler as moderate leader of the Nazis and was to become a habitual and almost automatic pattern of behavior on the part of those in charge of American foreign policy in the name of anti-communism in the 20th century. This pattern is particularly evident in Latin America, the traditional domain of U.S. intervention, which took a new form, adopting the new analytical framework immediately after the First World War. Until then, U.S. intervention was described as a defensive reaction against European enemies, especially in Britain, France, and Germany. But, with the growth of American power, these were less plausible antagonists and, as guardians of the capitalist order, the United States focused on the ideological challenge posed to its own survival by the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917. The Mexican Revolution, with his advance towards economic nationalism, intensely evoked the ghost. Particularly threatening was Article 27 of the Mexican Constitution, which became a bone of contention in 1917 because of its call for state participation and direction in the economy, particularly with regard to development of natural resources, and the subordination of private property to the general welfare. The analogy with Bolshevism was quickly deduced in the usual dual form. These attitudes were a direct threat to U.S. investors and might also encourage others, including insiders, to think along similar lines, the domino effect in its realist variant. The United States ambassador to Mexico, Henry Fletcher, warned in 1918 that Mexico's goal was to replace the Monroe Doctrine so that the hegemony of the United States on this continent will have to disappear. Fletcher was soon to move to Italy, where, as we have seen, he became a spokesman for Mussolini's fascism as a barrier against Bolshevism, including socialism and liberalism. Article 27, Fletcher wrote to President Wilson in 1919, would virtually end foreign investment in Mexico. 0. A few years later, Secretary of State Frank Kellogg declared that his programs of economic nationalism had put Mexico in the dock before the world and had provoked a grave situation for U.S. interests. The State Department then regarded Mexico as little more than an outpost of Bolshevism. Fletcher's warning to Wilson reflected the discontent with miserable and inefficient Mexico expressed by Walt Whitman and others. Mexicans don't. They could go on without foreign investment, he believed, because they do not have the gift of industrial development nor do they have the necessary training. Some years later, Ambassador James Sheffield wrote of the futility of trying to deal with the Latin Indian mentality, full of hatred for the United States and thirsty for revenge, on the same basis that our government would deal with a government civilized and orderly in Europe. Mexicans feel an Indian hatred, not Latino, towards all people who are not part of the reservation. There is very little white blood in the council, that is, it is very diluted. Other officers spoke of the poor mental capacity that makes Mexicans, like Italians, absolutely incapable of self-government and easily dominated by the mestizos who control the government. Venezuelans were also considered as indolent and as beings who suffered from political immaturity and racial inferiority, along with other Latin Americans. In 1927, Elihu Root, whose long career as a supporter of the state and leader of the peace movement deserved the Nobel Prize, questioned the recognition of the independence of Latin American countries by the United States because Latin Americans are really like children and incapable of fulfilling the obligations that independence entails. Mexico's attempt at democracy was as futile as granting blacks the right to vote after the Civil War, Roosevelt commented, a disenchanted step, a terrible mistake, with the most terrible consequences. 40 years later, his distinguished successor Dean Acheson expressed similar views to white racists in South Africa. Root offered Mexico the example of fascist Italy, which enjoyed a resurgence of prosperity, contentment, and satisfaction under a dictator. An American diplomat in Venezuela stated that the Indian Pawn should be given a simple and paternalistic form of government, not a formal democracy. He praised the Venezuelan dictator Juan Vicente Gómez, who, given the example of Mexico, had judiciously decided that a benevolent despotism was preferable to an anarchic democracy. Some considered that the natives were not so irretrievable. Banker Thomas Lamont believed that ignorant as Mexicans are, reckless as they are, distrustful as they are, if one spends time and patience one can nevertheless handle them. Similar views were voiced privately in later years as well. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles warned President Eisenhower that it should be possible to get Latin Americans to accept the United States plans for their future as a source of raw materials and profits for North American corporations. You have to give them a few, pat them and make them think you appreciate them. Following the same reasoning, the ambassador to Costa Rica, Robert Woodward, recommended that Washington induce the United Fruit Company to introduce a few relatively simple and superficial human interest dressings for workers that could have a broad psychological effect, eliminating, thus, problems with the pawns. Given the human material to work with, we can readily appreciate the efforts of the benevolent but clearly self-centered professor who doles out emancipation to the world's poor students through knowledge of both justice and the right path. See above, para which begins, it is this unique legacy. Impressed by the successful fascist model, the United States turned to dictators and tyrants to resist the threat of social change and economic nationalism, now interpreted in the context of the Bolshevik challenge to the survival of the capitalist order throughout the world. Venezuela was a striking example. The brutal despot General Gómez enjoyed reasonably good relations with the United States until the Wilson administration, which opposed his tyranny, terror, and corruption and his preference for Germany in the current war for the rights of humanity, as the attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Venezuela put it in 1917. But a few years later, attitudes changed, although not Gómez's practices. Uncorrupted by the economic nationalism and radicalism that threatened U.S. interests everywhere in Latin America, the despot offered his country for free foreign exploitation. The usual mix of racist discontent and antagonism to independent nationalism sufficed to classify Gómez as a moderate. He had saved the country from a conflict between the privileged classes and the common people and had kept it free from communism or any other form of extreme radicalism, the American commissioner reported to the State Department in 1929. Until it could be trusting Venezuelans to make the right decisions regarding their political and economic direction, writes Michael Crean, and this moment is believed to be in the very distant future, it was better for all concerned that they stay safe from the democracy. As example after example attests, economic nationalism provokes hostility from the United States. Wherever possible, the blame is placed on the Bolshevik conspiracy to destroy Western civilization. In either case, the culprit must die. This is as close to historical law as a complex world allows. The essential point is captured by John F. Kennedy's celebrated observation that while we would prefer decent democratic regimes, if we have to choose between a Trujillo and a Castro, we will choose the Trujillo. It is only necessary to add 3 points. 1. The concept of a Castro is very broad and extends to anyone who poses problems to rich men who live in peace in their dwellings, who are to rule the world, according to Churchill's aphorism. Enjoying, at the same time, the benefits of its human and material resources. 2. The Trujillo, as monstrous as he may be, will be immoderate as long as he fulfills his function. 3. The Trujillo will quickly go from being a favored friend to a beast to be destroyed if he shows the folly to step on our corns. This story has been reenacted over and over again to this day. Saddam Hussein is but the most recent example. The post-World War I pattern constitutes a shift away from U.S. intervention in an earlier period of less self-awareness and global power. All reasons suggest that this pattern will continue, with all the appropriate modifications, once the Bolshevik challenge has lost its last vestiges of credibility. 5. The foundations of policy. The basis of U.S. policy in the Cold War era is outlined with considerable clarity in insider planning information. With unprecedented economic and military preeminence, the United States poised itself to become the first truly global power. Not surprisingly, business and state leaders hoped to use this power to design a world order that served the interests they represented. During the war, U.S. planners developed the concept of a great area, a region understood as strategically necessary for world control, subordinated to the needs of the U.S. economy. In its early phases, the large area was conceived as a non-German bloc controlled by the United States. The Northern Hemisphere, the Far East, and the former British Empire were to be brought in, dismantled along with other regional systems, and brought under American control. Meanwhile, the United States was expanding its own regional systems in Latin America and the Pacific under the principle, expressed by Abe Fortas in the internal debate, that these steps were justified as part of our obligations to the world security. What was good for us was good for the world. British officials were unconvinced, denouncing the economic imperialism of U.S. corporate interests, which is largely active under the guise of benevolent family internationalism, and is trying to kick us out. Since it became clear that Germany would be defeated, the concept of a large area was expanded to include the Eurasian continent as well, as far as possible. These general plans were applied to particular regions with great consistency. As far as the Soviet Union was concerned, the pacifists resigned themselves to a kind of containment in which it would control most of the areas occupied by the Red Army in the war against Hitler. The warmongers had higher aspirations, as manifested in the NSC's withdrawal strategy. 68. The policy of the United States towards the Soviet Union has fluctuated between these positions over the years, reflecting, in part, the problem of control of the extensive domains defended by the North American power, and in part, the need for a credible enemy to ensure that the public remains willing to support intervention and to subsidize advanced industry through the military system. The large area would have a defined structure. Industrial societies would be reconstituted with much of the traditional order restored, but within the protective framework of United States power. They were to be organized under their natural leaders, Germany and Japan. The first steps toward democratization under military occupation caused deep concern in Washington and in the business community. Therefore, they were annulled at the end of the 1940s with firm actions to weaken the labor movement and ensure the dominance of the traditional business sectors, linked to North American capital. Great Britain would later undergo a similar process, as did the United States itself. Progress toward a European economic community was supposed to improve economic performance, accommodate all sections of society to corporate domination, and create markets and investment opportunities for U.S. corporations. Japan would become a regional leader within a global system dominated by the United States. The idea that Japan could become a serious competitor was then too outlandish to consider. In the 1960s, the Kennedy administration was still preoccupied with finding ways to ensure Japan's viability. This was finally established by the Vietnam War, which was costly to the United States but highly beneficial to the Japanese economy, as was the Korean War. There are some surprising fantasies when it comes to these matters. Thus, Alan Tonelson, then Director of Foreign Policy, refers to the U.S. effort to build industrial centers in Western Europe and Japan in the open hope that they would soon compete with the United States. There was neither such hope nor such expectation. In Japan, for example, Under-Secretary of the Army William Draper, a former vice president of Dillon, Reed & Co., who played a key role in efforts to revive the German and Japanese economies in such a way as to ensure dominated by the business classes, he considered it doubtful that Japan would ever sell enough to the United States to earn the dollars needed to pay for raw materials of American origin. Fantasies about American hopes go hand in hand with the belief that the United States, or any other country, had gone too far in the defense of freedom, spread by James Reston and other ideologues. In 1947, it was realized that the European recovery was failing and that large-scale American initiatives were needed to proceed along the desired lines. The first major political initiative to this end was the Marshall Plan. In his global study of this program, Michael Hogan highlights its primary motivation as the promotion of a European economic federation very similar to the United States, with nearly $2,000 million a year of American aid in the first years to avoid the chaos social and political in Europe, contain communism, which did not imply Soviet intervention, but the success of indigenous communist parties, avoid the collapse of the American export trade and achieve the goal of multilateralism. Such an economic stimulus was required to protect individual initiative and private enterprise both on the continent and in the United States. The alternative would be experiments with socialist systems of corporate and government control, which would endanger private business in the United States as well. A key concern was the dollar vacuum that prevented Europe from acquiring American-made goods, with serious implications for the country's economy. The idea that the reconstruction of European, and Japanese, capitalism was essential to the health of the American economic order recapitulated the opinion of the Harding administration after the First World War. Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover, Secretary of State Charles Evans Hughes, and other influential planners assumed that economic recovery in Europe was essential to the expansion of American exports. The prosperity of the United States, Hughes declared in 1921, depends in a great measure on the economic arrangements that can be made in Europe, which required, of course, that the Bolshevik beast die, as the president had proclaimed. From a strategic and geopolitical point of view, observes diplomat and historian Melvin Leffler, the impact of the Marshall Plan extended beyond Europe. Bridging the dollar void, which had originally been driven by the Marshall Plan, required a restoration of triangular trade patterns whereby Europe earned dollars through the United States purchasing raw materials from its colonies. Hence, European, and Japanese, access to Third World and commodity markets was an essential component of overall strategic planning and a necessary condition for the fulfillment of the general goals of the Marshall Plan, benefiting the American economy, to rectify the European balance of power in favor of the allies of the United States, state and class, and increase American national security, where national security is understood as control of raw materials, industrial infrastructure, skilled labor, and military bases. The strategic dimensions of the Marshall Plan, Leffler continues, thus required revolutionary nationalism to be thwarted outside Europe, just as the struggle against indigenous communism had to be waged within Europe. This was a difficult problem because of the prestige of the anti-fascist resistance, often with a strong communist element, and the discredit of America's traditional allies in the business classes because of their association with fascism. Despite of rhetorical commitment to self-determination, U.S. policy, it demanded that the former colonies maintain their independent role. The same could be said of the commitment to democracy, which, while more than rhetorical, would have meant that popular forces opposed by the United States Communists, Radical Democrats, Labor, etc. were allowed to play more than just a symbolic role in social and political life. Marshall Plan aid was used to coerce political preferences, especially in Italy in 1948, and to force Europe to play down welfare programs, limit wages, control inflation, and create a favorable environment for capital investment. Partly financed by the workers' own pockets, Thomas McCormick, .0. From an early phase of the Cold War, and for deeply rooted reasons, the United States' rhetorical commitments aside had embarked on a path against self-determination and democracy. That such commitments were rhetorical was in fact recognized by the most cynical and intelligent planners. Dean Acheson, for example, noted that if our current policy is that there is no hope or success in Formosa, Taiwan, we must carefully conceal our desire to remove the island from mainland control, and if we intervene militarily, we should do it under the guise of the UN and with the announced intention of satisfying the legitimate demands of native Formosans for self-determination. William Borden observes in an important study that few dollars changed hands internationally under aid programs. The dollars went to North American producers and the goods were sold to the European public in local currencies. He further asserts that the aid program's failure to bridge the dollar gap and Congress's refusal to provide additional funds led Secretary of State Acheson and his aide, Paul Nitze, to replace Keynesian international stimulation of the world economy by the Keynesian international military stimulation of the world economy, the basic idea behind NSC 68. Segments of the business community considered it obvious that foreign economies, like our own, now depend mainly on the extent of continued military spending in this country. Magazine of Wall Street, 1952. U.S. military spending provided a substantial stimulus to European industrial production, and the acquisition of strategic raw materials from European colonies so reduced the dollar gap that Marshall Plan aid to Britain was suspended in 1950. Although the long-term effects were rather lackluster, says Hogan. In the case of Japan, U.S. military spending, particularly for the Korean War, was the main factor in its post-war industrial recovery. South Korea similarly benefited from the Vietnam War, as did other allies of the United States. The role of the Third World within the structure of the Great Area was to serve the needs of the industrial societies. In Latin America, as in the rest of the world, the protection of our resources must be a fundamental concern, explained George Kennan. Since the main threat to our interests is indigenous, we must realize, he continued, that the ultimate response could be unpleasant, namely, police repression by local government. Severe governmental measures of repression should not cause us scruples as long as the results are, on second thought, favorable to our interests. In general, it is better to have a strong regime in power than a liberal government, if the latter is lenient and lax and influenced by the communists. The term communist is used in U.S. discourse in a technical sense, referring to leaders of the labor movement, peasant organizers, priests who organize mutual aid groups, and others with the wrong priorities. The correct priorities are outlined in the top-secret planning documents. The main threat to U.S. interests is posed by nationalist regimes that are receptive to popular pressures for immediate improvement of the low living standards of the masses and diversification of economies. This trend conflicts not only with the need to protect our resources, but also with our interest in fostering a climate conducive to private investment and, in the case of foreign capital, to repatriate reasonable profits. The Kennedy administration soon identified the origins of U.S. interests in Latin America as partially military, the Canal de Panama, strategic raw materials, etc., but perhaps even more the economic origin whose central fiber is the $9,000 million of U.S. private investment in the area and extensive trade relations. The need to protect and promote American trade and investment is threatened by nationalism, that is, efforts to follow an independent path. The preference is placed on agricultural export models useful to the interests of corporations based in the United States, companies for the processing and distribution of agricultural products, producers of pesticides and fertilizers, etc., and, in later years, a series of useful services such as cheap labor for assembly lines. Public authorities also recognize the threat of nationalism. Thus, after the successful CIA-backed coup that toppled the conservative nationalist Mossadegh parliamentary regime in Iran, restored the Shah, and procured 40% of the formerly British concession from American oil companies, the New York Times commented in his editorial that this was certainly good news. As expensive as it was for all concerned, mostly Iranians, this affair may prove to have been worthwhile if we learn a lesson from it. The fundamental lesson is explained here, bluntly. The underdeveloped countries with rich resources today have a tangible lesson in the high cost to be paid by one of them who loses his temper over fanatical nationalism. It is perhaps too much to hope that Iran's experience will prevent the rise of Mossadigs to power in other countries, but such experience can at least strengthen the hands of more reasonable and far-sighted leaders, who will have a clear idea of our overriding priorities. It was also recognized that the plans for the selected countries would be unpopular there, but for their populations, subtle control measures are not necessary. Under the protective cover of U.S. government aid programs, USAID, public safety groups will train local police forces. The reason, as the State Department points out, is that the police are the first to detect discontent among the people, and it should be one of the main means by which the government ensures the acceptance of the majority. An effective police force can often thwart unwanted processes that might otherwise require major surgery to end these threats. But police operations may not be enough. Consequently, U.S. planners stress the need to control the Latin American military, described as the least anti-American of all political groups. Their task, Kennedy's action intellectuals explained, was to remove government leaders from power whenever, in the judgment of the military, the conduct of those leaders was detrimental to the welfare of the nation, a task to which they should be ready once the training they received from the United States had given them an understanding of and orientation towards American goals. Reorganizing the mission of the military from hemispheric defense to domestic security, the Kennedy administration and its successors were able to overcome the problem of nationalism, or ultranationalism, as it is sometimes called in domestic planning, by establishing and supporting national security states on a neo-Nazi model, the consequences of which are well known. The objective, as Lars Skultz, the foremost North American specialist on human rights in Latin America, explained, was permanently destroy a perceptible threat to the existing structure of socio-economic privilege, by eliminating the political participation of the numerical majority, the popular classes. U.S. support for these regimes essentially follows the model of the 1920s and European fascism, already discussed. Note that this is a harsher variant of the policies designed for industrial societies, motivated by the same worldview and social and political ideals. The tougher measures deemed appropriate for the Third World also help to overcome concerns expressed in internal reports about the excessive liberalism of Latin American governments, the protection of their rights provided by their legal systems, and the free flow of ideas, which affected to U.S. efforts at ideological indoctrination and control. These join other recurring problems, such as the low intellectual level in Guatemala deplored by the CIA in 1965, and illustrated by the fact that liberal groups are extremely sensitive to Yankee imperialist issues, perhaps because of the long-term political and economic influence of U.S. fruit companies in the country, as well as the role of U.S. United States in the liberation of Castillo Armas, the liberation through a CIA-backed coup that overthrew the popular democratic government and reinstated the traditional and bloodthirsty authority of the military and the oligarchy. Where the police and military cannot be directly controlled, as in post-Somoza Nicaragua or Panama, it is necessary to overthrow the government, install a more compliant regime, and reinstate a National Guard-style respectable army. By Somoza, long a favorite of the United States. These policies are perfectly assumed, its basic content is not subject to challenge or debate. It would be misleading to say that there is near unanimity in Congress, in the media, and in the intellectual community on these issues. More precisely, the basic doctrines are out of sight, out of mind, like the air we breathe, beyond any possibility of discussion. The general framework was adapted to particular regions. Thus, Southeast Asia. It would perform its essential function as a source of raw materials and as a market for Japan and Western Europe, as George Kennan's State Department policy planning staff put it in 1949. This reasoning directly provoked American intervention in Indochina, at first in support of French colonialism and later alone. It was feared that an independent Vietnam might spread the virus of nationalism throughout Southeast Asia, leaving Japan to join a mainland communist bloc and thus become the industrial core of a new order of Vietnam. That the United States could be excluded. The Pacific War was fought largely to prevent such an outcome. Japan was regarded as the super domino, in the apt expression of Asian historian John Dower. To defeat the threat posed by Vietnamese nationalism, it was necessary to destroy the virus and vaccinate the region against the disease. This result was achieved. Indochina was destroyed, while the murderers, torturers, and tyrants of Indonesia, Thailand, the Philippines and South Korea, backed by the United States, when necessary, provided crucial assistance to large-scale killings, while the media and respectable people generally nodded affirmatively or decided to turn a blind eye. In Latin America, similar principles have been applied quite successfully. This region also had to fulfill its function as a source of raw materials and as a market. During and after World War II, the traditional rivals of the United States in Latin America, Great Britain, and France, were considerably displaced, according to Henry Stimson's principle that Latin America is our little region back there that has never bothered anyone. Although not fully achieved. Stability favorable to the interests of the U.S. elite, the threat of independent development was largely thwarted perhaps forever in Central America and the Caribbean region, where U.S. influence has been overwhelming. Africa was to be exploited for the reconstruction of Europe, Kennan explained in a major State Department study of international order. He added that the opportunity to exploit Africa would provide a psychological boost to the European powers, providing them with that tangible goal which all have been groping for with very little success. 0. History might have suggested a different project, that Africa should exploit Europe in order to recover from centuries of devastation at the hands of European conquerors, perhaps also improving its psychological state through this process. Needless to say, nothing of the sort was even remotely conceivable, and the genuine proposals have received little, if any, attention, being apparently regarded as indisputable. In the discussion of African politics in particular, the element of racism cannot be ignored. Dean Acheson warned the former Prime Minister of the White Rhodesian government as early as 1971 to beware of American public opinion, which decides that the only correct decision on any question must be one that favors the judgment of colored people. Echoing Nobel laureate Elihu Root, he insisted that Rhodesia not be dragged down by any of our constitutional clichés, equal protection of laws, etc. that have caused us so many problems. He was particularly upset that the Supreme Court resorted to vague constitutional provisions that precipitated racial equality and invaded the political arena with the one man, one vote doctrine, by which blacks are impatient for even more progress. Rapidly, and which recently gave rise to the popularization of techniques such as demonstrations and violence, September 1968. The smokescreen of racism, suspended over African affairs, and over the most basic external and internal public issues, by the Nixon administration, was discussed by State Department official Roger Moniz, as well as the request for Nixon to Kissinger to ensure that his first presidential message to Congress on foreign policy contained something for blacks, getting the usual respectful yes, Kissinger's disbelief that Igbos, more talented and skilled than other Nigerians, could also be blacker, and the fact that Alexander Haig quietly pretended to beat the drums on the table when African issues were raised at NSC staff meetings. In the Middle East, the primary concern was, and still is, the region's unrivaled energy reserves, especially in the Arabian Peninsula. They would be incorporated into the system dominated by the United States. As in Latin America, it was necessary to displace traditional British and French interests and establish U.S. control over what the State Department described as a stupendous source of strategic power and one of the greatest material prizes in world history. Probably the largest economic prize in the world in the field of foreign investment. Later, President Eisenhower called the Middle East the most strategically important area in the world. After the war, U.S. corporations assumed the leading role in oil production, while dominating the Western Hemisphere, which remained the largest producer until 1968. The United States then did not need Middle Eastern oil for itself. Rather, their goal was to dominate the world system, ensuring that others did not go their separate ways. Despite widespread contempt for the Japanese and their expectations, some foresaw trouble. Also here, George Kennan proposed in 1949 that U.S. control over Japanese oil imports would help provide veto power over Japan's military and industrial policies. This advice was followed. The industrialization of Japan was aided, but the United States maintained control over its energy supplies and oil refining facilities. In 1973, only 10% of Japan's oil supply was carried out by Japanese companies, notes Shijiko Fukai. Today, Japan's diversification of energy sources and conservation measures have greatly reduced the veto power, but it remains a significant factor. On the other hand, it is misleading to simply state that the United States tried to keep oil cheap, even though this has generally been true. Oil prices declined, relative to other commodities, from the 1940s until the sharp rise in the early 1970s brought them back into place. This was a major boon to the Western industrial powers, despite being extremely detrimental in the long run to the interests of the Arab world. And the reduction in the real price of oil was also crucial to the Reaganite patina of prosperity. But cheap oil is a political instrument, not an end in itself. There are good reasons to think that, in the early 1970s, the United States was by no means averse to rising oil prices, which was detrimental to its industrial rivals but beneficial to its own energy companies and exporters. Control over energy is a lever for global domination. In this context, the real price and the true level of production acquire special importance, and the economic effects of the oscillations of these factors are not negligible either. The United States' interest in the Philippines stems, in part, from similar concerns. The U.S. bases established there are part of the military system that surrounds the Middle East region from the Indian Ocean to Israel, Turkey, Portugal, and beyond, designed to ensure, by the United States and the local elites who depend on them, that there will be no threat to control over your resources. The United States is a global power and plans accordingly. Subsequent processes in the Middle East have developed according to the pattern we have just outlined, including the deepening of relations with Israel as a strategic asset and a mercenary state, the rejection by the United States, for many years, of a broad international consensus on a political settlement of the Arab-Israeli conflict, and the Israeli sale of U.S. weapons to Iran in the 1980s, which, as high-level Israeli sources reported earlier in that decade, long before there were any hostages, was carried out in coordination with the U.S. government. United to favor a military coup that would restore the Israel-Iran-Saudi Arabia alliance, on which U.S. policy had been based under the Nixon Doctrine. One of the many features of the Iran-Contra affair stifled in the operation developed by Congress and media for damage control. The same model of overthrowing an unwanted civilian government has been successfully applied in Indonesia, Chile, and other cases. The main political imperative is to block indigenous nationalist forces that might try to use their own resources against U.S. interests. Akison warned that a large-scale counterinsurgency operation in Greece since 1947 was motivated especially by concerns that the rot of the country's independent nationalism might infect the Middle East. Greece was seen as an outpost of U.S. power that protected Middle East oil for the U.S. and its allies. A CIA study claims that if the rebels had won, the United States would have faced possible loss of Middle East oil resources. As usual, a Soviet threat was invented. The real threat was indigenous nationalism, with the feared effects of its worldwide repercussions. Similar factors led to the CIA coup that restored the Shah to Iran in 1953. Nasser made an enemy for similar reasons. Subsequently, it was sensed that Khomeini would pose another such threat, prompting the United States to support Iraq in the war against Iran. Subsequently, Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein took over, going overnight from favored friend to new Hitler when he invaded Kuwait in an effort to displace American clients and British. The fundamental fear throughout the world has been that nationalist forces not under the influence and control of the United States could come to have substantial influence over the oil-producing regions of the Arabian Peninsula. Saudi Arabia's elites, by contrast, are viewed as suitable partners, managing their resources in accordance with U.S. core interests and contributing to U.S. terror and subversion throughout the Third World. More serious analysts have been quite clear on these issues, both in Congress and in the strategic analysis literature. In May 1973, before the oil crisis broke out, Senator Henry Jackson, the Senate oil expert, highlighted the strength and Western orientation of Israel in the Mediterranean and of Iran with the Shah in the Gulf. Persian, two trusted friends of the United States who, together with Saudi Arabia, have served to inhibit and contain those irresponsible and radical elements in certain Arab countries, who, if freed to do so, would certainly constitute a threat serious for our main sources of oil in the Persian Gulf, sources that the United States hardly used at the time, but that were needed as a reserve and as a lever for world domination. The Nixon Doctrine had established the Shah's Iran and Israel as the police patrollers of the region, in the words of Secretary of Defense Melvin Laird, who guaranteed that no radical nationalist would constitute a danger to order. Reviewing this system in 1974, Robert Repa, a former Middle East analyst for the Department of Defense's Defense Intelligence Agency, wrote that Israeli power protected the regimes in Jordan and Saudi Arabia from a militarily controlled Egypt. Strong in the 1960s, and that Israeli-Iranian interrelationship continued to contribute to the stability of the region, securing U.S. interests. As early as the fall of 1958, the National Security Council concluded that a logical consequence of opposing radical Arab nationalism would be to support Israel as the only strong pro-Western power in the Middle East. 10 years earlier, Israeli military successes had led the Joint Chiefs of Staff to label Israel as the leading regional military power after Turkey, which offered the United States the means to acquire a strategic advantage in the Middle East that would offset the effects of diminishing British power in that area. As far as the Palestinians were concerned, American planners had no reason to doubt the advice of Israeli government specialists in 1948 that Palestinian refugees would either be assimilated elsewhere or would be crushed, some of they would die and the majority would become human dust and the refuse of society, joining the poorer classes of the Arab countries. Therefore, there was no need to worry about them. Few issues are as important in world affairs as control of the global energy system or as threatening to world peace and even survival. The fact that any effort to undermine the dominant role of the United States and its clients will be vigorously resisted remains the first axiom in international affairs. As long as possible, the Soviet threat was used to justify U.S. actions to secure its dominance over Middle Eastern oil. This pretext was never credible and, in 1990, had to be totally abandoned, although the policy continued almost as before. No rational conclusion was drawn about the past, but with the veil of propaganda torn to shreds, reality could no longer be completely hidden. When the United States sent forces to Saudi Arabia in August 1990 following Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, the New York Times' first diplomatic correspondent, Thomas Friedman, wrote, "In the past, when the United States clashed with the Soviet Union and vied with Moscow for influence in the Middle East, the interest in which allies controlled which oil reserves had a military and strategic dimension. But today, with the cooperation of the Soviet Union in the crisis, this argument has lost much of its urgency. Or, more accurately, the argument had lost its ability to erase the realities, which therefore had to be stated frankly, once and for all. The United States is not sending troops to the Gulf simply to help Saudi Arabia. Saudi to resist aggression. They are sending troops to support the OPEC country that is most likely to serve Washington's interests." In the Washington Post, E.J. Dionne observed that there is something profoundly antiquated about the proceedings, quoting Tom Mann, Director of Government Affairs at the Brookings Institution, who states, "What we're talking about here is sheer selfishness. And in some respects, the way Bush treats these Middle Eastern countries is almost colonial in character. I'll hasten to add that there is not an iota of criticism in these remarks. In short, the world's largest energy reserves must be in the right hands, ours, that can be counted on to be used for the benefit of the right people, Churchill's satisfied nations who would not wish to themselves more than what they have. Rhetoric aside, the perceived danger around the world, in the Middle East and elsewhere, is independent nationalism, described as a virus that could infect other countries, a rotten apple that could contaminate the region and go even further, a domino that could topple all the others. The backstory is that the dominoes will fall by conquest. Ho Chi Minh will leave Jakarta in a canoe and conquer the archipelago, a launching pad for the march to Hawaii, if not further. Or the Russians will use their Grenada base for their evil design of world conquest. And so on. Once again, we must not accept the conclusion that a form of madness is one of the conditions of respectability and power. The essential assumption of the domino theory, barely hidden, has been that the virus could spread through the fallout of a thriving indie development. Sometimes the enemies are really the monsters they are said to be. Sometimes they come out ahead of the comparison with the preferred moderates. These features are essentially beside the point. What counts is its adaptation to the needs of rich men who live in peace in their dwellings. Such reasoning prevails throughout the post-war period, including the extraordinary efforts to devastate Nicaragua through terror and economic warfare, including the denial of natural catastrophe aid and the pressures on allies to do the same. The elite consensus on these issues reveals how deeply these imperatives are believed and provides no little insight into the moral and cultural values of the West. The general framework of the world order was to be a form of liberal internationalism that would guarantee the needs of American investors. Several factors combined to require the Third World to specialize in the export of primary products, the needs of European and Japanese industrial recovery, triangular trade patterns that helped keep U.S. exports high in the way already mentioned, and easy access to resources, including raw materials for military production, with its fundamental role in economic management and population control. The conflict between U.S. policy and the independent development of the Third World has been deeply rooted in the structure of the world system. The persistent resort to violence to thwart nationalist threats is a natural consequence of these commitments. Although the well-founded opposition to independent nationalism in the Third World is emphatically explained in internal planning reports, and illustrated with great consistency in practice, it does not satisfy the doctrinal requirements and is therefore not eligible to enter in public debate. It would be difficult to find a discussion of these central features of the contemporary world order in the popular or intellectual press. In mainstream scholarship, fundamental facts are often ignored, sidelined, or outright denied. Thus, in Gaddis's important study of the origins and evolution of the containment policy, we read that all the top post-war executives believed that nationalism, so long as it reflected the principle of self-determination, posed no threat to American institutions and therefore did not require a hostile response from the United States, as illustrated by the fact that certainly Kennedy had no objection to the Cuban Revolution itself, only to the danger of Soviet control, and our efforts to discourage aggression in South Vietnam and in defense of Greece. Both were defense against internal aggression, as Adlai Stevenson explained at the UN in 1964. All this is explained without proof or argument, except for the political figures and propagandists who are considered as such, and with the cheerful disregard for historical reality and even relevant documentation, typical of the genre. 0. As we have seen, the basic thrust of politics transcends all challenge or even knowledge. These doctrines have certain consequences. One of them is the surprising correlation between U.S. aid and human rights violations that has been pointed out in various studies. The reason is not that American politicians like torture, rather they don't care. What matters is to put obstacles in the way of independent development and the wrong priorities. This often requires, sadly, murdering priests, torturing labor leaders, disappearing peasants, and otherwise intimidating the general population. Governments that have the right priorities will therefore be pushed to adopt these measures. Since the right priorities are attached to U.S. aid, we discover the secondary correlation between US aid and human rights violations. And, since the conclusions are doctrinally unattractive, they fall by the wayside. A second consequence is the general opposition of the United States to social reform, unless it can be carried out in accordance with dominant American interests. Although this is occasionally possible in the Third World, such circumstances are rare, and even where social reform might run parallel to subservience to U.S. interests, Costa Rica is a notable example. Washington reacted with considerable ambivalence. A third consequence is the extreme hostility of the elite towards democracy. The reason is simple: a functioning democracy will respond to the demands of the bulk of the population and is likely to succumb to excessive nationalism. 6. The next phase. As foreign analysts suggest, it is plausible to assume that U.S. policy will be the same after the end of the Cold War. One of the reasons is that the pivotal event has not actually taken place. Realistically, the Cold War is, at most, half over. This apparent end is an ideological elaboration rather than a historical fact, based on an interpretation that disguises some of its essential functions. As far as the United States is concerned, much of the basic framework of the Cold War remains intact, apart from the modalities for controlling the internal population. This problem, a fundamental problem facing any state or other political system, is still there, and it will have to be tackled in new and more imaginative ways as the Cold War doctrine loses its effectiveness. There is also a deeper reason why U.S. Third World policy might follow the same trajectory as before. Within a narrow margin, policies express institutional needs. American policies have been consistent over a long period because the dominant institutions are stable, subject to few internal challenges, and in the past relatively immune to external pressures because of America's unique wealth and power. Politics and ideology are greatly limited by the consensus of the business community. As far as critical issues are concerned, there is a tactical debate within mainstream opinion, but questions of principle rarely come to light. The changes in the global system are certainly decisive, but they have only a limited impact on the fundamental basis of U.S. policies for the Third World, despite the fact that they do modify the conditions under which said policies must be carried out. In particular, new pretexts must be invented, as the cases of Panama and the Gulf illustrate. But this will probably be no more of a problem than it was for Woodrow Wilson and his predecessors before the Bolshevik Revolution. Whatever problems the need to modify the propaganda frame, and other tactical adjustments, may pose, there is a compensating gain. The removal of the limited Soviet deterrent leaves the United States free to exercise violence. Recognition of these desired effects has been explicit in public discourse since the early stages of the Soviet withdrawal from the international stage, and was confirmed by Elliott Abrams, who expressed his delight at the invasion of Panama. Abrams observed that Bush is probably going to be increasingly willing to use force. The use of force is more feasible than before, he explained, now that events in Moscow have reduced the possibility of a small operation turning into a superpower conflict. Similarly, the test of Gorbachev's new thinking is usually seen as his willingness to withdraw support from those whom the United States wishes to destroy. Only if he allows us to act without interference in whatever we choose to do will we know that he is serious about ending the Cold War. Russian actions have helped dispel some conventional mystification. The official story has always been that we hold the Russians back, deterring them and thwarting their evil designs. But the reality, as has long been evident, is that fear of potential superpower conflict has served to contain and deter the United States and its far more ambitious global designs. The terrible Soviet intervention in the Third World has generally consisted of actions by the Kremlin to protect and hold targets attacked by the United States. Now that the Soviets are limiting these efforts, perhaps ending them, the United States has greater freedom to achieve its goals by force and violence, and the rhetorical clouds are beginning to lift. Perhaps one day it will be possible to use the terminology of the doctrine of containment according to its meaning and the historical facts. Two new factors in the relations between the United States and the Third World are, therefore, the greater freedom to resort to force with impunity and the doctrinal adjustments, with the decrease of the Soviet dissuasive element. A third factor is that forced intervention and military dictatorships are not as necessary as before. One reason is the success of violence in devastating popular organizations, another, the economic catastrophe existing in most of the Third World, see Chapter 6. Under these circumstances, it becomes possible to tolerate civilian governments, sometimes even social democratic ones, now that the hopes of a better life have been destroyed. Yet another factor is that the United States is weaker than before relative to its real rivals, Europe and Japan. This long-term trend was intensified by the economic mismanagement of the Reagan administration, which sided with the rich at the expense of the poor and future generations and seriously hurt the economy in the process. In this aspect, the capacity for intervention will decrease. A fact that keeps related to the latter is the growing penetration in Latin America of our rivals, who have never recognized the area as our little region back there. Japan, in particular, is expanding its investment and aid in the region, especially in the richer countries, Mexico and Brazil. An editorial in the Japan Economic Journal observes, if the United States is being demoted from Western alliance leaders to an ordinary power, Japan must recognize this fact and act accordingly. Japanese investment in Latin America and the Caribbean has increased to about half that of the United States, close to 20% of Japan's total investment worldwide. Japanese banks also hold about 10 to 15% of Latin American debt, compared to a third held by U.S. banks. Debt holding is now a way of financing new investment, exchanging debt for productive assets. The United States views such events with some ambivalence. On the one hand, they do not want their interests to be challenged. On the other hand, they would like others to pay the costs of their depredations in the region and help maintain the viability of useful sectors for satisfied nations, while also ensuring enough development to serve as the carrot at the end of the stick that blocks unwanted popular actions towards independence, democracy, and social justice. Yet another factor is the project of Latin Americanizing Eastern Europe. Most American companies look to the Soviet Union and the newly opened nations of Eastern Europe as potential markets for their products or as sources of cheap industrial labor, notes a New York Times front-page article, adding that they are even expecting a version of the usual brain drain, in which the cost of educating professionals will be borne by the Third World, while the benefits will go to industrial societies. In the case at hand, there is a lot of underutilized mental energy in the Eastern Bloc, which offers intellectual reserves that are not only extremely cheap, but also of high quality because their educational system is good, in the opinion of a senior scientist from a major company. The objectives are clear enough when we move to practice and to politics, and even to its ideological cover. Consider, for example, the document Z, which caused great controversy in the early 1990s, displacing reflections on the end of history and the Hegelian spirit, which were the previous trend of the year. This document, which appears in the publication of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences under the pseudonym Z, with excerpts previously published in the New York Times, warns the West about the appropriate response to the terminal crisis of communism. We can put aside this frame, with its sad meditations on the immutable essence of Sovietism and its many views, that Stalin was the hero of the left, while everyone from liberals to radicals in mainstream Anglo-American Sovietology saw Stalinism as having a democratic form, that scholars indulged in flagrant fantasies about Stalinism, and a childish fetishization of Lenin and the democratic transformation that follows from Leninism, while simultaneously regarding Stalin as an aberration from the main Leninist line of Sovietism. Z sees no inconsistency in these attributions, although he scoffs at the conceptual confusions of the leftists who dominate academic scholarship, that Lenin created the world's first version of non-capitalism, that Lenin and Trotsky considered the revolution of October 1917 as the final revolution, the revolution that would end all further need for revolutions, that Brezhnev intervened at will throughout the Third World and that Russia dominated the world. And others that can help explain why the author preferred anonymity. All this aside, the document contains a general thesis and accompanying policy advice. The thesis is that there is no third way between Leninism and the market, between Bolshevism and constitutional government. The advice is that Western aid should be limited to the staged development of parallel structures in a private sector that would function according to market principles, with free economic zones operating under International Monetary Fund terms extending from the periphery to the interior of the USSR. This thesis has a small flaw. Its first dichotomy excludes the existence of industrial democracies, not to mention South Korea, Taiwan, and the other economic miracles, all of which deviate notably from market principles. His second dichotomy also denies the existence of most of the world, both Bolshevist and constitutional. However, the advice is quite simple: the Soviet Empire should become another region of the Third World. The rest can be dismissed as an effort to give this basic concept an aura of seriousness, and attack hated academic enemies. There is great concern in the United States that its rivals, particularly the German-led Europe, are far ahead in turning the vast Eastern Bloc into a third world, which can provide resources, markets, investment opportunities, and cheap labor and perform other useful functions. Federal Reserve Board Chairman Alan Greenspan describes the enormous need for investment and the potential for significant profit rates in Eastern Europe as the most important financial issue of the next decade, without any historical precedent. But America's relative decline in economic power during the Reagan era has reduced its ability to compete for this rich prize, and growing reliance on foreign lenders makes the economy vulnerable as rival powers focus on growth opportunities. Enrichment in the new regions that open up to exploitation. We have lost much of our authority as leaders in the world, says U.S. Trust Company economic advisor James O'Leary, echoing the view of many Wall Street economists. 10 or 15 years ago, we had to pay as much attention to what was happening elsewhere. Today we are just one of many. Liberal Democrats insist that aid be diverted from Central America to Eastern Europe to advance the American cause in the race to exploit these newly accessible domains. The term aid is a euphemism for methods by which the taxpayer finances corporate efforts to increase market penetration and investment opportunities. This matter is too serious to be disguised under the usual pretext of noble intention. Thus Democratic Senator Patrick Leahy, criticizing a New York Times editorial calling for help for the promising new democracies in Panama and Nicaragua, writes, "The United States has been left at the starting line in Eastern Europe. You almost seem to take comfort in your observation that Western Europe and Japan are already addressing the needs of Eastern Europe. You can be sure of it, and this is the problem. Eastern Europe's great potential for trade and investment is rapidly being channeled towards our main commercial competitors. We are discussing how to solve two foreign policy debacles in Central America while Japan and the European Economic Community are opening markets of 120 million people in Eastern Europe." In the congressional debate, Leahy insisted that foreign aid must do much more to bolster America's economic competitiveness abroad. Contrary to what public oratory affirms, the aid is not an international program of charity or beneficence. Properly designed, it can be an investment in new trading partners, growing export markets and more jobs in our export industries here at home, the reference ideas from the Marshall Plan. Under the current circumstances, our foreign aid program must be aimed at strengthening the economic involvement of the United States in the nascent democracies of Eastern Europe. Companies from Western Europe and Japan, which have the direct support of their governments, are leaving us behind, and our Eastern Europe initiative should be aimed at strengthening the ability of North American companies to participate in the opening of this huge new market as we enter the 21st century. Our competitors are backed by their governments, and the Export-Import Bank, as well as our aid program, should help make American businesses competitive against these subsidized nations that are taking our money away from us. These markets in Africa, Asia, and Latin America as well. The foreign aid bill may give U.S. businesses more tools to fight aggressive financing, tied aid, and mixed credits. To compete with the interests of Japan and Western Europe, we have that support our commercial interests as efficiently as the countries that compete for those markets and whose commitment to free markets runs, in fact, on par with ours. It is suitable for those who hope to get ahead of the competition. It is not to be taken seriously by others. Factors such as these will shape new methods for continuing the war against the Third World, this time under a different guise and with a more varied set of competing actors. Popular forces in the United States and Europe have placed some barriers in the way of state terror and given some help to those suffering from repression, but unless they reach considerably greater scale and commitment, the future of traditional victims seems terrible. Terrible, but not without hope. With amazing courage and persistence, the unfortunates of the earth continue to fight for their rights. And in the industrial world, with Bolshevism disintegrating and capitalism long abandoned, there are prospects for the revival of radical democratic and libertarian socialist ideals that have languished, including popular control of the workplace and of decisions regarding employment, investment and, consequently, for the establishment of a more significant political democracy when the pressures imposed by private power are reduced. These and other nascent possibilities are still remote, but no more so than the possibility of parliamentary democracy and basic citizen rights 250 years ago. Nobody knows enough to predict what the human will can achieve. We are faced with a kind of Pascal bet: suppose the worst and it will surely come. Let us commit ourselves to fighting for freedom and justice, and their cause may advance. 2. The inside front. The Reagan era was generally viewed as having virtually revolutionary significance. The reality was considerably less impressive, but its impact on the social order of the country and the world was not small, as we will see in the reflections that I will make below on what the new administration inherited at the beginning of 1989. 1. The little people. These issues have large-scale human consequences and should therefore be approached without passion. This is not easy. First of all, it is necessary to fade the most vivid images evoked by the words Reagan, Schultz, and Bush, images of tens of thousands of tortured and mutilated bodies in El Salvador and Guatemala and of dying children in Nicaragua, once again succumbing to disease and malnutrition thanks to successes in the destruction of the first achievements of the Sandinistas. And others like them in Mozambique, Gaza, and other corners of the world that we prefer to ignore. By we I mean a larger community whose responsibility we all share. We must somehow manage to remove these images. However, we should not go on without at least saying a few words about how easily we refrain from seeing piles of bones and rivers of blood when we are the agents of misery and despair. To truly appreciate these triumphs we must turn to liberal pacifists, who are routinely condemned for their oversensitivity to the plight of our victims. To the editor of the New Republic, Hendrik Hertzberg, who writes about the Reagan-era things that haven't been so cool, like sleaze, Rambo-type movies, and Lebanon, meaning, presumably, dead Marines, not dead Lebanese and Palestinians, but without a word. About Central America, where apparently nothing has happened to even raise the level of low attractiveness. Or even Mary McGrory, in a very different category, who, however, tells us that the real discussion is, of course, what is more important in Nicaragua, whether peace, as the Democrats advocate, or freedom, as Republicans demand. The grain of truth in these words is that Democrats are as committed to peace as Republicans are to freedom. Or we can turn to the Indochina Issues magazine of the Center for International Policy, which has collected very credible data on its work for peace and justice. Here a senior fellow at the Carnegie Foundation for International Peace calls for reconciliation with Vietnam, strongly recommending that we put aside the agony of the Vietnam experience and past wrongs and move past the hatred, anger, and the frustration that the Vietnamese caused us, although without forgetting the humanitarian issues resulting from the war, those who disappeared in combat, those who were authorized to emigrate to the United States, and those who remain interned in re-education camps. These are just humanitarian issues that we seem to understand when we look at 3 countries littered with corpses, broken bodies, horribly deformed fetuses, and hundreds of thousands of other victims of chemical warfare in South Vietnam, of colossal magnitude, all caused by an unknown hand, not mentioned here. At the same time, we think of what they have done to us, the agony and pain they have forced us to endure. Based on these assumptions, perhaps we can read without being overwhelmed that James Fallows is fully aware today, after a recent visit to Vietnam, that the war will be important in history above all because of what it meant, internally, for the United States. United, not because of what it meant for Indochina, Dissent editor Dennis Wrong, quoting Fallows approvingly. The slaughter of millions of Indochinese and the destruction of their countries is a matter too insignificant to attract the attention of the muse of history while she reflects on the internal problems caused to important people, to those who really count. Perhaps one day, some brainy German commentator will explain that the Holocaust will be important in history mainly for what it meant, internally, for Germany, not for what it meant for the Jews. Francis Jennings, a great authority on Native Americans, once observed, in the story, the man in the wrinkled shirt and gold-trimmed waistcoat somehow levitates on the blood he has commanded dirty-handed subordinates to spill. We cannot realistically deal with the problems that await us unless we come to grips with these amazing and persistent features of our moral and intellectual culture. Central America has been a foreign policy obsession throughout the 1980s, and the consequences are obvious. Before this horrible and shameful decade, Central America had been one of the most miserable corners of the world. The idea that its destiny can teach us some lessons about the great power that has long dominated the region and has repeatedly intervened in its affairs is foreign to the minds of important people, and it is understood that they are not to be bothered by notes so jarring. Thus, in the New York Times Magazine, James Lemoyne meditates on the deep-seated problems of Central America, recalling the role of Cuba, the Soviet Union, North Korea, the PLO, Vietnam, and other subversive foreign forces. But an actor is missing, apart from the phrase that in El Salvador the United States encouraged the Salvadoran army, insisted on holding elections and called for certain reforms. In another Times Magazine article, Tad Sulk gives a similar treatment to the Caribbean region, observing that the origins of Caribbean problems are not entirely Cuban. The Soviet offensive is also to blame, along with the consequences of colonial greed and mismanagement on the part of the European powers. The United States is accused solely of indifference to the problems that are brewing. In a subsequent Times Magazine article, Stephen Kinzer admits that in Guatemala, which he had held up as a model for errant Sandinistas, the progress of democracy leaves something to be desired. Sure, there are some encouraging signs. Thus, the murders of the security forces to which we favor have dropped to perhaps 2 a day. Certainly this is a vast improvement over the period when Reagan and his cohorts enthusiastically hailed Lucas Garcia and Rios Montt, whom Kinzer now describes as 2 of the most ruthless president's military, actually mass murderers. But Kinzer, who is well acquainted with the role played by the United States in Guatemala, also knows the rules of decorum. In his version, Guatemala's democratic interlude of 1944 to 1954 ended for some unknown reason, and no mention is made of the role of the United States, later developed by the United States to the present day. Once again, we find only a passing reference to general indifference. Rich countries, especially the United States, welcomed and, in some cases, helped force transitions to civilian rule in Latin America, but without sufficient commitment or recognition of the long-term risks. If in Guatemala there are more unemployed and, currently, more people than ever in what we can remember feed on what they take out of the garbage, if the army maintains its depraved and bloodthirsty regime, if the military and the super-rich who rule behind a civilian facade persist in what the Catholic bishops call inhuman and ruthless abuse of needy peasants, it must be a reflection of their inherently despicable character. Certainly no respectable person could imagine that the United States could share some responsibility for having instituted and maintained this charnel house. The practice is virtually a literary convention. Reporting on the electoral campaign of Bosch and Balaguer in the Dominican Republic in 1990, Howard French tells us that Juan Bosch, a lifelong Marxist, was deposed in a military coup shortly after winning the first free elections in the Dominican Republic. country, in 1963, and that his rival, Joachim Balaguer, defeated Bosch in the presidential elections of 1966. A few pertinent facts are omitted, among them, that there had been no free elections before because of the repeated North American intervention, including the support given for a long time to the murderer and torturer Trujillo, until he began to interfere with U.S. interests, that the lifelong Marxist advocated policies similar to those of the Kennedy Democrats, that the United States materially contributed to harming him and promptly supported the new military regime, that when the mob rose up to restore the government constitutional in 1965, the United States sent 23,000 soldiers under completely fraudulent pretexts to avoid the threat of democracy, establishing the usual regime of death squads, torture, repression, working conditions typical of slavery, increased poverty and malnutrition, mass emigration, and wonderful opportunities for its own investors, and tolerating the free elections of 1966 only when the playing field had been leveled by sufficient doses of terror. Even major atrocities like the massacre that the United States carried out and presided over in Cambodia in the early 1970s have quietly faded away. Routinely, when the New York Times discusses Cambodia's horror story, it begins in April 1975, under the headline "The Cambodian Ordeal, a country bleeds to death for 15 years. Apparently no one bled from the first uninterrupted U.S. bombing raids from March 1969 to April 1975, when 600,000 people were killed, according to CIA estimates. Moral cowardice would be staggering if this routine feature of intellectual life did not exist. Returning to Central America, a decade ago there was some hope of constructive change. In Guatemala, peasants and workers were organizing to challenge one of the most primitive oligarchies on earth. In El Salvador, church-based mutual aid groups, trade unions, peasant associations, and other grassroots organizations offered the general population a way to escape crushing poverty and repression, and to begin to assume some control over their communities' lives and their destiny. In Nicaragua, the tyranny that served as the basis for U.S. power in the region for decades was overthrown in 1979, leaving the country in ruins, with 40,000 corpses scattered, the treasury looted and the economy devastated. But the National Guard was expelled and new popular forces were mobilized. Here, too, there was hope for a better future, and this was achieved to a surprising degree, despite extreme adversity, in the early years. The Reagan administration and its media and liberal Democrat cronies can take credit for reducing these hopes to nothing. That is a rare triumph for which history will assign them their rightful place, if an honest explanation is ever given. 2. Political successes. But let us put such unsettling thoughts aside as we all too easily do and try to assess the impact of these years where it matters to history in the eyes of the sophisticated, internally, to American society itself, and, in particular, to America. Those who hold the reins. To address these issues sensibly, we need to try to understand our own societies. It is not a simple image. In the United States, we see, for example, the small Jesuit Quest for Peace Center that, without resources, managed to raise millions of dollars to help the victims of the Nicaraguan hurricane from the hands of people who have been able, in a way, to maintain their independence of thought and his belief in simple moral values. On the other hand, we see the rigid fanaticism, willful ignorance, and intellectual and moral corruption of elite culture. We see a political system in which formal mechanisms function with little substance, yet at the same time dissent, activism, riots and informal politics have increased and put pressures on state violence that are by no means negligible. As far as the political system is concerned, the Reagan era represents a significant advance in capitalist democracy. For 8 years, the United States government functioned virtually without a chief executive. This is an important fact. It is quite unfair to attribute too much responsibility to Ronald Reagan, the person, for the policies adopted in his name. Despite the efforts of the educated classes to dress the proceedings with proper dignity, It was hardly a secret that Reagan had only the vaguest idea of his administration's policies and that, if not properly timed by his employees, he would often making statements that would have been a problem if someone had taken them seriously. The question that dominated the sessions of the Iran-Contra issue: did Reagan know, or remember, what his administration's policy had been, was very minor. Pretending otherwise was simply part of the cover-up operation. And the lack of public interest in revelations that Reagan was involved in illegal aid to the Contras during a period when, as he later reported to Congress, he knew nothing about it betrays a certain realism. Reagan's duty was to smile, read teleprompter texts in a pleasant voice, crack a few jokes, and keep the audience suitably confused. His only qualification for the presidency was that he knew how to read the script written for him by rich people, who paid well for the favor. Reagan had been doing it for years. He seemed to act to the satisfaction of the taxpayers and enjoy the experience. By all accounts, he spent many a pleasant day in the pomp and pageantry of power and should enjoy himself in the quarters his grateful benefactors have prepared for him in retirement. It's really none of their business whether the bosses left mounds of mutilated bodies in El Salvador's death squad dumps or hundreds of thousands of homeless people on the streets. An actor is not blamed for the content of the words that come from his lips. When we speak of the policies of the Reagan administration, we are not referring, therefore, to the figure established to represent them by an administration whose main strong point was public relations. The creation of a symbolic figure by the public relations industry is a contribution to the resolution of one of the critical problems that any society that combines concentrated power with formal mechanisms that, in theory, allow the public in usually take part in the control of their own affairs, thus giving rise to a threat to privilege. Not only at the individual level, but also at the internal level, there are insignificant people who must be taught to submit with due humility, and the creation of a figure of flesh and blood is a classic device to achieve this end. In Herodotus's time, we can read how those who had fought for their freedom became once more the subjects of an autocratic government through the actions of capable and ambitious leaders who first introduced the ceremonial of kingship, distancing the leader from the public and at the same time creating the legend that he was a being of a different category from ordinary men, that he should be shrouded in mystery and leave the secrets of the government, which are not the business of the common people, to those who had the right to manage them. In the early years of the Republic, an absurd cult of George Washington was invented as part of the effort to cultivate the ideological loyalties of citizens and thus create a sense of viable nationality, says historian Lawrence Friedman. Washington was a perfect man of unparalleled perfection, who had been raised above the level of humanity, and so on. To this day, the Founding Fathers remain those pure geniuses of objective contemplation, who far surpassed ordinary mortals, see above, paragraph beginning. To give another appropriate example. Such veneration still exists, especially in elite intellectual circles, of which the Camelot comedy is an example. Sometimes a foreign leader rises to the same demigod among loyal worshippers and can be described as a Promethean figure of colossal strength and colossal powers, as in the most absurd moments of the Stalin era or as in the accolade of the editor and owner of the New Republic, Martin Peretz, to the Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir, from which these quotes come. Franklin Delano Roosevelt reached similar heights among broad sectors of the population, including many members of the poor and working classes, who placed their trust in him. The aura of sanctity remains among the intellectuals who worshipped him in the temple. Reviewing a laudable book on FDR by Joseph Alsop in the New York Review of Books, left liberal social critic Murray Kempton speaks of the majesty of Roosevelt's smile that shone from those great heights that are beyond resentment. Those of us who were born into less secure circumstances tend to think of this behavior, indeed, revere it, as aristocratic elegance. We feel as much nostalgia as Alsop for a time when America was ruled by gentlemen and ladies. Roosevelt and Lucy Mercer were even greater people on a domestic scale than they would end up being on a cosmic scale, and they met the great crisis of their lives, a secret romance, with the utmost grace. The fact that Roosevelt was the Democrat that the great Gentlemen are always in no way diminished in their greatness. His mixture of elegance and compassion implies a true majesty left us with a nostalgia that hurts. His immense authority remains with us and all history before, pleasantly exalted, splendidly eternal object of infatuation, etc., etc. Roosevelt acquired such a stranglehold that he turned social research into a wasteland to such an extent that it was 10 years before a Commerce Department economist became curious about the distribution of income and was surprised to discover that its inequality had persisted almost unchanged from Hoover through Roosevelt and Truman. But this is just criticism of trivial thoughts. The important thing is that Roosevelt brought us welfare, owing to his influence on the public conscience, the idea that men were really equal, whatever reports of economic reform and civil rights might show. Noel Annan's reaction was published, praising Murray Kempton's justifiable praise of Roosevelt. As hard as they tried, the makers of fantasy could not even approach such heights in the Reagan era. The political and social history of Western democracies records all kinds of efforts to ensure that formal mechanisms are little more than free spinning wheels. The goal is to eliminate public interference in policy making. This has been largely achieved in the United States, where political organizations, operative unions, media outlets independent of the corporate oligopoly, or other grassroots structures that could provide people with means to gain more information, clarify and develop their ideas, exposing them on the political stage and working to make them a reality, have little to offer. As long as each individual faces his or her television alone, formal freedom will pose no threat to privilege. An important step forward to prevent the access of the angry public to serious matters is to reduce elections to the election of symbolic figures, such as the flag or the Queen of England, who, after all, opens Parliament by reading the political program of the government, although no one asks if he believes in it or even understands it. If the elections become a question of selecting the Queen for the next 4 years, we will have traveled a long way toward resolving the tension inherent in a free society in which power over investment and other fundamental decisions, and thus also over political and ideological systems, is highly concentrated in private hands. For such democracy deterrence to succeed, the indoctrination system must perform its functions correctly, investing the leader with majesty and authority and fabricating the illusions necessary to keep the public in bondage, or else, at least, less busy. In modern times, one way to approach this task is to write eulogies, or lamentations, for the surprising popularity of the august figure chosen to preside from afar. Since the early days of the Reagan era, tales of Reagan's unprecedented popularity, constantly reported by the media, have been repeatedly proven to be fraudulent. His popularity, slightly deviating from the 1/3 to 2/3 norm, never reached Kennedy or Eisenhower levels, and was largely predictable, as is normal, based on perceptions about the direction of the economy. George Bush was one of the most unpopular candidates ever to take office, judging by polls conducted during the election campaign. After 3 weeks in office, his personal approval rating was 76%, well above Reagan's high mark. 18 months after coming to power, Bush's personal popularity was still above Reagan's all-time high. Reagan's swift disappearance after his job was done should come as no surprise to anyone who knew the role he had been assigned. However, it is important to keep in mind that although the substance of democracy was successfully curtailed during the Reagan era, the public was still basically out of control, posing serious problems for the exercise of power. The Reagan administration met these problems with a dual strategy. First, it developed the most elaborate agitprop apparatus in North American history, its Office of Public Diplomacy, one of its main objectives being the demonization of the Sandinistas and the organization of support for the terror states of Central America. This mobilization of power to control public opinion was illegal, as a congressional review briefly noted, but entirely favorable to the defense of a powerful and intrusive state, which is a fundamental doctrine of what is called conservatism. The second device was to focus on clandestine operations, at an unprecedented level. The magnitude of these operations is a good indication of popular dissidence. Clandestine operations are typically a secret only to the general population on a national level, but not to the media and Congress, whatever they say. For example, when the Reagan administration focused on unraveling the Central American peace accords immediately after they were signed in August 1987, the media and Congress chose not to know that illegal Contra supply flights almost tripled from the already phenomenal level of one a day, as Washington desperately tried to keep its partner forces on the scene, violating agreements, in order to maximize violence and disorganization and make the people of Nicaragua understand that the elimination of the Sandinistas was a prerequisite for any hope of decent survival. A year later, the media and Congress decided not to notice that the same sources that had been ignored in the past, were later proven correct and finally acknowledged, were reporting on supply flights of the CIA to the Contras from the Ilopango Air Base, near San Salvador, to Nicaragua. The Hasenfuss route, finally revealed when an American mercenary was killed in October 1986, and the long-known facts could no longer be concealed for a few weeks. Similarly, the media, as well as Congress, appeared not to understand the absurdity of the historic agreement between the Bush administration and liberal congressmen committing the administration and Congress to aid the Nicaraguan rebels and support of peace in Central America. Bernard Weinraub, New York Times. A clear and transparent self-contradiction, since peace efforts explicitly prohibit aid. A Times editorial solemnly explained that America's goals were now consistent with the regional pact that was flagrantly violated by the agreement that the editors of the newspapers hailed. The historic agreement reaffirms the policy that the strong can do what they want, regardless of the will of others, as Daniel Ortega was said to have said on the day the Times editorial was published. The practice was consistent insofar as the media carried out orders, quite unaware that peace efforts in Central America explicitly and unambiguously excluded all aid to US-controlled forces except that intended for resettlement, and that the aid provided could in no way be described as humanitarian, as the World Court unequivocally determined in a ruling that displeased the opinion of the North American elite and that, consequently, was never mentioned in the long and heated debate, or what passed for it, about humanitarian aid. The blatant self-contradiction of the, quite typical, Times statement that we have quoted is evident and transparent if we consider the Escapulus II Agreement of August 1987, which Washington and the media managed to destroy in a few months, the high-profile SAPOA Agreement, the fire of March 1988 that Congress and the administration quickly violated with the support of the media, or the agreement of the Central American presidents of February 1989, immediately undermined by the administration and Congress with the usual support of the media of communication, exhibiting a tolerance for invention, even outright self-contradiction, that would have deeply impressed Orwell. The facts are clear and unambiguous. The declaration of the presidents of Central America in February 1989, Escapulus IV, was, for the most part, a reflection of the triumph of the U.S. government and the media in destroying the agreements of August 1987. Therefore, critical symmetry provisions were removed to exempt US-backed terror states, and Nicaraguan efforts to restore international control of Escapulus II, suppressed under U.S. pressure, were rebuffed again in the January 1988 session, allowing the United States and its clients complete freedom to violate any agreements they wished, trusting, and rightly so, that the press would play along. But despite this capitulation to the power of the United States, the agreement firmly reiterates the request contained in Article 5 of the Escapulus II Agreement that regional and extra-regional governments, which provide aid either openly or secretly, to irregular forces, the Contras or insurrectionist movements, indigenous guerrillas in the area, immediately stop such aid, with the exception of humanitarian aid that contributes to the objectives of this document, which are stipulated as voluntary demobilization, repatriation, or relocation in Nicaragua and in third countries of Contras and their families. The Escapulus II article referred to specified a indispensable element for peace, namely, the cessation of open or covert aid of all kinds, military, logistical, financial, propaganda, to the Contras or to the indigenous guerrillas. The SAPOA ceasefire agreement of March 1988 reaffirmed the same principles, designating the Secretary General of the Organization of American States as the official in charge of monitoring compliance. His letter of protest to George Shultz when Congress unanimously voted to violate the agreement, although explicitly promising to observe it, was dismissed by the media as incorrect. Such a letter would hardly have contributed to his task of unanimously applauding Congress's decision to advance the cause of peace by undermining the ceasefire agreement and contradicting the terms of Congress's own legislation. Everywhere, the media, and the Western intellectual community in general, managed to hide what was happening before their eyes, acting largely in the style of the totalitarian state, albeit without the excuse of fear. As was often the case in the past, the cost is paid in blood and misery by insignificant people. The basic principle, rarely violated, is that everything that conflicts with the demands of power and privilege does not exist. Therefore, it is possible to simultaneously violate and support the Escapula's II Accords, the 1988 ceasefire and Central American peace efforts, limited to meeting Washington's demands, in February 1989. The purpose of the government and media campaign to hinder the progress of peace is clear. It was important to make sure that Nicaragua would remain, at least, under a reduced level of terrorist attack in the interior and of military threat on its borders, so that it would not be able to dedicate its precarious resources to the imposing and probably hopeless task of rebuilding the damage caused by the violence and so that internal controls would allow American commentators to lament the lack of freedom in the country selected as the object of attack. This same logic is hidden behind the Pentagon's instructions to partner forces, explicitly authorized by the State Department and considered reasonable by moderate liberals, to attack underdefended soft targets. This reasoning was explained by a Contra defector whose importance caused him to be rigorously avoided by the independent media, the Secretary General of the OAS, Horacio Arce, head of the Contra Intelligence Service, FDN, whose nom de guerre was a mercenary to speak of defenders of freedom and Democrats corresponds to the educated classes of our country. The Contras received a great deal of media attention, more so than the Nicaraguan government, but Arce received different treatment. Arce had a lot to say when he was interviewed in Mexico, at the end of 1988, after his desertion. In particular, he described his illegal training at an Air Force base in the southeastern United States, identified by name the CIA agents who provided support to the Contras under an AID, Agency for International Development, cover. Agency for International Development, at the United States Embassy in Tegucigalpa, highlighted how the Honduran Army provided information and support for Contra military activities and reported the sale of Soviet-type weapons supplied by the CIA to the guerrillas of the FMLN in El Salvador, later presented as proof of Cuban and Nicaraguan shipments. Later, Arce explained, "We attacked many schools, health centers, and that kind of thing. We have tried to do it so that the Nicaraguan government cannot provide social services to the peasants, cannot develop their project, that is the idea." Evidently, meticulous American training succeeded in advancing this basic idea. It was never seriously doubted that the liberals in Congress and the pacifists in the media would support measures of economic strangulation and low-level terror guided by these principles until Nicaragua achieved democracy, that is, until political power passed into the hands of Nicaragua. The corporations and landed elites linked to the United States, who are Democrats for this reason alone, no questions asked. It is also to be hoped that they will lend at least tacit support to further efforts by Washington to undermine and subvert any government that fails to place security forces under effective U.S. control or achieve customary levels of subordination to U.S. interests of domestic and foreign companies. A government resorts to clandestine terror and subversion, relatively inefficient forms of coercion, when it is driven underground by its internal enemy, the country's population. As for the propaganda exercises of the Reagan era, they achieved the expected success among educated elites. It was practically impossible to imagine any deviation from the basic principles of the party line, however absurd, for example, that El Salvador and Guatemala are, perhaps imperfect, democracies with elected presidents, while Nicaragua, with the Sandinistas, is a totalitarian dictatorship that never held elections approaching the impressive levels of the Uzbek terror states. The 1984 elections did not exist by decree of Washington, faithfully revered in respectable quarters. But the propaganda was less effective, it seemed, among the general population. There are reasons to believe that the substantial improvement in the general cultural and moral level set in motion in the 1960s continued to grow, imposing conditions that any system of concentrated power must satisfy. 3. The triumphs of economic management. The Reagan era largely spread the political agenda of a broad elite consensus. In the 1970s, there was a general commitment to restore corporate profitability and impose some discipline on a world increasingly turbulent. In the North American variant of state capitalism, this means resorting to Keynesian military devices at home, now adapted to the decline of American power and, therefore, with a right-wing rather than a liberal bent, since the programs of the Great Society with the prior demands of important people. Abroad, the counterpart is large-scale subversion and international terrorism, whatever term is chosen to disguise reality. The natural domestic policies were the transfer of resources to the rich, the partial dismantling of the limited welfare system, the attack on unions and real wages, the expansion of public subsidy for high-tech industry through the system of Pentagon, which has long been the engine of economic growth, and the preservation of technological advantage. Plans reflecting these general elite perceptions of the 1960s were proposed by Carter and implemented by the Reaganites, including military spending, which, by and large, closely matched Carter's projections. The method adopted was to plunge the country into a deep recession in order to reduce inflation, weaken unions, and lower wages. Then bail it out through deficit spending, while simultaneously organizing the subsidy of high-tech industry and shaking the world with a fist, political decisions that have usually gone hand in hand. It should be recognized that while talk of free trade is fine for editorials and post-dinner speeches, it is not taken too seriously by those with a stake in political decisions. Historical evidence shows that developing and industrializing economies, including the United States, adopted protectionist measures when they were advantageous. The most prosperous economies are those that present substantial coordination with the state, including Japan and its periphery and Germany where, to mention just one characteristic, the IMF estimates that industrial incentives are the equivalent of a 30% tariff. In the United States, the two main components of the economy that are internationally competitive, capital-intensive agriculture and high-tech industry, are heavily subsidized by the state, which also provides them with a guaranteed market. These two sectors are also, not surprisingly, the bad guys behind the federal deficit, notes the Wall Street Journal. The other evil is untouchable social spending. Franco Modigliani and Robert Solow estimate that, correcting statistical sophistry, if the Social Security surplus were eliminated from the budget, as it would be if it were allocated, as would be correct, to capital formation for future needs, the deficit would increase by $50,000 million. The right-wing military Keynesians were also highly protectionist, quite apart from the expansion of the protected state market for high-tech production under the euphemism of defending. The Reaganites started a Pentagon-based semiconductor research and development consortium and progressively tasked the Pentagon with operating in the style of Japanese state and corporate planners, organizing research and development in the field of chip design and computers, superconductivity, high-definition television, and other areas of advanced technology. Star Wars fantasies were just one of the methods invented to induce the public to subsidize high-tech industry, which will reap the benefits if there are commercial applications, according to free enterprise doctrines. Reagan also introduced more import restrictions than the previous 6 presidents combined. The percentage of total imports subject to quota and restriction agreements doubled from 12 to 24% under Reagan's conservatism. The results of these policies were felt in the mid-1980s and became increasingly evident as the presidential transition approached. Expressing a fairly general consensus among the elite of economists and businessmen, David Hale, chief economist at Kemper Financial Services, observed, "Rarely has an American administration come to power against such a pervasive backdrop of economic pessimism as the one to which the now faces President George Bush, with the country apparently submerged in a sea of red numbers as the Reagan era ends. There was a rapid increase in the federal deficit and the 70-year climb to first nation status. The world's creditor quickly reverted to the status of the world's leading debtor nation." Hale estimates that in 1991, the United States will probably have a foreign debt of $1 trillion, transferring more than $1 trillion in a decade, no mean feat of those who routinely ridicule Sandinista mismanagement. The investment balance also swung sharply in favor of foreign investors. Private and corporate savings deteriorated to a record low relative to GNP. Private wealth grew more slowly than in the 1970s, and real wages stagnated. Income was sharply redistributed upwards, as intended, the rich won, the poor suffered. The government's economic management led to consumption by the rich, speculation and financial manipulation, but very little productive investment. Investment is a smaller fraction of GNP today than it was in the late 1970s when we borrowed from abroad, observes Lester Thurow, adding, "Our current international credits are either for government consumption or for private sector and, therefore, will end up causing a reduction in the future standard of living of Americans." The net investment of the United States, relative to GNP, is today the lowest of the 7 major industrial countries. As Modigliani and Salo point out, even this low level of investment was sustained only by the large increase in capital imports. Military research and development increased from 46 to 67% of federal spending between fiscal years 1980 and 1988, another process that, in the long run, will seriously harm the U.S. economy. These and other factors also contributed to the trade deficit, which cannot be eradicated if U.S. investors move abroad. For the first time in its history, the General Accounting Office released a study on the perilous state in which an outgoing administration had left the economy. Appointed by Reagan, highlighted the staggering costs to be paid as a result of the economic mismanagement and environmental destruction of the Reagan era. The GAO also noted the rapid increase in the number of homeless people, the deterioration of the limited social safety net for the poor and middle class, the decline in the level of safety for the workers, and numerous other consequences of the blind pursuit of short-term performance. There was an aura of prosperity thanks to the willingness of foreign investors to support the rich, not, of course, out of charity. They have the upper hand. The same can be said of the rich in our country. Tax reductions encourage government lending by recipients, who will reap the resulting returns. In this sense, too, fiscal policy constitutes a long-term transfer of resources to the rich. The staggering costs discussed by the federal auditors will be paid by the poor and working class who have been excluded from the consumer binge that economists today blame for the clouds on the horizon, just as the taxpayer is called upon to help speculators, who hope to benefit from the liberalization of credit unions and, probably, soon, of banks that made huge profits lending money to the wealthy classes and the neo-Nazi military leaders who ruled much of America since the early 60s with the support of the United States. State administrators acted selectively with regard to the forms of state intervention in the economy that they adopted. Those cases in which liberalization could produce benefits in the short term were considered as a plausible objective. The fiasco of the savings and credit entities is a dramatic consequence. The senseless neglect of these years has made its effects felt mainly in the deterioration of the levels of infrastructure, health, and education, the environmental situation, and the general state of the economy. Regulatory programs to encourage energy conservation went the way of plans to develop renewable energy resources, under the guise that the price of oil would fall because of the miracle of the free market. In practice, the price has generally set by the Saudi regime, a client of the United States, and the major oil companies, which keep production at a level that guarantees prices high enough to make a huge profit, but low enough not to encourage the search for alternatives, with pressure from the U.S. government in the 1980s to reduce the price in order to sustain the recovery from the deep recession of 1982. This form of insanity has abundant precedents and, as in the past, could have serious repercussions. The resistance to the advance of environmental protection typical of the Reagan era is likely to have other long-term effects. These issues are set out in a scientific study presented at a UN conference in October 1990. The International Panel of Scientists agreed, almost unanimously, that global warming had occurred over the last century and that there is a serious risk of greater warming, oscillating between significant and almost catastrophic, mainly as a result of the combustion of fossil fuels. The press in the United States has focused on isolated opinions that question the consensus without emphasizing justifying them, an American scientist on the panel told the journal Science. A British scientist who is one of the authors of the section on observed climate change added, "In North America, a few extreme views have come into the spotlight. There is none like it anywhere else." None of the 200 scientists agreed with the skeptical views that have received widespread attention in the United States, giving rise to headlines such as "U.S. data fail to show warming trend," New York Times, and "The Global Warming Panic, a classic case of overreaction," Forbes cover, and with television coverage structured to give the impression that scientific opinion is confused and divided. The British press reported that UN political committees ignored the consensus of scientists under pressure from the United States and Japan. Even Thatcher's England abandoned free market fantasies, leaving Washington and its media in the forefront of the effort to postpone a constructive response to what could turn out to be a major catastrophe. The guiding principle, once again, is that government policy should be oriented to the short-term benefit of the privileged, the basic doctrine of Reagan's conservatism. A congressional study, released in March 1989, shows that the median household income of the poorest fifth of the population decreased by about 6% between 1979 and 1987, while that of the richest fifth increased about 11%. These statistics have been corrected for inflation and include welfare benefits. For the poorest fifth of the population, personal income decreased by 9.8%, while for the richest fifth of the population it increased by 15.6%. 100. One reason is that there are more paid jobs today with wages at or below the poverty level, commented the chief economist of the House Budget Committee. The National Association of Children's Hospitals and Related Institutions released a study showing that health care for children in the United States had declined to its lowest point in 10 years, with appalling statistics. For example, the proportion of children born underweight, which contributes to unusually high infant mortality rates, is 1.7 times that of Western Europe. For black children, the ratio is much worse. Derek Jackson, a columnist for the Boston Globe, points out the consequences of this for a rich city. Jackson notes that UNICEF ranks the United States second only to Switzerland in GNP per capita and 22nd in infant mortality, with worse data than Ireland or Spain, down from 10th place in 1960. For African Americans, the rate is nearly double the U.S. average. In Boston's Roxbury neighborhood, populated largely by ethnic minorities, the rate is nearly triple the U.S. average, which would put Roxbury, arguably the second richest nation in the world, in the 42nd place in infant mortality. Despite the fact that Boston is one of the world's great medical centers, the infant mortality rate in Roxbury is worse than that of Greece, Portugal, the Soviet Union, and all of Eastern Europe and much of the Third World. A Harvard Medical School infant mortality expert, Paul Wise, commented, "The only place where you see social disparities like you see in the infant mortality rate in the United States is South Africa, the only other nation industrialized without guaranteed medical assistance." Jackson continues, "Long before pregnancy, women are out of the loop when it comes to nutrition and health education, while, in Washington, leaders glorify the demolition of walls in Europe. Large and growing numbers of African Americans, Latinos, Cambodians, Haitians and Vietnamese see their access to hospitals and clinics blocked due to lack of money, health insurance, or lack of knowledge of the language. Incidents such as these, which can be duplicated throughout the country, provoke an outstanding commentary on the variety of state capitalism that is practiced in what should be, by far, the richest country in the world, with incomparable advantages, dissipated during the times of Reagan even beyond scandalous. Tom Wolfe captures the spirit of those years, which he describes as one of the great golden moments humanity has ever experienced. So they undoubtedly were for the important people he is addressing. The desired goals of domestic economic management were largely achieved, just as the bipartisan consensus in Washington achieved its desired goal of deflecting the threat of democracy and social reform in Central America. 4. Restore faith. Reagan's greatest achievement is supposed to be that he made us feel good about ourselves, restoring faith in authority, which had sadly waned. As the editors of the Wall Street Journal put it, he restored the efficiency and morale of the armed forces and showed a willingness to use force in Grenada and Libya, two military failures, but never mind. We were able to kill enough people and we're on top again, towering over the careerists who tried to outdo us but succumbed to temperate courage and cowboy strength, in the words of British journalist Paul Johnson, as he faded before the manliness of his idol Ronald Reagan, who, in reality, had shown the courage of a mafia boss who sends a squad of gunmen to break the bones of children in a kindergarten. With these feats, Reagan overcame our sick inhibitions against the use of military force, Norman Podhoretz chanted. In reality, this is all a hoax. Scared little men can strut with great respect for their cowboy hero, but the general public seems more averse than before to violent intervention, and I hope, though I don't know, more committed to acting to prevent it. 5. Public vices. The promotion of state-directed international terrorism and economic management for short-term profit for the rich are the most notable features of the Reagan era, but there are others. In this brief review, I haven't even touched on what may be the most dangerous legacy of Reagan, Thatcher, and the rest. Future generations will face problems quite different in scale and complexity from any that have come before. The possible destruction of a physical environment capable of sustaining human life in conditions similar to the current ones is one of the most dramatic, together with the growing threat of weapons of mass destruction and the continuous conflicts between adversaries with the capacity to cause terrible damage. Growing. It is not so obvious that these problems have a solution. That the exaltation of greed until it becomes the highest human value is not the answer is quite evident. Stories about private vices producing public benefits might be tolerated in a world that didn't live so close to the edge, but they certainly can't anymore. By celebrating the most repugnant elements of human nature and social life, the Reaganites have uncertainly delayed the prospects of resolving serious dilemmas and potential catastrophes. Future generations will pay the costs. That is the legacy of these years, although we allow ourselves not to see the misery and torture of our victims in much of the world. 3. The problems of population control. The previous chapter dealt with the political, economic, and cultural effects of the so-called Reagan Revolution and the formation of the global system, taking into account the decline of the two superpowers and the erosion of the Cold War confrontation that had proved so useful to mobilize the country's population in support of intervention abroad and privilege at home. Since these remain central political objectives, further reflection is required. For U.S. elites, the easing of Cold War tensions was a mixed blessing. Indeed, the weakening of the Soviet deterrent makes it easier for the United States to resort to violence and coercion in the Third World, and the collapse of the Soviet system paves the way for the integration of much of Eastern and Central Europe into domains that are to complement the industrial economies of the West. But the problems arise when it comes to controlling the public, always threatening, in our country, and maintaining influence over the Allies, today credible rivals in terms of economic power and at the head of the project of adapting the new Third World to their needs. Many problems of a potentially serious nature originate here. It was hardly surprising, therefore, that Gorbachev's initiatives elicited such ambivalent reactions, tinged with visible concern and thoughts about how they could be exploited for Washington's benefit. Or that his unilateral concessions and offers were so commonly interpreted as moves in a public relations game, in which our side woefully lacked the talent to compete. 1. The distressing spectrum of peace. The unsettling specter of peace raises thorny questions about peace, observes the Wall Street Journal. This specter represents a crucial threat to the usual recourse to Keynesian military programs that have been the fundamental device of the economic management of the state during the post-war period. The journal quotes former Army Chief of Staff Gen. Edward Meyer as thinking that a more capital-intensive, high-tech military would ensure big business for industry, robot tanks, drones, sophisticated electronic devices, all of dubious utility for any defensive military purpose, or probably for any purpose, though that is not the point. This is, however, a rather weak hope. How will the public be forced to pay the costs without a credible red threat on the horizon? Concerns grew as the specter's shadow lengthened. Doom and gloom were present at one of the first forums in favor of the Economic Stabilization, Adjustment, and Defense Industry Conversion Act of 1990, he reported. The press from Washington under the headline "How Smalls Ways to Soften the Blow as Peace Breaks Out." Appearing before a House Armed Services Subcommittee a few days earlier, Matthew Coffey, president of the National Tooling and Machining Association, declared, "If the military budget goes down, we're going to have to go through a difficult and painful. There is broad agreement that the state will have to provide export credits and other benefits to industry. Unless a pushback alternative is adopted, it will be impossible to reduce weapons systems," said New York liberal Democrat Ted Weiss. Ohio Republican John Kasich nodded, muttering something about corporate welfare, an unusual concession to the real world. The problem is not new, although it is now more serious. The peace fears have aroused uneasiness and anxiety since the early days of the Cold War. Business circles have long taken it for granted that the state must play a key role in maintaining the system of private profit. They may welcome talk of free enterprise and laissez-faire, but only as a weapon to prevent the diversion of public resources to the general population or to facilitate the exploitation of possessions. The assumption has been that a possible alternative to the Pentagon system is investment in social needs. Although perhaps technically feasible by the abstract criteria of economists, this option interferes with the prerogatives of owners and managers and is therefore excluded as a political option. But unless driven by fear, the public will never choose the path most useful to corporate interests, nor will it support foreign adventures undertaken to subordinate the Third World to the same demands. The problems of social control increase as the coercive capacity of the state is limited. After all, it is hardly a law of nature that a few have to rule while the crowd obeys, that the economy has to be geared towards ensuring luxuries for a few and not meeting the needs of all, or that fate, even the survival, of future generations is dismissed as irrelevant to planning. If ordinary people are free to ponder the causes of human misery, in the words of Barrington Moore, they may very well draw all the wrong conclusions. Consequently, it must be indoctrinated or distracted, a task that requires unremitting efforts. The means are many. Engendering fear of a threatening enemy has always been a powerful deterrent. The Vietnam years raised many concerns. To counter the threat, it was necessary to restore the image of American benevolence and rebuild the structure of fear. Both challenges were tackled with the dedication they require. The congressional campaign in defense of human rights, itself a reflection of the improved moral and intellectual climate, was cleverly exploited for the first purpose. In the article in the Annual Review of the World's Situation in Foreign Affairs, Robert Tucker comments, cynically but precisely, that since mid-1970s human rights have served to legitimize a portion of the nation's foreign policy after the Vietnam War and to give policy a sense of purpose that has apparently been necessary to win public support. And he adds, the simple truth that human rights are little more than a revamped version of America's historic goal of advancing the cause of freedom in the world, as in Vietnam, a noble effort undertaken in defense of a free people resisting communist aggression. These State Department press releases are all one can expect about Vietnam in respectable circles. The simple truth is too threatening to be thought. But the comments on the historical objective of the United States, also conventional, do deserve some attention. This rhetoric would only draw derision, except in pockets of pre-enlightened fanaticism, perhaps among the mullahs of calm or in disciplined Western intellectual circles. In the Reagan days, a craving for democracy was added to the array of population control measures. As Tucker says, under the Reagan doctrine, the legitimacy of governments will no longer depend simply on their effectiveness, but on their adequacy to the democratic process, and there is a right of intervention against illegitimate governments, an overly ambitious goal, in his opinion, but otherwise not problematic. The naive might ask why we have not exercised this right of intervention in South Korea, Indonesia, South Africa, or El Salvador, among other candidates. However, there is no inconsistency. These countries have committed to democracy in the functional sense of the word, the unchallenged rule of elements of the elite, corporate world, oligarchy, military, that generally respect the interests of U.S. investors, with suitable methods for their occasional ratification by segments of the public. When these conditions are not satisfied, intervention to restore democracy is legitimate. To cite the fashionable case of the 1980s, Nicaragua with the Sandinistas was a totalitarian society, according to Secretary of State James Baker, and a communist dictatorship, according to the media, in which we must intervene massively to ensure that elites sensitive to North American interests prevail as in the other countries of the region. Colombia, on the contrary, is a democracy with a clear playing field, according to the current jargon, since these elements govern without political challenges. A closer look at Colombia is directly relevant to what follows and provides a clearer idea of what constitutes a democracy. In Colombia, the New York Times informs us, brave people threatened by cocaine gang violence are fighting to preserve democratic normality and to keep democratic institutions alive. There is no reference here to peasants, union leaders, or defenders of social justice and human rights who face the violence of the military and the oligarchy. And, crucially, democratic normality has never been threatened by the fact that the two parties that share political power are two horses with the same owner, former President Alfonso López Michelson, a circumstance not exactly unknown to U.S. Nor do the true conditions of this democratic normality generate any problem. To mention a few, death squads have murdered close to 1,000 members of the only party not owned by the oligarchy, the Patriotic Union, UP, since its founding in 1985, leaving the unions and popular organizations without any meaningful political representation. The disappearance and execution of indigenous, community and labor movement leaders is a regular part of daily life, while many Colombians insist that army troops act as if they were an occupying force in enemy territory, America's watch. These death squads dedicated to the extermination of subversive elements are in cahoots with the security forces, Amnesty International. An official government report released in 1983 found that approximately one-third of members of paramilitary groups implicated in political assassinations and other terrorist acts were active-duty officials, a pattern that continues to this day, as well as alliances with drug traffickers, according to reports on human rights. Alfredo Vázquez Carrizosa, president of the Permanent Committee for Human Rights of Colombia and former Minister of Foreign Affairs. The death squads have created a environment of terror, uncertainty, and despair, and all families in which even one member is involved in any way in activities aimed at social justice are under constant threat of disappearance and torture, carried out with impunity by the military and their allies, Pax Christi Netherlands, including the cocaine gangs and the owner of the two horses. Political assassinations in 1988 and 1989 reached an average of 11 daily, Andean Commission of Jurists, Bogotá office. All this clears the playing field and does not pose any threat to democratic institutions, nor does it endanger the historical objective of the United States. Similarly, The rise of drug cartels in Guatemala has sparked deep concern for the survival of the country's nascent democracy, Lindsey Grosson warns in the New York Times. The appearance of Guatemala as a major player in the international drug bazaar along with Honduras and Costa Rica, today routinely used for drug transshipment, has aroused among United States diplomats the concern of that this could give rise to a fierce debate in Congress about aid to this country, which has just emerged from international isolation after years of military rule. But the events of a few days earlier, routine for many years and too insignificant to make it to the Times, did not raise any doubts about the nascent democracy or threaten the influx of military and other aid from the United States. The telegraphic services reported that, terrified by a new wave of political violence, the family of a kidnapped human rights activist fled their country on September 23 after spending almost 6 weeks hidden in a room at the Red Cross. The Federal Representative General for Human Rights Affairs says that it is incredible how this family has been persecuted because of the human rights activities of Maria Romalda Cami, a member of the mutual support group of the relatives of the disappeared. She was kidnapped in August by armed men, making her the 4th person in her family to go missing in 10 months. The others ended up showing up, all shot dead and dumped on the side of the road. The family went to the mutual support group office in Guatemala City, but was evacuated by the Red Cross when a grenade was thrown through the window half an hour after her arrival. In the last 2 months, the report continues, there has been an increase in killings and bombings, with mutilated bodies dumped on roadsides as warnings. This surge is above the normal level of atrocities committed by the security forces and their squads and unofficial associates. Thus, on September 15, the Guatemalan press reported that 15 bodies showing signs of torture had been found in a southwestern province over a period of 48 hours. According to a survivor, before they were abducted they were followed by an army vehicle belonging to a nearby military base. A few days later, the body of a student was found, the 7th of 12 recently disappeared in the classic style of the security forces of U.S. client states. Other bodies with severed limbs and signs of torture were found. Thousands of peasants who returned from Mexico after being promised land and security are planning to flee to Mexican refugee camps because of the violence and the government's failure to keep these promises, according to local press reports. The targets are peasants, activists, and organizers. Therefore, the nascent democracy suffers, at most, minor flaws and is safe from international isolation or funding cuts, at least, as long as it does not harm the interests of the master. Through such means as the skillful manipulation of human rights concerns and a properly harmonized craving for democracy, ideological institutions work to rebuild the image of benevolence. And its success has been remarkable, at least among articulate elites. The complementary task was to reconstruct the climate of fear. To this end, it was necessary to lament the triumphs of the Soviet enemy, advancing with increasing force, conquering the world, building a huge military system to crush us. The effort met with brief success, although by the mid-1980s it had to be abandoned as the costs of defense against these fearsome challenges. Consequently, we can admit that it is now clear that the gravity of the events of the 1980s was exaggerated. Robert Tucker. The threat posed to our existence by the Soviet influence in South Yemen, Laos, Grenada, and similar trouble spots was not exactly as severe as he and other serious analysts had thought. In 1983, the CIA recognized that, since 1976, the growth rate of Soviet defense spending had dropped from 4 to 5% to 2% and the growth rate of arms purchases had slowed just the opposite. Of the claims made to justify the Carter rearmament program that was essentially carried out under Reagan. In a careful new analysis of the data, economist Franklin Halsman concludes that the ratio of Soviet military spending to GNP changed little after 1970 and the total appears to be considerably lower than U.S. spending, for not to mention the fact that U.S. NATO allies outspent Soviet Warsaw Pact allies by more than 5 to 1. That 15 to 20% of Soviet spending is dedicated to the China front and that his allies have been untrustworthy. The difference in Soviet military spending, he concludes, like the bomber difference of the 1950s and the missile difference of the 1960s, turns out to be a myth. Since the early years of the Cold War, the real threat has been Soviet political aggression, Eisenhower, and what Adlai Stevenson and others called internal aggression. A powerful NATO military alliance, Eisenhower argued, should convey a sense of confidence that would make its members stronger politically in opposing communist invasions, that is, political aggression from within by of communists, a word generally understood to include the labor movement, radical Democrats, and similar threats to democracy. Democracy Making these observations in his History of Nuclear Weapons, McGeorge Bundy adds that Eisenhower did not believe that the Russians wanted or planned any large-scale military aggression. This idea was common among rational planners, which is not to say that they did not easily convince themselves that the Soviet hordes were on the march when such doctrines were useful for other purposes. Part of the concern about the decline of the Soviet threat is that the right images may no longer be conjured up when we have to rush to defend the privileged against internal aggression. In the early Reagan years, the Soviet threat was manipulated in favor of the twin goals of intervention in the Third World and the establishment of a welfare state for the privileged. By broadcasting Washington's rhetoric, the media helped create a brief period of public support for rearmament, while concocting a useful myth about the immense popularity of the charismatic great communicator to justify organized support for the wealthy. For the state. Other devices were also used. Thanks to the campaign developed by the government and the media, in 1986 60% of the public ended up considering Nicaragua as a vital interest of the United States, far above France, Brazil, or India. In the mid-1980s, international terrorism assumed a central role, particularly in the Middle East. To appreciate the brilliance of this propaganda feat, we must bear in mind that even in the years of greatest concern, 1985 to 1986, the United States and its Israeli ally were responsible for the most serious acts of international terrorism in this region, for not to mention the prominent role of the United States in international terrorism around the world also in previous years. The worst terrorist act in the region was the planting of a car bomb in Beirut in 1985 that killed 80 people and injured 250. This was graphically depicted, but did not fit canon as it was initiated by the CIA. To cite another startling example, in 1987 it was revealed that one of the many organized terrorist operations against Cuba took place at a particularly tense moment in the missile crisis. A terrorist group sent by the CIA blew up a Cuban industrial facility, with a total of 400 workers reported dead, an incident that could have triggered a nuclear war. I did not find even the slightest reference to this fact in the media amid the fury unleashed at the plague of international terrorism spread by insane Arabs backed by the KGB in an effort to harm the West. Respected works by specialists in the field strictly adhere to the official canon. Threats like Nicaragua and international terrorists have the advantage that they are weak and harmless. Unlike the Soviet enemy, Grenada and Libya can be attacked with impunity, arousing attitudes. Arrogant and, at least, a few moments of union around the flag. On the contrary, we could complain bitterly against the Soviet enemy, but no more. For the same reason, this threat is difficult to sustain. To increase credibility, selected targets were often linked to the evil empire, with evidence usually irrelevant. But these accusations have also lost their force and new monsters are urgently needed to keep the population on the right track. We entered the Medellin cartel. 2. The war on drugs. To play a good role, a threat must be serious or, at least, it must be possible to describe it as such. Defense against the threat must engender the proper martial spirit among the population, which must give its rulers free rein to pursue other motive policies and must tolerate the erosion of civil liberties, a secondary benefit of particular importance to reactionaries. Supporters of the state masquerading as conservatives. On the other hand, given that the goal is to divert attention from power and its operations from federal offices, corporate boardrooms, and the like, a threat to our day should be distant. The other should be very different from us or, at least, what we have been taught to aspire to be. Likewise, established targets should be weak enough to be attacked for free. It also helps that the color is not correct. In short, the threat should be located in the third world or the poor neighborhoods of our own country. The war against the threat should also be meant to be won, as a precedent for future operations. A fundamental requirement for all this effort is that the media launch a correctly structured propaganda campaign, which is never a problem. The drug war was a natural choice for the next crusade. First of all, there is no doubt about the seriousness of the problem. We will focus directly on the dimensions of it. But for it to be useful to our toward ends, warfare must be limited and precisely shaped, aimed at the right targets, and decisively avoiding the main actors. This too was easily accomplished. The war is also structured so that, in hindsight, it has achieved some of its goals. A fundamental goal of the Bush and Bennett strategy was a slow and steady decline in drug use data reported to the public. The test will be the Federal Household Survey on Drug Abuse, which, a few weeks before the plan was released, showed a decline of 37% between 1985 and 1988. The stated goal thus seemed like a pretty safe bet. The war was declared with much fanfare by President Bush in early September 1989, or rather, re-declared, following the deal struck 20 years earlier by President Nixon, when he made the first impressive declaration of its kind. To properly set the stage for this phase, drug czar William Bennett announced that there had been a remarkable increase in the frequency of cocaine use since 1985, terrifying proof that our current drug epidemic has reached too far and that we are facing increasing drug chaos and a frightening and deepening crisis. A few months later, the White House called a press conference to present a new study as proof that our national drug strategy was succeeding and that narcotics use was going out of style among young Americans, Richard Burke reported in the New York Times. So the drug warriors, in true American tradition, were unreservedly engaging the enemy and defeating him. However, there are a few problems. In 1989, the decline merely continues a trend that began in 1985 to 1986 for cocaine and in 1979 for other illegal drugs, accompanied by a decline in alcohol consumption among the elderly. Although there was no war on alcohol. Cocaine use fell sharply in 1989, falling 24% in the third quarter, before the declaration of war, according to government figures. Bennett's increase is a bit difficult to reconcile with the figures on the decrease in cocaine use, but a few months after the startling news was released with all due fanfare and shock, the paradox was revealed to be mere statistical falsehood. In the last few pages, we further read that a study by the State Department Bureau of International Narcotics Matters contradicted Bennett's claims that the scourge is beginning to pass, thanks to their efforts. As is necessary, the war is directed against them, not against. 70% of Bush and Bennett's drug war budget was earmarked for law enforcement. Although the lower class cannot be locked up in urban reservations and just devour themselves, they can be imprisoned once and for all. Opposing criticism from sympathetic liberals, Bennett supported a tough policy regarding drug education programs. If I have but one choice, I will always apply this policy because I know the children. And you could tell me that this is not an overly romantic view of children, that this is not an overly flattering view of children. And I would reply, you are right. Bennett is stating his position incompletely when he says that if there is only one option, punishment is preferable. In his previous role as Education Secretary, he sought to cut funding for drug education and expressed skepticism about its value. The most ostentatious proposal was military aid to Colombia after the assassination of presidential candidate Luis Carlos Galán. However, as his brother Alberto points out, the central military power of the drug traffickers resides in the paramilitary groups they have organized with the support of large landowners and military officials. Apart from reinforcing the repressive and anti-democratic forces, continues Galán, Washington's strategy eludes the core of the problem, that is, the economic ties between the legal and illegal worlds, the big financial companies that run drug money. It would make more sense to attack and go after the few at the top of the drug business rather than fill the prisons with minnows without the powerful financial structure that brings the drug market to life. It would certainly make more sense if the goal was the war on drugs. But it makes no sense for the goal of population control and is, in any case, unthinkable because of the requirement that state policy protects power and privilege, a natural concomitant of the fair playing field in the realm national. As a drug czar under the Reagan administration, George Bush contributed materially to stamping out the essential content of true war on drugs. Officials from the Treasury Department's wrongdoing section noted the sharp rise in the flow of money to Florida, and later Los Angeles, banks as the cocaine trade boomed in the 1970s and linked it to large-scale laundering of drug profits, report by the Department of the Treasury. They submitted detailed information on these issues to the Drug Enforcement Agency, DEA, and the Department of Justice. After some public exposure, the government launched Operation Greenback in 1979 to prosecute money launderers. It soon failed. The banking industry is not a suitable target for the war on drugs. The Reagan administration loosened the limited control, and Bush wasn't really that interested in financial processing, recalls the Greenback prosecutor. The program soon ceased to exist, and Bush's new war on drugs aims for more palatable targets. Analyzing these data, Jefferson Morley comments that the priorities are exemplified by the actions of Bush's successor in the war on drugs. When an $8 billion surplus was announced for Miami and Los Angeles banks, William Bennett did not ask questions about the morality of their practices or initiate any investigation, though he did issue eviction notices for low-income, mostly black residents from Washington public housing where drug use had been reported. There may also be some good fit. A small Panamanian bank was pressured to plead guilty to money laundering after a quick operation. But the U.S. government withdrew criminal charges against its parent bank, one of Latin America's leading financial institutions, based in one of the Colombian drug cartel's hubs. Nor does it seem that serious efforts are devoted to investigate public claims by cartel money launderers about their contacts with major U.S. banks. The announced war on drugs has several other gaps that are difficult to reconcile with the announced intentions, although they are quite reasonable according to the principles that guide social policy. The preparation of the drug requires ether and acetone, which Latin America imports. Rafael Pearl, a drug policy advisor for the Congressional Research Service, estimates that more than 90% of the chemicals used in cocaine production come from the United States. In the 9 months before the drug war was announced, Colombian police say they seized 5.6 million liters of such chemicals, many of them found in barrels bearing the logos of U.S. companies. A CIA study concluded that U.S. exports of such products far exceed the amounts used for any legal commercial purpose, inferring that huge quantities are being diverted to produce heroin and cocaine. However, chemical companies are out of reach. Most DEA offices have only one agent working on chemical diversion, reports an American official, so controlling them is impossible. And there have been no reports of Delta Force raids on the Manhattan headquarters of these companies. 0. The reference to the CIA reminds us of another interesting loophole in the program. The CIA and other offices of the U.S. government have helped establish and maintain the illegal drug trade since World War II, when mafia connections were used to divide and undermine French unions and the Communist Party, laying the foundations for the French connection based in Marseille. The Golden Triangle, Laos, Burma, Thailand, became a major hub for narcotics as nationalist Chinese troops fled to this region after their defeat in China and, not long after that, as the CIA helped carry out the drug trafficking as part of his effort to recruit an underground mercenary army of hill tribesmen for his counterinsurgency operations in Laos. Over the years, traffic drugs also implicated other clients in the United States. In 1989, General Ramon Montano, the Philippine police chief, testified at a public hearing in Manila that drug syndicates operating in the Golden Triangle used the Philippines as a transshipment point to other parts of Asia and the West and admitted that military officials were involved, as a Senate investigation had pointed out. The Philippines are on their way to become like Colombia, one senator observed. The effect was the same when the CIA turned its attention to the terrorist war against Nicaragua and the Afghan resistance against the Soviet occupation. The complicity of the Reagan and Bush administrations in the drug deals in Central America as part of their Contra support operations is now well known. Pakistan is said to have become one of the major international hubs for the heroin trade when Afghan producers and traders had their operations curtailed after the Soviet invasion in 1979 and moved the business across the border, south. For several years, the U.S. government has received, but refused to investigate, reports of heroin trafficking by some Afghan guerrillas and Pakistani military officials with whom it cooperates. The Washington Post reported well after that the war on drugs advanced at full speed. U.S. officials have received direct reports of heavy heroin smuggling from major Afghan recipients of U.S. aid and the Pakistani military establishment, who provided detailed information to the press in Pakistan and Washington. However, according to U.S. officials, the United States has not investigated or taken any action against none of the suspects. U.S. favorite Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, terrorist leader of the fundamentalist Hizb-e-Islami Party, is accused of being deeply involved in drug trafficking. Other reports indicate that Afghan rebels are being weakened by increasingly bitter local battles over the lucrative heroin trade. As in Asia, U.S. allies in Central America are also caught up in the drug trade. Only Costa Rica has a civilian government, frauds aside, and its Parliamentary Drug Commission. Legislative Assembly's Drug Commission has provided information on these issues. Former President Daniel Oduber was cited for having accepted a campaign contribution from James Lionel Casey, a U.S. citizen jailed in Costa Rica on drug trafficking charges. The commission recommended that Oliver North, Admiral John Poindexter, former Ambassador Louis Tams, former CIA Bureau Chief Joe Fernandez, and General Richard Secord never again be allowed to enter Costa Rica, it reported. The Costa Rican press in July 1989, blaming them for opening a door to arms and drug traffickers by illegally organizing a southern front for the Contras in Costa Rica. A rural guard colonel was accused of offering protection to drug traffickers using the landing strips, probably including those used to supply the Contras in Nicaragua, the commission's president told reporters. Oliver North was accused of establishing a supply line with General Noriega that smuggled weapons into Costa Rica and drugs into the United States. The commission also implicated the American rancher John Hull. Even more serious, the commission reported, was the obvious infiltration of international gangs into Costa Rica using the Contra organization at the request of Colonel North to General Noriega, who opened Costa Rica to arms trafficking and drugs by this mafia, largely as an excuse to help the Contras. There are good reasons why the CIA and drugs are so closely linked. Clandestine terror requires hidden funds, and the criminal elements that intelligence services naturally turn to expect a quid pro quo. Drugs are the obvious answer. Washington's long-term involvement in the drug trade is an essential part of its international operations, especially during the Reagan and Bush administrations. A first objective for a real war on drugs would therefore be within reach. These facts are too high-profile to have been completely ignored, but one has to look far beyond the media to become aware of the magnitude and importance of the Washington connection. For many years, the public image transmitted was very different. A typical illustration is the article by the Asia correspondent of the New York Times, Stephen Erlanger, headline: Southeast Asia is now America's #1 supplier of heroin. The article begins with the statement that the Golden Triangle of Southeast Asia, whose drug trade the United States has been trying to control for 25 years, is, once again, the largest source of heroin entering America. Why has the Golden Triangle been such a big deal for U.S. officials since 1965, a year that, after all, brings with it certain associations? This question is not raised, and the role of the United States government and its clandestine terror services in creating and maintaining the problem that the United States has been trying to control is not mentioned. the United States appears only as victims and defenders of virtue. The discussion over drugs between US and Thai officials is becoming more vigorous and even furious at times, Western diplomats say, as Thailand has become the main smuggling and shipping hub for the Golden Triangle. Not coincidentally, although there is no insinuation here, Thailand was also designated as the focal point of US military, terror and subversion operations in the secret plan to undermine the 1954 Geneva Accords, just weeks after adopted, over US objections, and was subsequently used as the main base for US bombing and clandestine warfare operations, as well as a source of mercenary forces for Indochina. We are trying to make the Thai people understand that drugs are an international problem and that Thailand is also a target, said a diplomat. This is perhaps the limit of the US role in Thailand in general or of the Golden Triangle's drug operations in particular, as far as the Times is concerned. The media rallied around the specifically conceived drug war with its usual efficiency and promptness. The president's decision to send military aid to Colombia and the declaration of war by the September 5 against the toughest domestic challenge we've faced in decades sparked a massive media campaign, tailored precisely to the needs of the White House, even though the program's absurdities were so blatant that there were some small desertions. Several, unscientific, samples of wire service reports throughout the month of September covered drug-related issues that outnumbered Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East combined. Media compliance reached such comical proportions that it led to sarcastic commentary in the Wall Street Journal, where Harding Carter observed that the president was proceeding on a sure footing, that the media would set the pace. In America, he continued, the media has an overwhelming tendency to dance to the tune and bark in unison whenever any White House snaps its fingers. The short-term impact was impressive. Shortly after the November 1988 election, 34% of the public had selected the budget deficit as George Bush's #1 priority once he takes office. 3 per 100 selected drugs as the main priority, a low percentage in relation to the previous months. Following the media campaign of September 1989, a remarkable 43% say drugs are the nation's most important problem, reports the Wall Street Journal, while the budget deficit ranks a distant second to 6%. In a June 1987 poll of registered New York voters, taxes were selected as the #1 problem facing the state, 15%, with drugs far lower on the list. 5 per 100. A repeat run in September 1989 gave radically different results. Taxes were selected by 8% while the drug problem ranked much higher than any other, at a phenomenal 46%. The real world had barely changed. His image had, as it had been transmitted by the ideological institutions, reflecting the needs of power at that time. A martial tone has greater benefits for those who defend violence and state repression in order to guarantee privilege. The government and media campaign helped create the necessary atmosphere between the general public and Congress. With a flourish, Senator Mark Hatfield, often a critic of reliance on force, said that in every congressional district the troops are there. All they're waiting for is orders, a plan of attack, and they're ready to go. The bill approved by Congress extends the application of the death penalty, limits appeals by prisoners and allows police greater freedom to obtain evidence, among other measures. The entire repressive apparatus of the state hopes to benefit from this new war, including the intelligence establishment and the Pentagon, which, however, is reluctant to engage in direct military action that will quickly lose popular support. The military industry, worried by the ominous specter of peace, sniffs out new markets here and wields swords as weapons in the war on drugs, reports Frank Grieve from Washington. Analysts say drug war sales could be a relief to some industries, such as commando operations, defense-related intelligence and counterterrorism, and federal military labs may as well find a new role. Army Colonel John Wagelstein, a leading counterinsurgency specialist, suggested that the connection between drug traffickers and guerrillas could be exported in order to mobilize public support for counterinsurgency programs and discredit their critics. Penetration of this connection into the thinking of the American public and Congress would create the necessary support to confront the guerrilla and narcotics terrorists in this hemisphere. Generating this support would be relatively easy once the connection had been proven and all-out war had been declared by the National Command Authority. Congress would find it difficult to stand in the way of supporting our allies with the training, advice, and security assistance necessary to get the job done. The ecclesiastical and academic groups that have slavishly backed the insurgency in Latin America would find themselves on the wrong side of the moral problem. Above all, we would be in the unassailable moral position from which to launch a concerted offensive effort using Department of Defense, DOD, and non-DOD assets. In short, everything ran its course. 3. The contours of the crisis. Taking a closer look at the drug crisis is instructive. Nope. There is no doubt that the problem is serious. Drug use, to use the technical term, takes a terrible toll. The inexorable facts are analyzed by Ethan Nadelman in the journal Science. Deaths that can be attributed to tobacco use are estimated at around 300,000 per year, while alcohol consumption accounts for between 50,000 and 200,000 deaths per year. Among 15 to 24-year-olds, alcohol is the leading cause of death and is also a gateway drug that leads to the use of others, according to the National Council on Alcoholism. On the other hand, there are several thousand deaths from illegal drug use. 3,562 deaths were recorded in 1985 due to all illegal drugs combined. According to these estimates, about 99% of drug-related deaths can be attributed to tobacco and alcohol. There are also huge health costs, once again due to tobacco and alcohol use in the first place. The health costs of marijuana, cocaine, and heroin together amount to only a small fraction of those caused by either legal drugs, continues Nadelman. Similarly, the distribution of victims must be taken into account. Illicit drugs especially affect the consumer, but their legal relatives seriously affect others, including passive smokers and victims of alcohol-impaired driving and alcohol-induced violence. No illegal drug is as closely linked to violent behavior as alcohol, Nadelman observes, and alcohol abuse is a factor in 40% of the estimated 50,000 traffic deaths each year. The Environmental Protection Agency estimates that 3,800 non-smokers die each year from lung cancer caused by breathing other people's tobacco smoke, and that the cost of second-hand tobacco use can be up to 46,000 annual deaths if heart disease and respiratory ailments are included. State officials say these findings, if confirmed, would require tobacco smoke to be listed as a very dangerous, Class A, carcinogen, along with chemicals like benzene and radon. University of California statistician Stanton Glantz describes second-hand tobacco use as the third leading cause of death that can be avoided, after tobacco and alcohol. 0. The effects of illegal drugs are far from uniform. Thus, among the approximately 60 million Americans who have smoked marijuana, none have died from a marijuana overdose, says Nadelman. As he and others have noted, federal interdiction efforts have helped shift drug use from relatively harmless marijuana to much more dangerous drugs. We might wonder why tobacco is legal and marijuana is not. The nature of the cultivated plant suggests a possible answer. Marijuana can be grown almost anywhere, with little difficulty. Might not be easily marketable by large companies. Tobacco is another story. Questions may be raised about the accuracy of the figures quoted. We would have to analyze the methods to determine the cause of death, the objective of these investigations, and other questions such as the effects on the children of the users. But while the official figures are exaggerated, there is little doubt that William Bennett is correct in speaking of drug chaos and an overwhelming and deepening crisis, which, it seems, can be largely attributed to alcohol and tobacco. Other human and social costs include the victims of drug-related crime and the enormous growth of organized crime, which is believed to owe more than half of its income from drug sales. In this case, the costs are associated with illicit drugs, but because they are illicit, not because they are drugs. The same thing happened with alcohol during the Prohibition era. Here, we are dealing with issues of social policy, which is subject to decisions and elections. Nadelman defends legalization and regulation. Similar proposals have been made by a wide sector of conservative opinion, the London Economist, Milton Friedman, etc., and by others. In response to Friedman, William Bennett argues that, after prohibition was abolished, alcohol consumption skyrocketed. Hence legalization cannot be considered. Whatever the merits of this argument, it's clear Bennett isn't taking it seriously, since he's not proposing to reinstate prohibition or ban tobacco or even assault rifles. His own argument is simply that drug use is wrong and, therefore, it must be prohibited. The implicit assumption is that the consumption of tobacco, alcohol, or the use of assault rifles is not wrong, for reasons that remain unspecified, and that the state should prohibit and punish what is incorrect. Deception, perhaps. Radical politicians like Bennett like to describe themselves as humanists who take a moral stand, insisting on the difference between right and wrong. Clearly, this is pure farce. 4. The drug traffickers. Social policies implemented in Washington contribute to the cost in victims in other ways, a fact dramatically illustrated just as the extensive media campaign orchestrated by the White House reached its peak in September 1989. On September 19, members of the Board of U.S. Trade Representatives, USTR, held a session in Washington to consider a tobacco industry request that the United States impose sanctions on Thailand if it did not lift restrictions on U.S. tobacco imports. Similar actions by the U.S. government had already shoved tobacco down the throats of consumers in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, with human costs similar to those outlined above. This huge drug trafficking operation had its detractors. A statement from the American Heart Association, the American Cancer Society, and the American Lung Association condemned cigarette ads in countries that have already succumbed to the lever of USTR trade threats, a campaign obviously designed to increase tobacco use by young Asian men and women who look to young American men and women as role models. Everett Koop, head of the U.S. Public Health Service, told the USTR board that, "When we are fighting with foreign governments to stop cocaine trafficking, the United States exporting tobacco is the height of hypocrisy." Denouncing trade policy to push addictive substances into foreign markets without regard to health risks, he said, "In a few years, our nation will reconsider this application of free trade policy and find it outrageous." Koop told reporters that he had not sent his statement to the White House because it would not have been approved, and said he also opposed moves under the Reagan administration to force Asian countries to import American tobacco. During his 8 years in office, which ended just days after he made his statement, Koop endorsed reports that tobacco was a deadly addictive drug responsible for an estimated 300,000 deaths annually. Thai observers also protested, anticipating that the consequence would be to reverse a decline in tobacco consumption, achieved after a 15-year campaign against this phenomenon. They also noted that U.S. drug trafficking would interfere with Washington's efforts to induce Asian governments to stop the illegal drug trade. In response to the United States tobacco companies' claim that their tobacco is the best in the world, a Thai observer said, "Certainly in the Golden Triangle we have some of the best products, but we never ask that the principle of free trade governs such products. In fact, we suppress them." Critics evoked the analogy of the Opium War developed 150 years earlier, when the British government forced China to open its doors to opium from British India, sanctimoniously espousing the virtues of free trade while forcing China into addiction to this drug on a large scale. As is the case with the United States today, Britain had little to sell to China other than drugs. The United States wanted for itself the privileges that the British were obtaining from China by force, also extolling free trade and even the great design of Providence to make the wickedness of man favor its charitable purposes towards China, making its way through its exclusive wall and bringing the empire into more immediate contact with Western and Christian nations. American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions. Missions. John Quincy Adams denounced China's refusal to accept British opium as a violation of the Christian principle of love for one's neighbor and an enormous outrage on the rights of human nature and the first principles of the rights of nations. The tobacco industry and its patrons in government conjure up similar arguments today as they try to revive this triumph of Western civilization and its historic purpose. Here we have the biggest drug deal of our day, breaking out right at the height of the government and media campaign. The United States government is perhaps the world's leading drug trafficker, even if we ignore its role in the establishment of the hardcore drug business after World War II and its maintenance ever since. How did this important issue fare in the media campaign? Well, it went virtually unnoticed and, needless to say, without the slightest hint of the obvious conclusion. Drug trafficking is not a trivial issue for the U.S. economy. Tobacco exports doubled in annual value in the 1980s, contributing almost $25 billion to the trade ledger during this decade, according to a report by the Tobacco Merchants Association, rising from $2.5 billion in 1980 to $5 billion. In 1989, tobacco contributed $4.2 billion to the trade balance in 1989, when the deficit for the year was $109 billion. Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky took due note of these figures when testifying in favor of the tobacco companies in a Senate session. Commenting on the benefits to the U.S. economy from tobacco exports, the president of the American Farm Bureau Federation cited the removal of trade barriers overseas, especially in Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea, as a contributing factor. We understand that it is unfair to blame the policies of the Reagan and Bush administrations for the huge trade deficit without giving them credit for their efforts to overcome it through state intervention designed to increase the sale of deadly addictive drugs. As the war on drugs continued, opposition to tobacco exports began to receive some attention. In April 1990, the Dr. James Mason, Undersecretary for Health, declared that it was unreasonable that powerful transnational tobacco companies, and 3 of them in the United States, should be selling their poison abroad, particularly since their main targets are underdeveloped countries. A few weeks later, however, he cancelled a scheduled appearance before a session of Congress on the issue, as the Department of Health and Human Services retracted earlier criticism of efforts to open new markets for American cigarettes around the world. The department said it was a trade issue, not a health issue, Philip Hiltz reported in the New York Times. A department spokesman explained that Dr. Mason's appearance had been cancelled for this reason. Citing trade figures, another official described Mason's criticism of tobacco exports as an unwelcome intrusion on the administration's efforts to open up new markets for cigarettes, particularly in Thailand, Hiltz also reported. Meanwhile, U.S. Trade Representative Carla Hills dismissed Thai protests about U.S. imperialists lobbing cancer sticks at them, saying, "I don't see how health concerns can come into this context if people are smoking their own cigarettes. Or, for the same logical reason, smoking his own crack. In our passion for free trade, then, surely we should allow the Medellin cartel to freely export cocaine to the United States, advertise it to young people without restriction, and market it aggressively." Others continued to voice objections. In an open letter to Colombian President Virgilio Barco, Peter Bourne, who was director of the Office of Drug Abuse Policy in the Carter administration, wrote, "Perhaps nothing so well reflects Washington's fundamental hypocrisy on the drug question as the fact that while it stands up against the ill effects of cocaine in the United States, the number of Colombians who die each year due to subsidized U.S. tobacco products is significantly greater than the number of Americans killed by Colombian cocaine." Singapore's Straits Times found it difficult to reconcile the fact that Americans are threatening trade sanctions on countries that try to keep American tobacco products away, with U.S. efforts to reduce cigarette consumption domestically, not to mention its efforts to ban the importation of illegal drugs, a stunning failure to see the clear difference between significant and non-significant nations, to borrow some neoconservative rhetoric. The American Health Association also condemned trade policies that ignore health problems, estimating that approximately 2.5 million excess or premature deaths annually can be attributed to tobacco, about 5% of all deaths. At a World Conference on Lung Health in May 1990, former Public Health Officer E. Koop, noting that tobacco exports had increased by 20% the previous year while tobacco consumption had decreased by 5% in the United States, again described the export of tobacco as moral outrage and denounced as the height of hypocrisy the fact of urging other governments to stop the export of cocaine while we export nicotine, a drug as addictive as cocaine, to the rest of the world. In Taiwan, Koop said, the government had succeeded in drastically reducing tobacco use through a campaign against it, until Washington threatened trade sanctions in 1987, leading to a 10% increase in tobacco use. The United States had better stop selling drugs if we hope to have any credibility in our war on drugs, Congressman Chester Atkins told a news conference. Public health experts have warned of a global epidemic of tobacco-related deaths as a result of increased sales abroad, which now account for 1/6 of U.S. production, anticipating that the cost in deaths it would increase annually to 12 million by the middle of the 21st century. In his intervention before the government, the USTR spokesman repeated that it was simply a question of free trade, ours is basically a question of justice. Press coverage was again negligible. Thatcher's England was not far behind. The alternative press reported on the discovery by London Sunday Times of a multi-million-dollar marketing operation by British American Tobacco, BAT, to sell cheap and rapidly addictive cigarettes in Africa, an easy and unregulated market, with levels of tar and nicotine far superior to those allowed in the West. A letter from the company to the country's head of medical services stated that BAT Uganda does not believe that smoking cigarettes is harmful to health. And we should not wish to jeopardize our potential to export cigarettes to these countries in packages that are not carry a health warning. A British cancer specialist described the situation in the Third World as similar to that in Britain in the early years of the century, when 1 in 10 men died of lung cancer. He estimated that, in China alone, 50 million of today's children will die from tobacco-related illnesses. If these estimates are close to reality, the reference to the Opium War is not exaggerated, and it could be appropriate to warn of the blurring of the border between drug trafficking and genocide. 5. Social policy and the drug crisis. Serious concern about the drug crisis would quickly lead us to look at a much broader set of government policies. American farmers can easily be encouraged to grow crops other than tobacco. The same is not true for Latin American peasants, who, with far fewer options, turned to cocaine production for survival when subsistence farming and traditional export benefits dwindled. In the case of Colombia, for example, the suspension of the International Coffee Agreement of July 1988, initiated by U.S. actions based on alleged violations of fair trade, led to a drop in prices of more than 40% in 2 months for Colombia's main legal exports. On the other hand, American pressures over the years, including the Food for Peace program, have undermined the production of crops for domestic consumption, which cannot compete with subsidized U.S. agricultural exports. U.S. policy is to encourage Latin America to consume the U.S. surplus while producing specialty crops for export, flowers, vegetables for yuppie markets, or coca leaves, the optimal choice because of the capitalist rationality. The Council on Hemispheric Affairs comments that in Latin America, only economic growth, the promotion of financing alternative legal crops, and a decrease in demand from the United States will constitute a viable alternative to the cocaine production. 0. As far as the demand for illegal drugs is concerned, consumption by the middle class has been declining. But in the poor neighborhoods of the cities the matter is different. Here, if we are serious, we will once again resort to deep-seated social policy. The cocaine boom is related to important social and economic developments, including a historically unprecedented stagnation of real wages since 1973, an effective attack on the labor movement to restore corporate profits in a period of declining global dominance by states in the United States, a displacement of employment either to highly specialized jobs or to service work, many of them dead ends and poorly paid. and other advances towards a two-tier society, with a large and growing lower class plunged into hopelessness and despair. Illegal drugs offer profits to ghetto entrepreneurs with few alternative options and, to others, temporary relief from an intolerable existence. These crucial factors receive occasional attention in mainstream newspapers. Thus, a specialist commented in the Wall Street Journal that what is new is the large numbers of people from the poor neighborhoods, blacks and Hispanics. Sufficiently disillusioned, a real level of hopelessness. In most Northern European countries there is nothing remotely comparable. In a British television documentary on drugs, a political figure draws the obvious conclusion: we cannot keep order in the world. We cannot stop the supply of heroin. We can only limit their demand by creating a decent society in which people want to live, not in the who wants to escape. With their contributions to growth and the punishment of the underclass, the Reagan and Bush administrations helped create the current drug crisis, another development that deserves headlines. And the current war may well exacerbate the crisis. In a meeting with congressional leaders, Bush outlined his proposals to pay for the costs of the drug plan, including eliminating at least $100 million from public housing subsidies and the juvenile justice program. The National Center on Budget's Priorities estimated that the Bush program would take $400 million out of social programs. The misery of the poor is likely to increase, along with the demand for drugs and the construction of prisons for the superfluous population. 6. The regular victims. The Colombian operation illustrates other facets of the drug war. The $1 million aid program for Colombia finances deadly and repressive elements of the military linked to the drug business and to landowners. As has been common in the past, current U.S. anti-drug programs are likely to contribute to counterinsurgency operations and the destruction of popular organizations that could endanger the elite's concept of democracy. These prospects were illustrated at the very moment when the president made his grand declaration of all-out war against the drug dealers, offering aid to the Colombian military in September 1989. As the media campaign culminated, the Comisión Andina de Juristas de Lima published a report on the Colombian military entitled "Excesses in the Anti-Drug Effort." Using the measures taken against drug trafficking as a pretext, the report begins: the military have looted the headquarters of popular organizations, the homes of political leaders, and ordered numerous arrests. Following are a series of examples from the first 2 weeks of September 1989. On September 3, 2 days before, following President Bush's dramatic call to battle, the military and the Department of Security Administration, DSA, ransacked the homes of farm workers in one region, arresting 40 farm workers. According to citizens, the patrols are led by hooded individuals who identify those to be arrested. In a nearby area, the looting of houses was directed mainly at members of the Patriotic Union, whose leaders and activists are often assassinated, and the Communist Party, some of whom were allegedly in possession of subversive propaganda. In Medellin, 70 activists and civic leaders were arrested in poor neighborhoods. Elsewhere, at the same time, 2 union leaders, one of them a union lawyer, were killed and another disappeared. Hired thugs killed 3 members of the National Organization of the Indigenous People, injuring others, while unidentified persons destroyed a regional office. These are examples of the usual behavior of the forces that President Bush promised help and assistance, published at the same time as the applause of the country for this announcement took place, but they are not available to the enthusiastic sector that pays the bills. However, in mid-September, the capture of 28 people accused of being left-wing guerrillas in the service of the drug cartel and claims by the Colombian military that the guerrilla organizations had allied themselves with drug traffickers were widely publicized. Medellin and carried out bombing raids for them. The Colombian military in Medellin accused the staff members of the Instituto Popular de Educación, IPE, arrested in a raid by security forces, of being members of a guerrilla organization employed as terrorists by the cartel. However, the conclusion of the Andean Commission of Jurists that the accusations are clearly an invention of the security forces, which seek to discredit the popular work of the IPE, a community-based organization that works in education, was not reported. And popular training and on human rights issues. The arrested employees, all those present at the time, including the director, were held incommunicado and subjected to torture, according to the Colombian section of the Andean Commission. The Colombian Committee for Human Rights in Washington reported increasing persecution of popular organizations as new aid poured into the military in the name of the war on drugs. Other human rights observers have also warned of the virtual inevitability of these consequences as the United States consolidates its ties with the Colombian and Peruvian militaries, both of which have horrendous records of violating human rights. The New York Times reports that top Peruvian military officials say they will use the new U.S. funds to intensify their campaign against the guerrillas and try to prevent the smuggling of chemicals, mostly from U.S. companies, suggesting another strategy that is being pursued. Not mentioned. U.S. officials agree with the strategy, although they express concern that he is avoiding all contact with growers and traffickers. In Bolivia, also a recipient of U.S. military aid and heralded as a great triumph, the military does not equal its Peruvian and Colombian counterparts in the magnitude of state terror, but there was no reaction from the United States to the declaration of a state by the President of Bolivia, followed by the imprisonment of hundreds of union leaders and teachers who he said were threatening his government's anti-inflationary policies with their wage demands. This is not, after all, Nicaragua under the Sandinistas, so passionate concern with human rights issues would be useless. We should keep in mind that human rights have only an instrumental role in the political culture, serving as a weapon against adversaries and as a device to mobilize the country's public behind the banner of our nobility, while courageously denouncing actual or perceived abuses of official enemies. In this sense, the interest in human rights is consistent with the facts of present and past history. They are considered useful instruments for the needs of power, not for instructing citizens. Thus, it is very unlikely that we will find in the media a discussion about the origins of state terrorism in Colombia, which the Bush administration tries to instigate. This issue was addressed, in a discussion on the rights in Colombia. Alfredo Vázquez Carrizosa, president of the Permanent Colombian Committee for Human Rights. Behind the facade of a constitutional regime, he observes, we have a militarized society under the state of siege established by the 1886 Constitution. The Constitution guarantees a wide range of rights, but they bear no relation to reality. In this context, poverty and insufficient agrarian reform have made Colombia one of the most tragic countries in Latin America. The agrarian reform, which has been practically a myth, was legislated in 1961, but has yet to be set in motion, since it is opposed by the landowners, who have had the power to stop it once again. No, there is a defect of democracy, according to Western criteria. The result of the prevailing misery has been violence, including the violence of the 1940s and 1950s, which claimed hundreds of thousands of lives. This violence has been caused not by an indoctrination of the masses, but by the dual structure of a prosperous minority and an impoverished and excluded majority, with great differences in terms of health, income, and access to political participation. This story has another family trait. But, in addition to the internal factors, Vázquez Carrizosa continues, the violence has been exacerbated by external factors. In the 60s, with the Kennedy administration, great efforts were made in the United States to transform our regular armies into counterinsurgency brigades, accepting the new death squad strategy. These Kennedy initiatives marked the beginning of what is known in Latin America as the national security doctrine. It is not a defense against an external enemy, but a way of making the military class the masters of the game. With the right to fight the internal enemy, as set forth in the Brazilian doctrine, the Argentine doctrine, the Uruguayan doctrine and the Colombian doctrine, it is the right to fight and exterminate social workers, trade unionists, men and women who do not support the political class and who are supposed to be communist extremists. And this could include anyone, including human rights activists like myself. The president of the Colombian Commission for Human Rights is analyzing facts that are familiar throughout Latin America. Military-controlled national security states dedicated to internal security through assassination, torture, disappearance, and sometimes massacres. Massive, constituted one of the two great legacies of the Kennedy administration to Latin America. The other was the Alliance for Progress, a statistical success and a social catastrophe. The basic content of the policy was established much earlier, and has been put into practice ever since, with growing support for bloodthirsty state terror under the Reagan administration. The war on drugs simply provides another modality for meeting these long-term commitments. We will intensely search for any sign of these fundamental truths in the proclamation in favor of a war in self-defense against the terrible crimes perpetrated against us by the Latin American monsters. As the one-year anniversary of the drug war approached, the House Government Operations Committee released a study that concluded that U.S. anti-drug efforts had made virtually no progress in disruption of the cocaine trade in Peru and Bolivia, especially because of corruption in the armed forces of both countries. This corruption is illustrated by the stoning of DIA and Peruvian police agents by local peasants led by Peruvian military personnel, and the machine gunning by Peruvian military officials from State Department helicopters as they approached drug dealer facilities. In short, because of the well-known fact that the central power of the drug merchants reside in the paramilitary groups that they have organized with the support of large landowners and military officials, the beneficiaries of U.S. aid, exactly as Alberto Galán pointed out at the time when the murder of his brother offered the pretext for give maximum speed to the last war on drugs. The enemy within could be subjected to the same kind of treatment as the poor abroad. According to the general commitments of neoconservatism, the war on drugs seeks to undermine civil liberties with a wide range of measures, such as random searches based on police suspicions and directed especially at young blacks and Hispanics. The attack on civil rights has raised some concern, though not because of the increased mistreatment of the lower class, but rather because of the threat that the war on drugs means to the rights of the individual by moving to white middle-class casual drug users. John Dillon, reporting on the threat to civil liberties in the Christian Science Monitor feature. As half of America comes under scrutiny, Dillon continues, critics expect a growing outcry over violations of civil liberties. 0. Power can defend itself. In practice, the capitalist ethic threatens freedom as a commodity. In principle, there is plenty available, and you have what you can buy. The links between the drug war and U.S. intervention sometimes reach a remarkable level of cynicism. Thus, Colombia requested that the United States install a radar system near its southern border to monitor flights from neighboring countries to the south, which supply most of the cocaine for processing by Colombian drug dealers. The United States responded by installing a radar system, but as far away from drug-related flights to Colombia as possible on Colombian territory, on the island of San Andrés in the Caribbean, 800 kilometers from the Colombian mainland and far from drug routes, but only 320 kilometers from the Nicaraguan coast. The Colombian government has accused the Pentagon of using the drug war as a ruse to control Nicaragua, a charge confirmed by Senator John Kerry's aide on foreign affairs. He himself added that Costa Rica had requested radar assistance against the small flights that transported cocaine throughout the country and that it had received a proposal from the Pentagon. Lacking technical experts, Costa Rican officials requested an evaluation from the British Embassy, which informed them that the U.S. proposal had no relevance to drug trafficking, but was instead aimed at controlling the Sandinistas. In its study of the drug cartel, Kerry's Senate Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics, and International Operations had reported that foreign policy concerns, including the war against Nicaragua, interfered with the ability of the United States to wage the war on drugs, delaying, disrupting, and hampering enforcement efforts. The law in order to keep narcotics out of the United States, a delicate way of saying that the Reagan administration was favoring the drug trade in carrying out its international terrorist project in Nicaragua and other imperatives, a common feature of politics for decades. The current drug war adds a new chapter to this sordid history. This also escapes the front pages and prime-time television. In general, the fundamental features of the drug crisis received scant attention in the media campaign. It is doubtful that the core issues will reach more than a 1% fraction of media coverage, which is tailored to other needs. The counterinsurgency connection can also be traced to the training of Colombian drug traffickers by Western military officials, which received some attention in August 1989 when, a few days after Galen's assassination, it was discovered that retired British and Israeli officers were training drug traffickers. Colombian cocaine, including assassination teams for the drug cartel and its right-wing allies. A year earlier, in July 1988, a report by the Colombian Intelligence Service, Department of Security Administration, DAS, entitled Organization of Contract Killers and Drug Traffickers in Magdalena Medio observed that in the training camps, the presence of Israeli, German, and North American instructors has been detected. The students from the countryside, who have the support of ranchers and farmers involved in coca production and the Medellin cartel, apparently participated in massacres of peasants in a banana region, the report continues. Following the discovery of British and Israeli instructors a year later, The Washington Post, citing another DAS document, reported that men trained at the training centers where British and Israeli nationals were identified are believed to be responsible for massacres carried out in rural towns and the assassination of left-leaning politicians. The same document states that a course taught by Israelis was shortened when the instructors went to Honduras and Costa Rica to train the Nicaraguan Contras. The statement that they were also American instructors present has not been investigated or, to my knowledge, has not been reported in the press. Israel stated that Colonel Yair Klein and his partners in the Spearhead security operation, who were identified as instructors in an NBC video, were acting on their own. But Andrew Coburn points out that Klein's company publicly insisted that Klein always worked with the full approval and authorization of our Ministry of Defense. They also trained Contras in Honduras and Guatemalan officers. An Israeli colonel, an associate of Klein's, claims that they trained all Guatemalan officers above the rank of captain, working under a contract arranged by state-owned Israeli military industries. The Americans have the problem of public opinion, of international image, Spearhead's director of marketing explained. We don't have this problem. Therefore, the dirty work of training assassins and mass murderers can be entrusted to our Israeli mercenaries. In the London Observer, Hugh O'Shaughnessy reported that, in a letter dated March 31, 1986, signed by Israeli Defense Minister Yitzhak Rabin of the Labour Party in possession of the paper, Rabin gave Spearhead official authorization to the export of military and defense technology, further stipulating that it is necessary to receive a formal authorization for each negotiation. The Israeli press reports that Colonel Klein and his associates used a network of ultra-Orthodox American Jews to launder the money they received for their services in Colombia. He further asserts that Klein maintained a position of high responsibility and sensitivity as commander of the Israeli General Staff Command Center. An Israeli reserve general denounced as implicated in the Israel-Colombia affair attributed the publicity campaign to U.S. revenge for the Pollard spy imbroglio and an American ploy concocted in order to kick Israel out of Colombia, to that the United States can supply arms there without interference. Jerusalem Post columnist Menachem Shalap posed the question: why is there a moral offense in this whole thing? Is it perhaps worse to train troops loyal to drug bosses than to teach racist murderers of Indians, blacks, communists, Democrats, etc.? Good question. The answer lies in the U.S. propaganda system. The current orders are to expose the moral abuse of the Colombian cartel, the last threat to our survival. But Israel's role as a mercenary state for the United States is legitimate, part of serving as strategic asset that deserves the category of symbol of human decency in the editorials of the New York Times. 7. The best exposed plans. When Bush's plan was announced, the American Civil Liberties Union immediately labeled it a hoax, a strategy that is not simply unworkable but counterproductive and cynical. If the rhetorical ends were the real ones, this would be true enough. But as far as the goal of population control and the pursuit of traditional political goals are concerned, there is considerable logic to this strategy, even if its short-term successes are unlikely to exist. Part of the problem is that even the most efficient propaganda system is unable to maintain the right attitudes among the population for very long. Currently available devices do not have in any way the lasting impact of resorting to the Soviet threat. Another reason is that fundamental social and economic problems cannot be swept under the rug forever. The circumstantially convenient program of punishing the lower class carries serious potential costs in terms of interests that are really important. Certain business circles are waking up to the fact that a third world within our own country would hurt business interests. Brad Butler, former head of Procter & Gamble. According to projections by the Labor Department, about half of the new jobs created between 1986 and 2000 will be filled by minority children, who are expected to make up a third of the workforce soon. Whether these occupations require skills including the ability to use computers and other technical knowledge that are not they get in the streets and prisons, or in rundown schools. As in South Africa, companies will sooner or later realize that their interests are not served under apartheid, whether legal or de facto. But a complete reversal of long-standing policies that reached the level of serious social pathology during the Reagan-Bush era will not be an easy task. 4. The post-Cold War era. The reactionary political tendencies of the post-Vietnam War period arose in response to a dual challenge: the decline of the dominance of the international order by the United States and the popular activism of the 1960s, which endangered the dominance of the same sectors privileged in the national context. Neither Kennedy's grand design nor the efforts of the Nixon administration succeeded in confining Europe to its regional interests within the framework of global order crafted by the United States, as Kissinger urged. There was no alternative to the trilateralism espoused by Carter's neoliberals, who, like their predecessors, were no less concerned with the internal democratic popular drive there. Crisis of democracy that threatened to bring the general population onto the political stage in a significant sense. As discussed above, these challenges inspired a campaign to return the population to apathy and obedience and thereby overcome the crisis of democracy and increase the power of business in general. In 1978, UAW President Doug Fraser saw the ears of the wolf. Resigning from the labor management group, he denounced the leaders of the business community for having decided to wage a one-sided class war in this country, a war against working people, the unemployed, the poor, minorities, the very young and the very old, and even against many members of the working class of our society, and having broken and cast aside the previously unwritten fragile covenant during a period of growth and progress. A year later, in another admission of reality, populist Cleveland Mayor Dennis Kucinich told a UAW meeting that there is only one political party in the United States, the pro-business semi-Republicans. The period of steady economic progress was over. The challenge of the rival powers was authentic for the first time since the Second World War, and the fragile social pact could not be maintained. The programs created throughout the 1970s were put into effect, with an added touch of crudeness, during the Reagan era, with the general support of the other faction of the business party and the ideological apparatus. Historical and planning data and underlying institutional factors provide good reason to expect that the post-Cold War period will be much like the past, in terms of US Third World relations, tactics, separate propaganda, radical nationalism, and experiments with independent development directed at the country's needs will raise the danger flags and provoke a reaction, which will vary according to the circumstances and functions of the region. The same continuity can be expected with respect to concomitant elements of these political goals, including persistent support for human rights violations, general hostility to social reform, and principled antagonism to democracy. Democratic forms can be tolerated, even admired, if only for propaganda purposes. But this position can be adopted only when the distribution of effective power guarantees that the meaningful participation of the popular classes has been prevented. When these classes organize and threaten the control of the political system in the hands of the elite of businessmen, landowners, and the military, Strong measures must be adopted, with tactical variations, depending on the category of the population in question in the scale of importance. In the lowest category, in the Third World, practically nothing is prohibited. If the security forces are under control, death squads can spring into action, while we tear our hair out for our painful inability to instill our passion for human rights in the hearts of our unworthy allies. When control of the security forces has been lost, other means are required. Nicaragua, the obsession of the 1980s, was such a case, a particularly dangerous case because it was feared that the government in power would be one of those who care about their people, in the words of José Figueres, referring to the Sandinistas, who, he said, brought to Nicaragua the first government of its kind in its history, popularly elected in free and fair elections that he witnessed in 1984. It was precisely for expressing sentiments as incorrect as these that the main figure of democracy in Central America had to be rigorously excluded from the American media during the 1980s. It is therefore not at all surprising that hostility towards the Sandinistas was virtually unanimous in commentary in the press and other elite circles. The official reasons, human rights, democracy, the Soviet threat, etc., are too implausible to be believed. Taken seriously and were, in any case, totally rejected so many times, without any effect, as to reveal the little sense of their use. The central problem is the one identified by Figueres. The only debatable issue has always been a tactical one: how to bring Nicaragua back into the Central American system and impose regional criteria, those of U.S. client states. Issues such as press freedom and human rights arouse deep libertarian and moral passions in Nicaragua, unlike neighboring death squad democracies or other states with much worse records, but with the compensating merit that they also duly respected U.S. priorities. Similarly, elections in the terror states revealed encouraging progress toward democracy, but not so in Nicaragua, where radically different criteria were applied. The 1984 elections were intolerable for the United States because they could not be controlled. Consequently, Washington did everything it could to disrupt them, and they were rejected and eliminated from history by the media, as was necessary. In the case of the long-scheduled 1990 election, the United States massively interfered from the start to win its candidates, not just through massive financial aid, which received some publicity, but through much more significant and thoughtful advertisements as quite debatable, from the White House, that only a victory for the U.S. candidate would bring an end to the illegal U.S. economic sanctions and the restoration of aid. In a nutshell, Nicaraguan voters were informed that they were free to choose: vote for our candidate or watch your children starve. These efforts to subvert the 1990 elections in Nicaragua were highlighted by a comparison with the reaction manifested at exactly the same time to the elections in neighboring Honduras. His November 1989 elections received scant but favorable coverage in the U.S. media, which described them as a watershed for the United States, which has used Honduras as proof that the democratically elected governments it supports in Central America are taking hold. President Bush, in a meeting with Honduran President Rafael Callejas after his election, called the Honduran government an inspiring example of the democratic promise that is now spreading throughout the Americas. A closer look helps us understand what it means. Democracy in political culture. The November elections were effectively limited to the two traditional parties. One of the candidates came from a family of wealthy industrialists, the other from a family of large landowners. His top advisors recognize that there is little substantial difference between the two and the policies they would put into practice as presidents, according to the press report that proclaims this milestone in the progress of democracy. Both parties represent large landowners and industrialists and have close ties to the military, the effective rulers, who are constitutionally independent of civilian authority, but highly dependent on the United States, as is the economy. The Guatemalan Central America report adds, in the absence of any substantive debate, both candidates rely solely on insults and accusations to entertain crowds at campaign rallies and political functions. If this sounds familiar to a North American audience, it is not mere coincidence. Popular participation was limited to ritual voting. The legal opposition parties, the Christian Democrats and the Social Democrats, denounced massive electoral fraud. Human rights violations by the security forces skyrocketed as the elections approached. In the preceding weeks, there had been bomb attacks and rifle shots against independent political figures, journalists, and union leaders condemned by the director of the Coordinating Committee of Popular Organizations, former rector of the National University, Juan Almendares, as a plan to repress popular organizations. In the previous months, the armed forces carried out a campaign of political violence, including the assassination of union leaders and other illegal activities, leaving tortured and mutilated bodies in the roadside for the first time. The human rights organization CODE reported that at least 78 people had been killed by security forces between January and July, while cases of torture and ill treatment more than tripled from the previous year. But state terror was kept at levels low enough not to alter the opinion of the American elite. Hunger and general misery prevail. The extreme concentration of wealth was accentuated during the decade of democracy, and 70% of the population suffers from malnutrition. Despite substantial U.S. aid and no guerrilla conflict, the economy is sinking, with capital flight and foreign investment declining sharply, with nearly half of export earnings going to pay off the debt. But there is no fundamental threat to the order and the benefits flow. In short, Honduras, like Colombia, is a commendable democracy, and there is no level playing field concern when it comes to its elections, unlike in Nicaragua. Even El Salvador and Guatemala, bloodthirsty gun states run by US-backed militaries, are considered democracies. Elite opinion expresses considerable pride in having established and maintained these charnel houses, allowing themselves free elections after a wave of murder, torture, mutilation and other effective devices of control. The physical destruction of independent media outlets and the murder of newspaper editors and journalists by security forces, among many other atrocities, go virtually unnoticed, often literally unreported among their American peers. Occasionally, an honest comment can be heard. Joaquim Matra of Boston University, one of the leading academic advocates of policies of the Reagan administration in Central America, notes that the United States has installed Hitler's Germany-style democracies in El Salvador and Guatemala. But such candor is far from the norm. Nicaragua, however, was different, because the threat of independent nationalism and social reform increased with the loss of control of the security forces by the United States, a problem that has arisen elsewhere as well, and a serious problem, since the usual device to suppress and eliminate undesirable tendencies is no longer available. In the case of Guatemala and Chile, it was necessary to resort to economic strangulation, subversion and military force to overthrow democratic regimes and establish preferred regional criteria. In the case of the Dominican Republic, in 1965, a direct invasion was necessary to prevent the restoration of a constitutional regime. The answer to the Cuban problem was direct aggression at the Bay of Pigs, and when the Soviet deterrent further made these attempts impracticable, the answer was relentless economic and ideological warfare once again, surely not motivated by the reasons exposed according to the official line of the governments and the media, which are hardly credible. Other cases require different measures, including Panama, another long-term objective of U.S. intervention, to which we will immediately focus. 1. A progressive colonialism. We can continue to think of the Third World in the terms used in the early planning of the post-World War II period, as the region that is to fulfill its main function as a source of raw materials and as a market for Western industrial societies. An element that was perpetuated as a source of international conflict was the fact that the Soviet Empire did not fulfill its function in the required manner. This problem, it is to be hoped, will be solved as Eastern Europe moves towards the situation in Mexico, Brazil, and the Philippines. The fear of progressive communism can be dismissed as modern forms of colonialism expand towards its natural borders. The three main groups of power eagerly rush to the dying Soviet Empire, as happened to China a few years before, in search of markets, resources, opportunities for investment and the export of pollution, cheap labor, tax havens, and other recognized attractions of the Third World. These efforts to impose the preferred model of two-tier societies, open to exploitation and ruled by corporations, are accompanied by flourishes related to the triumph of political pluralism and democracy. We can easily determine the seriousness of the intentions by observing the reaction to the popular movements that could really launch democracy and pluralism in the traditional Third World countries and to the crisis of democracy in the industrial societies themselves. Rhetoric doesn't have to stop us. We can also take note of the widespread, albeit tacit, idea that the capitalist model has limited application. Business leaders have long admitted that it's not for them. Prosperous industrial societies deviate significantly from this model, just as in the past, which is why they are prosperous industrial societies. In the United States, the sectors of the economy that remain competitive are those that are fed by the public sector, high-tech industry and capital-intensive agriculture, along with pharmaceuticals and others. The deviations are even more radical in most other state capitalist systems, where planning is coordinated by state institutions and industrial and financial groups, sometimes with democratic processes and a social contract of various kinds and sometimes not. The glories of free enterprise are a useful weapon against government policies that might benefit the general population, and of course capitalism will work just fine for the former colonies and the Soviet Empire. For those who have to do their job in the service of the masters of the world order, this model is highly recommended. It facilitates its exploitation. But our countries rich and powerful have long appreciated the need to protect themselves from the destructive forces of free market capitalism, which can provide desirable topics for public speaking. Enthusiastic, but only so long as public distribution and the regulatory and protectionist apparatus are secure and state power is available when needed. 2. Bush's New Thought. What, then, is the likely evolution of U.S. policy toward the Third World in the post-World War II period? The answer to this question, implicit in the discussion above, was announced loud and clear by the Bush administration on December 20, 1989. Business as usual. But not exactly the same. One of the problems is that certain adjustments are needed in the propaganda framework. The invasion of Panama by the United States is in a sense a historical event. By departing from routine, it was not justified as a response to an imminent Soviet threat. When the United States invaded Grenada 6 years earlier, this act could still be described as a defensive reaction to the machinations of the Soviet bear, who wanted to strangle us to achieve his global aims. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff could solemnly declare, with the support of a new category of experts created for this purpose, that in the event of a Soviet attack on Western Europe, Grenada could hamper Caribbean sea lanes and prevent for the United States to supply oil to its besieged allies. During the 1980s, the attack on Nicaragua was justified by the danger that if we didn't stop the communists, they would infiltrate across the border from Harlingen, Texas, 2 days away. More sophisticated, and equally weighty, variants exist for the educated classes. But in the case of Panama, not even the imagination of the State Department and the editorialists went that far. Fortunately, the problem had been foreseen. When the White House decided that his friend Noriega was getting too arrogant and had to go, the media followed suit and launched a campaign to make him the vilest demon since Attila the Hun, a repeat of the project against Gaddafi from a few years earlier. This effort was intensified by the war on drugs deception launched by the government and the media, in an attempt to mobilize the population in fear, now that it is becoming impossible to resort to the designs of the Kremlin. Although, for completeness, we should also take note of the official version, duly communicated as a reality in the New York Times. The campaign against drugs has become, increasingly, a priority for the administration, as well as for Congress, while a diminishing Soviet threat has given Washington an opportunity to deal with internal issues. The propaganda operation was an overwhelming success. Manuel Noriega belongs to that special brotherhood of international criminals, men like Gaddafi, Idi Amin, or Ayatollah Khomeini, whom Americans love to hate, Ted Koppel chanted, so that strong public support for retaliation was almost guaranteed. Why did Americans hate Noriega in 1989 and not in 1985? Why was it necessary to overthrow him now but not then? The questions that immediately come to mind were systematically evaded. With a few exceptions. Most of them long after the operation was carried out, the media rallied around the flag with due devotion and enthusiasm, telling the public the wildest tales from the White House, while keeping to themselves scrupulously to ask the obvious questions or to see the most obvious facts. Some found this to be a bit excessive. Commenting on Panama's news coverage, David Nahan of the Boston Globe described the media as a docile, not to say bootlicking, group subsisting largely on occasional permits thrown like bones into the kennel of the press, happy to answer the lies with excellent prose. The Wall Street Journal noted that all 4 television networks were showing the home team's version of the story. There was some skepticism scattered about the information and comments, but most bowed in their enthusiasm for what George Will called the practice of good neighbor policy, an act of hemispheric hygiene that expresses our rights and responsibilities in the hemisphere regardless of what criminals beyond our borders think, as evidenced by their near universal condemnation. The Bush administration, naturally, was not happy about it. A State Department official observed that conservative Republicans are happy that we were willing to show some muscle, and liberal Democrats can't criticize because this issue is widely viewed as a success. The State Department follows the usual conventions, comparing conservatives, who advocate a powerful and violent state, with liberals, who sometimes disagree with conservatives for tactical reasons, fearing that the cost to us may be too high. These salutary facts can't help, but they give us more strength, the same official continued. As far as the general population was concerned, many were no doubt excited by the chance to kick a jerk in Panama. To borrow some of the rhetoric created by George Bush's handlers in their comical effort to transform a decadent New England aristocrat into a poor Texas farmer. But it is interesting to read the letters to the editor in the major newspapers, which tended to express hostility to the attack, along with much shame and concern, and often presented information, analysis, and viewpoints that professionals were careful to avoid. A more professional reaction came from respected Washington Post correspondent David Broder. Broder notes that there had been some criticism of the appropriateness of Bush's action from the left, presumably suggesting the National Council of Churches and some liberal centrists, without, aside from other than this, he was interested in nothing else, such as the idea that there might be criticism for reasons other than expediency. But he rejects this stagnation of the left with contempt. What nonsense! On the contrary, the invasion of Panama helped clarify the circumstances in which military intervention makes sense. The best definition of the new national consensus, he goes on to explain, was expressed by Reagan's Secretary of Defense, Caspar Weinberger, who outlined 6 well-considered criteria. Articulated. 4 of them affirm that the intervention should be destined to succeed. The other 2 add that the action should be considered vital to our national interest and a last resort to achieve it. Oddly, Broder forgot to add the obvious observation about these impressive criteria: they could just as easily have been invoked by Hitler. Broder believes that Democratic candidate Michael Dukakis, after rambling on the issue of military interventions, came up with a set of criteria strikingly similar to Weinberger's during the 1988 presidential campaign. Such criteria, as his first advisor outlined in foreign policy, were that the United States could use force to deter aggression against its territory, to protect American citizens, to fulfill our treaty obligations, and to act against terrorists, once peaceful means had failed. The invasion of Panama met all of these criteria, Broder concludes with satisfaction. It is possible to appreciate the good humor prevailing among the propagandists of the Department of State. Not even they dared to claim to be deterring Panamanian aggression or acting against terrorists. And although they acted in the usual routine of protecting American lives, it is unlikely that they had more than polite smiles. There was also the ritual gesture towards international law, but it was not thought too seriously either. The nature of this attempt was indicated by the ambassador to the UN, Thomas Pickering, who informed the United Nations that Article 51 of its charter, which restricts the use of force in self-defense against armed attack until the Council of Security issues its opinion in this regard, orders the use of force for the defense of a country, for the defense of our interests and our people. The article was also clarified by a Justice Department theory that said provision of the Charter authorizes the United States to invade Panama to prevent its territory from being used as a base to introduce drugs into the United States so that a fortiori, Nicaragua could have the right to invade and occupy Washington. In reality, it is clearly impossible to reconcile the invasion with the sovereign right of that country as enshrined in the UN Charter, the Charter of the OAS or the Panama Canal Treaty. Even the pre-invasion efforts to topple Noriega are in conflict with our solemn obligations as a law-abiding nation, including the economic war that destroyed the economy, a matter of direct or indirect intervention and coercive measures of an economic nature. As definite as it is possible to imagine, observes Charles Meekling, citing Articles 18 and 19 of the OAS Charter, which explicitly prohibit such measures for whatever reason, and other equally clear proscriptions. The same obligations exclude, of course, the economic war against Nicaragua that was condemned by the World Court and the GATT Council and supported by the entire North American political spectrum. U.S. measures against Panama were also routinely and irrelevantly condemned by Latin American countries. Thus, on July 1, 1987, the OAS condemned the U.S. intervention in Panama by a vote of 17-1, with the only opposition being the U.S. vote and the abstention or absence of several client states. Commenting on this fact, Adolfo Aguilar Zinser, a Mexican political commentator and founding member of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, observes, "We Latinos believe that altruistic causes like democracy and freedom and even economic aid are often mere pretexts to conceal illegitimate ends, which is also why U.S. policies toward Nicaragua received no support in Latin America, even among Latinos who don't like the Sandinistas and they would rather see them thrown out of power." Broder is pleased that we have achieved a high degree of clarity in the nation on this issue, the right of intervention, which so deeply divided us during and after the Vietnam War. And this significant achievement should not be obscured by a few dissenting voices on the left with their qualms about the desirability of action. His assessment recalls a comment made by one of the most significant figures in 20th century America, the radical pacifist. A.J. Must, after a war, the problem is who wins. He thinks he has just proved that war and violence are worth it. Who is going to teach him a lesson now? Even until the last days of the Indochina Wars, elite groups have worried about the deterioration of popular support for force and subversion, the Vietnam Syndrome. Intensive efforts have been made to cure the disease, but in vain. Reagan's supporters assumed that it had been overcome thanks to propaganda triumphs over the suffering and tragedies of societies torn apart by American terror in Indochina, the Iranian hostage crisis, and the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. They realized otherwise when they tried to return to the traditional model of intervention in Central America, but were forced to act behind the scenes by public reaction, forced to resort to clandestine and indirect measures of terror and intimidation. During the 1980s, the hope was expressed that we had finally overcome the sick inhibitions against the use of military force, Norman Podhoretz, referring to the great triumph of Grenada. In the softer tone of the liberal commentator, Broder also expresses the hope that the population has finally recovered its health and ceased its childish obsession with the rule of law and human rights. However, their new consensus is largely illusory, limited to those who have always recognized that U.S. global designs require resort to state violence, terror, and subversion. The new consensus is more accurately described as greater selfishness on the part of those who share the old consensus about the legitimacy of violence and the healthy efficacy of terror. The elite's reaction to the invasion did not go unnoticed abroad. An editorial in Canada's leading newspaper condemned the shallow and noisy U.S. media with its chilling indifference to the fate of the innocent Panamanians who have been victimized by this successful little military deployment. One columnist commented on the peculiar jingoism so apparent to foreigners but all but invisible to most Americans. Reporters seeking alternative commentary on the invasion inescapably have to turn to unconventional sectors of society merely to gather opinions on the invasion that would be common in other countries, and the foreign consensus in opposition to this use of force was rejected with intemperate boxes in the media. American communication. A typical example is the null reaction to the United States veto of a UN Security Council resolution condemning the search of the residence of the Nicaraguan ambassador in Panama by U.S. troops, accepted by 13 votes to 1, with only Great Britain abstaining. As always, if the world doesn't keep up, it's their problem, not ours. 3. Operation Just Cause, the pretexts. In this context, we can speak of the invasion of Panama, inaugurating the period after the Cold War. After launching several trial balloons, the White House settled on the need to protect American lives as the reason for the invasion. In recent months, Noriega's forces had been responsible for literally hundreds of cases of siege and mistreatment of Americans, the White House announced, although, curiously, it did not warn American travelers to stay away from Panama. An American soldier was killed after his car had crossed a military barricade near a sensitive military area, New York Times. Panamanian officials alleged that U.S. officers had opened fire on the military headquarters, wounding a soldier and 2 civilians, including a 1-year-old girl. A wounded Panamanian soldier, who was in a military hospital, confirmed this story to American journalists. But the straw that broke the camel's back was the threat to the life of an officer's wife who had been arrested and beaten. Bush often struggles in emotionally charged situations, reported the New York Times, but his deep feelings were clearly on display when he spoke of this incident, proclaiming in his best Ollie North portrayal that this president is not going to stand idly by while American women are threatened. The press did not explain why this president had even refused to lodge a protest when, a few weeks earlier, an American nun, Diana Ortiz, had been kidnapped, tortured, and sexually abused by the Guatemalan police, or why the media did not consider the story worth reporting when it was telegraphed on November 6, and have ignored repeated requests for an investigation by religious leaders and representatives of Congress. Nor could George Bush's deep feelings be contrasted with this president's response to the treatment meted out to American women and other religious and humanitarian workers in El Salvador a few weeks earlier. A small footnote to the brutal actions praised by James Baker at a press conference on November 29 as completely adequate, a comment that received scant attention, perhaps because it was not considered very useful in the immediate aftermath of the assassination of the Jesuit priests. The assassination of nuns Maureen Courtney, of Milwaukee, and Teresa Rosales by US organized terrorists in Nicaragua on January 1, just days after Bush had impressed the media with his deep feelings, also happened unnoticed, and there was no call to action to protect American women. The same thing happened when Sister Mary McKay was seriously injured by gunmen who fired from a bus in San Salvador 4 days after the strong condemnation of the political opposition by the U.S. Embassy. The assassination of Ben Linder by the Contras in 1987 also elicited no calls for the protection of American lives, even after the Contras chief of operations, Fermín Cárdenas, claimed in a statement that Contra commander Enrique Bermudez had ordered Linder's death to sabotage a small dam project he was working on in a distant town, another fact that, one way or another, went unnoticed. Another pretext was our commitment to democracy, deeply broken when Noriega stole the 1989 elections that had been won by the US-backed candidate, Guillermo Endara, now restored to power after the invasion. An obvious question comes to us to mind: what happened in the previous election in 1984, when Noriega was still our goon? The answer is that Noriega stole the election with considerably more violence than in 1989, with 2 people killed and 40 wounded when soldiers fired on a protest rally. These actions managed to hinder the victory of Arnulfo Arias in favor of Nicolas Ardito Barletta, since then known as Fraudito in Panama. Washington opposed Arias, who it was feared would bring an undesirable ultranationalist type of politics to power, a State Department official, preferring Barletta, a former student of Secretary of State George Shultz, whose campaign received state funding. United States government, according to U.S. Ambassador Everett Briggs. Shultz was sent there to legitimize the fraud and praised the elections as initiating the process of democracy. The approval of the United States was symbolized by President Reagan's congratulatory message to Barletta, 7 hours before his victory had been certified. The media turned a blind eye, uninterested in the fraud report put forth by former Congressman Reverend Robert Drinan, who was acting as spokesman for the foreign observers who monitored the election. There was no criticism of the election in the major newspapers, New York Times, Washington Post, Los Angeles Times, Miami Herald, and others, although they quickly changed the record and began publishing editorial attacks on the fact that Noriega had not satisfied our nobles' democratic criteria, as soon as the Reagan administration gave the signal by turning against him. The US-backed 1989 candidate, Guillermo Andara, was close to Arias and remained his spokesman in Panama until his death in 1988 in self-imposed exile. Andara had been Arias' planning minister in 1968 and used to speak, almost as if dreaming, of the day Arias would return as a sign of providence to lead the country, AP. The Washington Post comments today that Andara was elected to govern in 1989 mainly because of his close relations with the last and legendary Panamanian politician Arnulfo Arias, who was ousted from the presidency by the military 3 times since the 1940s exactly. But a bit selective. Once again, the media politely diverted their attention when, during the invasion, Andara denounced the fraud of 1984. And they don't ask why our craving for democracy was only aroused once Noriega had become a nuisance to Washington rather than an asset. Perhaps the reason for Noriega's loss of favor was his gangsterism and corruption. We can quickly dismiss this idea. Noriega was known to be a bully when he was an ally of the United States, and remained so without any relevant change when the government, and thus the media, turned against him. On the other hand, it doesn't come close to the criminality of the people the United States supports. America's Watch's 1988 report on human rights in Panama cites abuses, but nothing remotely comparable to the reputation of U.S. clients in the region, or elsewhere, not even in less criminal ones like Honduras. But these events did not disfigure the media crusade. Ted Koppel's version, quoted above, turned out to be standard. His ABC colleague Peter Jennings denounced Noriega as one of the most hateful creatures the United States has ever had dealings with, while CBS's Dan Rather placed him high on the list of drug thieves and scumbags of the world. Others followed suit. In fact, the Bush administration took pains to make it clear that Noriega's crimes were not a factor in the invasion, without arousing much interest. Just as troops were attacking Panama, the White House announced new high-tech sales to China, noting that $300 million in business volume was at stake for American companies and that contacts had secretly resumed just weeks after the attack. Tiananmen Square massacre. Washington also prevented the entry into the country of 2 Chinese academics invited by North American universities, in a gesture of deference to the Chinese authorities. New subsidized agricultural sales to China were announced. A few weeks later, the Export-Import Bank announced a subsidy to China for the purchase of equipment for the Shanghai subway from North American companies. The White House also used the occasion of the invasion of Panama to announce plans to lift a ban on loans to Iraq. Plans to facilitate loans to Iraq were executed soon after. To achieve the goal of increasing U.S. exports and putting ourselves in a better position to negotiate with Iraq on human rights, the State Department explained, trying to maintain its composure. The first objective is the usual one. According to the chairman of the House Banking Committee, Representative Henry Gonzalez, as is often the case, an isolated voice the size of these U.S. loans was not insignificant, nor was their impact, a matter to which we will return. Plans to resume bank lending to Iraq were broadcast on television by ABC Middle East correspondent Charles Glass a few days before the invasion of Panama. It further reported that the United States has become Iraq's largest trading partner. For some time, Glass had been waging a solo campaign in the mainstream media to expose Iraqi atrocities and crucially important Iraqi support. The United States to the regime, obtaining evasions or refusals from Washington. The media in general was not interested until several months later, when the Iraqi threat was discovered in the context of the search for new enemies to justify the Pentagon budget, and, in August, with the conquest of Kuwait by Iraq. Senate Minority Leader Robert Dole proclaimed that Noriega's capture demonstrates that the United States will not abandon or give in to anyone, no matter how powerful or corrupt. Compared to Bush's friends in Beijing and Baghdad, Noriega could pass for a chorus boy. Some perceived a lack of political and moral coherence in the actions against Noriega, just as Washington kisses the hands of Chinese dictators. A.M. Rosenthal. This apparent incoherence fades away as soon as doctrinal pressures are ignored. In all cases, the actions serve the needs of American power and privilege. It was good for business, as White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater and the State Department explained in the Iraq and China cases. The media managed to miss these not-so-subtle points and even most of the facts. Another argument was that the Panamanian Parliament had declared war on the United States on December 15. Indeed, international law professor Alfred Rubin noted that Parliament had declared what amounts to a state of emergency for the duration of the aggression unleashed by the U.S. government, according to official terms. Yet another pretext, regularly evoked, was that Noriega was involved in the drug trade, as was known long before, while he was on the CIA staff. John Dinges, author of a book on Noriega, reports that in 1984, as the de facto ruler of Panama and eager to become a major political player in Central America, General Noriega began to clean up his file. His criminal record after the U.S. government turned against him features only one charge of alleged trafficking after 1984. The DEA and narcotics agents describe his cooperation with U.S. authorities in interdicting drug-related activities as genuine. With the drug in a May 1986 letter, DEA Administrator John Long expressed his profound appreciation for the strong anti-drug policy you have adopted to Noriega, and Attorney General Edwin Meese added his praise in May 1986. 1987. As the justifications continued in the following months, the official fairy tales acquired the status of established facts. The convention, when it comes to reporting news and commentary, is to select one of many pretexts thrown around by the administration, and present it with unflinching confidence but without even a hint of possible proof. Correspondent Pamela Constable singled out human rights as the reason for U.S. discontent with Noriega. Domestic opposition was increasingly harshly repressed after 1987, leading the Reagan administration to break the long-standing alliance with Noriega. In the New York Review, Michael Massing chose the drug trade, writing that Washington was willing to accept Noriega's political usurpations, including stealing an election in 1984, but once his involvement in the drug trade was from the public domain, the tolerance of the United States came to an end. In reality, Panama's internal affairs aside, it is almost impossible to seriously suggest that Noriega's crackdown offended enthusiastic supporters of Salvadoran and Guatemalan military neighbors. The theft of the 1984 election was not grudgingly accepted, but welcomed with open enthusiasm by the United States. It had been known for a long time that Noriega was dealing drugs, but it was only widely reported by the media when government policy changed, giving them the signal. As a hypothesis, these arguments would be quickly dismissed. Like confident statements, they speak to us only of the conventions of intellectual life. As a service to power, its merits are obvious. As for the drug connection, whatever Noriega's role may have been, he certainly wasn't alone. Shortly after he stole the 1984 election through fraud and violence, to the great delight of the United States, the Miami U.S. District Attorney identified Panamanian banks as a major conduit for drug money. A year earlier, A Senate report on banking had described Panama as a center of attraction for criminal capital and a key connection in the shipment of drugs and the laundering of drug money. As reported by the press after the invasion, these practices largely ended when U.S. sanctions virtually closed the banks in 1987. The bankers returned to power in Panama with the invasion, as the media eventually deigned to point out. The Attorney General and Finance Minister installed by the U.S. invasion, and also, according to rumors, the new President of the Supreme Court, are former directors of the First Inter-Americas Bank, owned by one of the main Colombian drug lords and used by the Colombian cocaine cartel to launder profits. It was closed by Noriega in 1985 in an action considered by the DEA as a major blow to the cartel. President Endara, a business leader, had for years been a director of one of the Panamanian banks that the FBI discovered was involved in money laundering. The Miami Herald reports that Guillermo Ford, vice president with Endara and president of the Banking Commission, along with his brother Henry, had close business ties with Ramon Millian Rodriguez, the cartel's money launderer, who is serving a 30-year sentence. 5 years in prison. They were co-directors of companies that were used to launder money, Millian Rodriguez stated. His link with the Endara government was revealed in April 1989, when Carlos Elida, an important businessman and opponent of Noriega, was arrested on charges of importing cocaine and money laundering. According to a senior U.S. source, Elida had been recruited by the CIA to help distribute $10 million in secret U.S. aid for Endara's election to the presidency a month later. Asked if banking practices would be changed to discourage money laundering, President Endara said that, whatever the changes, they would not be very deep and that the bankers want reasonable changes and will not properly modify the banking environment. A month later, U.S. negotiators had abandoned efforts to change Panama's bank secrecy laws, which make that nation the most notorious hub for drug-related money laundering in the hemisphere, reports Frank Grieve, adding that at least 10 major Panamanian banks are willingly involved in money laundering according to U.S. authorities. And experts believe that billions of dollars in drug money have passed through Panamanian banks overall in the last decade. Asked why the United States was giving in to bank secrecy, a State Department official responded, "We don't want to get upset with the Panamanians just when we sit down to negotiate with them. Instead of telling them if the laws are enough, we will let them decide." They made the decision that was to be expected, with some cosmetic changes. "I cannot say that less money is laundered today," says the president of the Banking Association of Panama, Edgardo Lasso, "but it could be being done without our knowledge." Panama's artificial economy depends heavily on its banking context, and Washington is unwilling to interfere too seriously. All of this makes sense. Millian Rodriguez himself had been invited to Reagan's inauguration, reports Leslie Coburn, in recognition of his client's $180,000 campaign contributions. "The cocaine cartel, which regarded Reagan as our ideal candidate," he said. As drug czar in the early 1980s, President Bush canceled the small federal program targeting banks involved in laundering drug money, and his critical relationship with the trade was rejected in the new phase of the war on drugs. Crack boys from the ghettos arouse our ire, but not the civilized boys in fancy offices. After the U.S. government had decided to get rid of Noriega itself, it continued to support the Panamanian defense forces he had led, even though they were known to be involved in business at all levels. When George Shultz commended the PDF in March 1988, describing it as a strong and honorable army with a significant and specific role to play, the New York Times commented, "It is strange to hear administration officials chanting praise from the military when linked to Noriega's cronies who have shared in the profits of drug trafficking and other criminal activities." With the successful completion of Operation Just Cause, the PDF was reconstituted under essentially the same leadership who, it is hoped, will be more loyal to their American bosses than the unpredictable Noriega. Noriega's successor was Colonel Eduardo Herrera Hassan, whose soldiers they killed, gassed, beaten, and tortured civilians protesting in the strongest possible way during the wave of demonstrations against General Noriega that broke out here in the summer of 1987, the New York Times observed, reporting that the colonel, a favorite of the American population and of the diplomatic class in this country, will be placed in command of the military with its new orientation towards human rights. In its May 1990 report on the invasion of Panama, America's Watch expressed considerable dismay at the appointment of Colonel Hassan, who led the most brutal repression of peaceful demonstrations in the history of Panama on July 10, 1987, which Noriega's opponents called it Black Friday. By all accounts, he himself should be put on trial, as was George Bush, we might add. 0. Government and media doctrine holds that Bush had few alternatives to invasion, having failed to overthrow Noriega by other means. R.W. Apple. Mr. Bush may have seen no alternative to invasion, Tom Wicker added, though as a moderate he does not consider Bush's arguments are conclusive. The underlying assumption is that the United States has every right to achieve its goals, so violence is legitimate if peaceful means fail. This principle has wide application. It could easily be evoked by the terrorists who destroyed Pan Am Flight 103, an act bitterly denounced on its first anniversary, just as the United States was invading Panama. They, too, could claim that they had exhausted peaceful means. But this doctrine has another fundamental characteristic: the right to violence is reserved for the United States and its clients. The fundamental doctrine is further clarified by the treatment of international law. On occasions it was indicated that its precepts had been violated by the invasion, but this was rejected on the basis that the legalities are murky, Wall Street Journal, or simply irrelevant. Exactly 10 years earlier, Vietnam invaded Cambodia after this country carried out bloody attacks against Vietnamese villages with thousands of victims, overthrowing the Pol Pot regime. From any point of view, the justification for this invasion is much more plausible than anything else that Washington could offer. But, in that case, the legalities were neither murky nor irrelevant. On the contrary, Vietnam's violation of international law hurt our sensibilities, earning the Vietnamese the reputation of the Prussians of Southeast Asia, New York Times, whom we should punish, along with the Cambodian people, by economic warfare and tacit support for the Khmer Rouge. These radically different reactions can easily be explained by the doctrine that only the United States and its clients enjoy the right to illegal violence. But the obvious questions remain unanswered and understanding of the real world is effectively stifled. Heeding heavily to the government agenda, the press barely investigated issues such as civilian casualties. Some attributed this failure to Pentagon interference, but that excuse is hard to believe. Nothing prevented the press from visiting hospitals and interviewing their directors, who reported overflowing mortuaries from the first days and called on Latin America and Europe to send medical teams because the United States only gives us bullets, nor publish the stories that arrived by telegraph reporting these events. Linda Hossey of the Toronto Globe and Mail reported open skepticism in relation to the official figures, citing people who lived in the slums, church workers and others who spoke of many civilians buried because there were no transports to take them to a mortuary. Virtually all the Panamanians interviewed, he writes, admitted that the vast majority of the dead are civilians. The Argentine press was able to find a government spokesman who said the necessary legal steps have been taken for the incineration of large quantities of dead bodies piled up in the warehouses of the central hospitals, currently overflowing with corpses. One of the few to carry out the effort, J.D. Gannon, reported that hospitals, morgues, and funeral homes recorded around 600 civilian deaths in Panama City, while diplomats and relief workers estimated 400 more in rural areas. The media were very impressed by a CBS poll showing that 90% of the population approved of the invasion, although they did not appreciate the fact that 10% of a population of 2.4 million people had mentioned that a good friend or relative had died, 23 per 100, killed or wounded. A few calculations made on reasonable assumptions indicate that either the survey is not significant at all or the death toll was in the thousands according to conservative estimates. This question was not raised. The lack of interest in the cost in civilian lives was shared by Congress. On February 1, the House of Representatives passed a resolution, 389-26, praising Bush for his handling of the invasion and expressing sadness at the loss of 23 American lives, the AP reported. A possible omission comes to mind, but seems to have gone unnoticed. This is just one example, but it is enough to illustrate the kind of powerful and unfettered reporting that makes the press such an essential component of our country's democratic system, as Sanford Ungar writes, beaming with pride at the magnificence of your profession. Just a few steps further, the veil is lifted and elemental truths are easily perceived. The great Israeli military analyst Zeev Schiff comments that there is nothing extraordinary about the invasion, not even from a military point of view that U.S. forces are killing Panamanian civilians. Innocent, nor from a political point of view, when a great power uses its military forces against a small neighbor, under pretexts that Washington would immediately reject if presented by other states. Like the bombing of Libya and other military operations, this one reveals that Washington allows itself what other powers, including the Soviet Union, do not allow, although they obviously have no less justification. In another client state, the mainstream Honduran press took a harsher tone. An editorial published in El Tiempo denounced George Bush's international totalitarianism disguised as democracy. Bush has clearly declared to all of Latin America that for the U.S. government there is no law, only its will in imposing its designs on the hemisphere. One columnist calls the just cause a gross and grotesque euphemism, nothing more or less than an imperialist invasion of Panama. We live in a climate of aggression and disrespect, wounded by our poverty, our weakness, our obvious dependency, the absolute submission of our weak nations to the service of an implacable superpower. Latin America suffers while Congress gives George Bush a rousing ovation for his victory. 4. Operation Just Cause, the reasons. The reasons for the invasion were not difficult to elucidate. Manuel Noriega had been happily working with the U.S. intelligence service since the 1950s, during George Bush's tenure as director of the CIA and later as drug czar for the Reagan administration. His relationship with the U.S. intelligence service began when he reported leftist tendencies among fellow students, officials, and instructors at the military academy. These services became contractual in 1966 or 1967, according to U.S. intelligence officials. The espionage network he organized would serve two clients, Frederick Kemp reports, the Panamanian government, in controlling political opponents in the region, and the United States in keeping track of the growing communist influence in organized unions on United Fruit Co. banana plantations, being a logical concern for the U.S. government, assumed without comment. After various vicissitudes, he was recognized as a kindred spirit by the Reagan administration and returned to the American workforce with payments from the CIA and DIA averaging $200,000 a year. His help in the theft of the 1984 elections has already been mentioned. He also played a supporting role in the U.S. war against Nicaragua and was considered by the DIA to be a valuable asset in the drug war. However, in 1985 to 1986, the United States was beginning to reconsider its role and finally decided to eliminate it. Developed a public opposition, especially among the upper and middle classes, which led to street protests that were brutally repressed by the Panamanian military led by the U.S. favorite, Colonel Herrera Hassan. An economic warfare program was launched, designed to minimize the impact on the U.S. business community, a GAO official told Congress. A negative point against Noriega was his support for the Contadora peace process for Central America, which the United States strongly opposed. Their commitment to the war against Nicaragua was questioned, and when the Iran-Contra affair broke out, their usefulness came to an end. On New Year's Day 1990, the administration of the Panama Canal would pass mostly into Panamanian hands, and a few years later, the rest would pass, according to the Canal Treaty. An important oil pipeline is 60% owned by Panama. It is clear that the traditional clients of the United States had to be restored to power and that there was not much time to lose. As January 1 approached, the London Economist observed, the opportunity was vital and a new government had to be installed. 0. Other benefits derived from the invasion would tighten the stranglehold on Nicaragua and Cuba, which, the government and the media lament, had used the free and open Panamanian economy to circumvent U.S. trade sanctions and the illegal embargo. Another condemnation of the embargo by the UN while the United States invaded Panama, with only the United States and Israel voting against, was a question too insignificant to even deserve to be reported. These intentions were symbolically signaled by the contemptuous violations of diplomatic immunity, including the break-in at the Nicaraguan embassy and the repeated detention of Cuban embassy personnel, all of which are grossly illegal, but hardly a cause for concern in a lawless state. Apart from the danger of a precedent from which the United States might suffer, you never know when the next Somoza or the next Marcos might seek shelter in a U.S. embassy. Even the vulgar display of the American military outside the Vatican embassy, with blaring rock music and other childish antics, was generally regarded as good, wholesome fun and by the military as a very imaginative use of psychological operations. Colonel Ted Solon of the Kennedy Special Warfare Center, White House spokesman Fitzwater was certainly pleased to see the American sense of imagination manifest in this situation which, as all sides have admitted, was part of a pattern of outright violation of federal and international law by regarding diplomatic immunity. The press adhered to their fabulous canons of objectivity. For example, when television crews in a hotel overlooking the Vatican embassy showed a pineapple cut in half through their bedroom window, or when National Public Radio he amused his elite intellectual audience with an interview with a fruit and vegetable vendor, who was asked if Noriega's pockmarked face really looked like a pineapple. 7 months later, Iraqi troops surrounded, among others, the U.S. Embassy in an effort to force the countries participating in the blockade against Iraq to withdraw their delegations. They have not taken any action against the embassies or broken into them at all, but they are present nonetheless, a White House spokesman announced. The media was offended. The editors of the Times wrote, "Now Saddam Hussein is attacking diplomacy itself." The editors further proclaimed, for the first time, that Iraqi leaders were now becoming war criminals in the classical Nuremberg sense and should be tried under the Nuremberg principles, which state that a crime against world law must be punished, including heads of state and those who obey their orders. It would be too much to expect the editors to recall that the state they proclaim as the symbol of human decency, by invading West Beirut in 1982 in violation of the ceasefire and a unanimous UN Security Council resolution, suddenly burst into the Soviet embassy grounds, seizing the consulate building and holding it for 2 days, a gratuitous provocation. The embassy had also been repeatedly bombed during the Israeli bombardment of civilian targets in Beirut. But they could, perhaps, have been able to search their memory for certain events that occurred in Panama City a few months earlier. The invasion restored to power the traditional white European elite who had been displaced by General Torrijos in his 1968 coup. Under the headline "Quayle receives warm welcome in Panama," Times correspondent Robert Pear observes at the end of an optimistic report that pro-American sentiments are expressed more strongly by wealthy, middle-class Panamanians than by those with low incomes, the majority black and mestizo. It also reports that the vice president did not visit the poor neighborhoods. Rita Beamish reports, however, for AP that before leaving Panama City, Quayle took a drive through the needy neighborhood of Chorrillo. As his motorcade slowly passed through the area, onlookers formed huddles and leaned out of windows, watching in cold silence. His reaction was in stark contrast to the enthusiastic cheers on Sunday from a well-dressed congregation at a Catholic church that Quayle attended in another neighborhood, widely shown on television. The total contrast went unnoticed. Times reporter Larry Roeder and others found general support and approval for the American adventures among those who had suffered from the economic war and been ruined by the invasion. The few journalists who strayed from the beaten path discovered the expected situation. Diego Ribadeneira reports on a demonstration protesting the arrest of 2 leaders of the telecommunications union by U.S. soldiers. Most of the political activists and labor leaders are on a list of several hundred people whom the government Andorra intends to stop, he continues. A senior U.S. embassy official said he did not know why. They didn't give us any details, just that the Andorra government wanted us to arrest them. They're bad people of some sort, I guess. And they are, like all the activists and labor leaders in the region, and elsewhere, if they don't submit. Leaving nothing to chance, the U.S. military sent hundreds of psychological warfare specialists to Panama to spread pro-American propaganda messages throughout the country in a campaign to reinforce the image of the United States and to print the North American influence in almost all phases of the new government, reports the press. These guys are very sophisticated in the psychological aspects of warfare, said an army officer. They work on propaganda. Noriega's career fits the usual pattern. Typically, the thugs and gangsters who are backed by the United States reach a point in their careers where they become too independent and greedy, forgetting their usefulness. Instead of simply robbing the poor and protecting the business climate, they are beginning to interfere with Washington's natural allies, the local business elite and the oligarchy, or even directly with U.S. interests. At this point, Washington begins to hesitate. We hear of human rights violations that were blithely ignored in the past, and sometimes the U.S. government moves in to eliminate them, even trying to assassinate them, as in the case of Trujillo. In 1986 to 1987, Elliott Abrams, as always obsessed with the lure of violence in Nicaragua, opposed a Senate resolution condemning Noriega. Another indication of a possible ambivalence at high levels is the curious relationship between Israel and Panama. Apparently, as in the case of Somoza, Israel was not forced to cancel its arms shipments and other aid to Noriega until virtually the end. According to the Israeli press, when Noriega ceased to be Washington's close friend in 1986, Israel was ordered to behave, was allowed to continue selling weapons, but was required to keep a low profile in its dealings with Noriega. About 20% of the $500,000 of Israeli arms sales to Panama, plus another military equipment, in the past decade were carried out in the last 3 years, reports Ephraim Davidi in the Labour Party press. Davidi believes that the Americans were following the usual plan of supplying weapons to military elements who, they hoped, would eliminate the specific target, a script very similar to that of Israel's sale of US-sourced weapons to Iran in the early 1980s. In short, a successful operation. Today, the United States can continue to promote democracy and prosperous economic development, as it has been doing so successfully in the region for many years. This perspective is presented earnestly, with blithe ignorance of the relevant history and the reasons for its usual trajectory. The cheerful reports about these prospects did not raise even the most obvious questions. What were the consequences of the most recent invasions, carried out with the same promises? Not bringing up the subject required real dedication. On the day of the invasion of Panama, the last pages carried the obituaries of Herbert Blaise, who presided over the triumph of democracy and reconstruction after the liberation of Grenada, to great acclaim, a perfect occasion for an analysis of the fulfillment of the promise. Initially, the United States invested $110 million in the small island to stimulate North American investment and tourism, with little results. The country carries a debt close to $50 million and a trade deficit of $60 million. In early December 1989, a strike joined by virtually all public employees demanded payment of salary increases promised since 1987. Funds were not available, despite borrowing to curb a growing budget deficit. The official unemployment figure is 20%, estimated at 40% among young workers. Alcoholism and drug addiction are said to have reached unprecedented levels, along with homicides and other signs of social dissolution. The healthcare system instituted by Maurice Bishop was dismantled after Blaise expelled the Cuban staff that comprised it. It is estimated that 2% of the population emigrated in 1986. In June 1987, President Blaise signed into law an Emergency Powers Act that gave the security forces broad powers, including detention without trial, house arrest, deportation, and the right to declare a curfew, also establishing a committee to censor politically engaged songs. There are no longer calls to Reagan the provider, who will build us homes, give us food and jobs, and lead us to the cornucopia at the end of the rainbow, as he promised. Instead, the graffiti on the walls read "Yankees out" and "Yankees go." The most recent scrawls on the walls are more likely to say things like "Reagan is the world's #1 terrorist," reports Gary Christ blankly, and the most flattering description of George Bush I've heard on the island is that it's just another Ronald Reagan, only not as aggressive. That was before the repeat of the script in Panama. Or we could take a look at the Dominican Republic, liberated by an American invasion in 1965 and well on the way to democracy. Albeit only after years of killing and torture by death squads and the purchase by U.S. companies of much of what they had not acquired during previous occupations. This is also seen as a triumph of democracy, with civilians elected and without the military taking power, indeed, happy to leave the task of policing to civilians and the IMF. But, on an island endowed like few others with diverse mineral resources, fertile soils, lush forests, and galore of fish and birds, observes Latin American scholar Jan Nippers Black, an ingenious and industrious people continue to struggle with little relief or progress against the ravages of hunger and disease, and the country remains a virtual appendage of the United States, without the slightest independence, without escape from misery for the population in general. In January, while U.S. troops were restoring order in Panama, a boat full of Dominican refugees fleeing to the United States sank and dozens of people drowned. Another had caught fire a few days earlier, with no survivors. As usual, these incidents were not reported. An unknown number of these illegal migrants sail in rickety boats to Puerto Rico every year, many drowning and thousands of them arrested and deported. The Immigration Service and the U.S. Immigration and Naturalization Service expected to capture more than 10,000 in 1990, about 20% of those who would try to enter illegally, twice as many as in 1989. In proportion to the population, a comparable flight from the Vietnam would be in the order of 500,000 to 1 million people, a figure that would provoke great international protests about the horrors of communism. The Dominican Republic was not devastated by foreign invaders and economic warfare. But, unlike the case of Vietnamese illegal migrants, political capital cannot be gained by agonizing over the fate of those fleeing its shores, so they remain invisible, like the thousands of illegal migrants fleeing Haiti in ships, 20,000 of which were forced back during the Reagan era, while others escape to the neighboring Dominican Republic or are captured and forcibly brought there to work as virtual slaves on sugar plantations. 0. Such thoughts did not stop the praise of Operation Just Cause and its rich promise, which is not entirely empty. Bush's announcement of $1 billion in aid to rebuild the society destroyed by the economic war and the military attack by the United States included $400 million to finance the sale of American products to Panama, another $150 million to repaying bank loans and $65 million in private sector loans and guarantees to American investors, all a gift from the American taxpayer to America's wealthy. 5. Good intentions failed. In the months following the invasion of Panama, the successful affair almost disappeared from view. American goals had been achieved, the triumph had been suitably celebrated, and there was not much else to say except to record the subsequent progress toward freedom, democracy, and good fortune, or, if that betrays credulity, invent occasional musings about how the best intentions fail when works with such poor human material. Central American sources continued to pay considerable attention to the impact of the invasion on civilians, but were ignored in our country in occasional analyses of the issue. New York Times correspondent Larry Roeder devoted a column to casualty estimates on April 1, citing figures as high as 673 dead, and adding that higher figures, which he attributes only to Ramsey Clark, are widely denied in Panama. He found Panamanian witnesses who described U.S. military actions as moderate, but he found no one with less happy tales. Among the many easily accessible sources deemed unworthy of mention are examples such as the following. The Mexican press reported that 2 Catholic bishops estimated the deaths at perhaps 3,000. Hospitals and non-governmental human rights groups estimated the deaths at around 2,000. A joint delegation of the Central American Human Rights Commission based in Costa Rica, CODHUCA, and the National Human Rights Commission of Panama, CONADHUPA, published a report on their investigation carried out between January 20 and 30, based on numerous interviews. This report concluded that the human costs of the invasion are substantially higher than the official United States figures of 202 civilian deaths, reaching between 2,000 and 3,000 according to moderate estimates. Eyewitnesses interviewed in city slums reported that U.S. helicopters opened fire on buildings occupied only by civilians, that a U.S. tank destroyed a public bus, killing 26 passengers, that civilian residences were burned to the foundations, with many apartments destroyed and many people killed, that U.S. troops fired on ambulances and killed wounded people, some with bayonets, and denied access to the Red Cross. The Catholic and Episcopal churches considered estimates of 3,000 dead as moderate. Some civilians were illegally detained, in particular Union leaders and those considered opposed to the invasion or nationalists. All the residences and offices of the political sectors that opposed the invasion were searched and many of them destroyed and valuables stolen. The United States imposed severe censorship. Human rights violations under Noriega had been unacceptably high, the report continues, though of course insignificant compared to those under US-backed regimes in Guatemala and El Salvador. But the U.S. invasion caused an unprecedented level of death, suffering and violation of human rights in Panama. The title of the report is, Panama, More Than an Invasion, a Massacre. The organization Physicians for Human Rights, with the collaboration of America's Watch, estimated provisional figures of victims higher than those provided by the Pentagon, but much lower than those of CODHUCA and others in Panama. His estimate is around 300 dead civilians. America's Watch also provides a moderate estimate of at least 3,000 wounded, also concluding that civilian deaths were 4 times higher than military deaths in Panama and approximately 10 times higher than those in the United States. Officially, 23. They ask, how can a surgical operation result in at least 10 civilian deaths, according to the official U.S. figure, for every U.S. military casualty? By September, the number of bodies exhumed from several of the mass graves had exceeded 600. The CODHUCA report highlights the fact that much of it is uncertain due to the violent circumstances, the burning of bodies and the lack of data regarding people buried in mass graves without having reached morgues or to hospitals, according to eyewitnesses. His reports and the many others, a few of which have been cited here, may or may not be accurate. However, the decision to ignore them by the media does not reflect professional criteria, but a commitment to power. While Larry Roeder's visits to slums destroyed by U.S. bombing only found people pleased with the invasion, or critical of U.S. insensitivity at worst, others found a rather different picture. Mexico's leading newspaper reported in April that Rafael Olivardia, a spokesman for the 15,000 refugees in the devastated neighborhood of El Chorrillo, said that the refugees from El Chorrillo were victims of a bloodbath during and after the invasion. Said that those victims saw U.S. tanks pass over the dead during the invasion, which left a total of more than 2,000 dead and thousands wounded, according to unofficial figures. You only live once, Olivardia said, and if you have to die fighting for decent housing, U.S. soldiers should finish the job they started on December 20. The Spanish-speaking press in the United States was less euphoric than its colleagues. Vicky Pérez reports from Panama that the whole world continues to ignore how many thousands of victims the U.S. invasion of Panama claimed and what types of weapons were used, because the country's Attorney General refuses to allow the investigation of the bodies found in the graves common. A photo accompanying the report shows workers exhuming bodies from a grave containing at least 200 victims of the invasion. Citing a woman who found the body of her dead father, Pérez reports that just like the woman in the cemetery, It is vox populi in Panama that the Americans used completely unknown weapons during the December 20 invasion. The head of the Panamanian human rights group told the newspaper that they turned Panama into a laboratory of horrors. Here, they first experimented with economic strangulation methods, then, they successfully developed an international disinformation campaign. But it was in the application of the most modern warfare technology that they demonstrated infernal mastery. The Code Hooker report also states that highly sophisticated weapons were used by the United States military, some for the first time in combat against unarmed civilian populations, and in many cases no distinction was made between civilian and military targets. One case of highly sophisticated weapons did receive some attention. Stealthy F-117A fighters were used in combat for the first time, dropping 2,000-pound time-delayed bombs in a wide-open field near an airstrip and barracks housing an elite PDF battalion. The Air Forces had kept this plane under strict secrecy, refusing to disclose data regarding its cost or operation. There were conflicting reports about the logical reason for using this sophisticated aircraft, which costs approximately $50 million each. 1. To carry out what appeared to be a simple operation, reported Aviation Week and Space Technology. The Panamanian Air Force does not have fighters, and no military aircraft were permanently stationed at the base that was attacked. Its only known air defenses were a pair of small-caliber anti-aircraft guns. An aeronautical engineering advisor and North American charter operator in Panama said he was stunned to learn of the use of the F-117A, noting that the attack target did not even have radar. They could have bombed it with any other plane and they would not have been detected. Aerospace magazine cites Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney's claim that this aircraft was used because of its great precision, then suggests his own answer to the puzzle. By demonstrating the F-117A's ability to operate in low-intensity conflict, in addition to its intended mission of attacking highly defended Soviet targets, the operation can be used by air forces to justify the huge investment made in combat technology. Camouflage before an increasingly skeptical Congress. A similar conclusion, more broadly, was reached by Col. Ret. David Hackworth, a former combat commander and one of the nation's most decorated soldiers. Hackworth described the Panama operation as technically efficient, although in his opinion 100 Special Forces guys would have been enough to capture Noriega, and this big operation was an attempt by the Pentagon to impress Congress just as it is beginning to cut military spending. The March 1990 National Security Strategy Report lends credence to these suggestions. 0. If they were indeed among the reasons for this operation, they might have suffered a slight setback when it turned out that one of the stealthy fighter bombers missed its helpless target by more than 300 meters, despite its great accuracy. Defense Secretary Cheney ordered an investigation. The character of the American victory became clearer, along the usual lines, in the months that followed. Its nature is described by Andres Oppenheimer in the Miami Herald in June, under the headline "Panama Flirts with Economic Recovery." It is, that is, a recovery from the depths to which it had been sunk by America's illegal economic warfare and subsequent invasion and occupation. But there is an objection. 6 months after the U.S. invasion, Panama shows signs of growing prosperity, at least for the largely white business class, which has regained its influence after more than 2 decades of military rule. Luxury stores are once again brimming with merchandise, and Panama's nightlife is also reviving, while foreign tourists, especially American businessmen, can be seen most nights sipping martinis in the lobbies of the biggest hotels, which are sometimes fully booked, unlike the dim pre-invasion atmosphere. Newspapers are full of advertisements for department stores, banks, and insurance companies. The upper class and the middle classes are doing very well, observes a Western European diplomat. They had the money in American banks and they're bringing it back into the country. But the poor have a hard time because the government is bankrupt and can't help them. The Catholic Church has begun to denounce what it sees as a lack of concern for the poor on the part of the government, Oppenheimer continues. An editorial in a church publication attacked the authorities for devoting their energies to helping the private sector, while breaking their original promises not to fire low-income public workers. On August 2, the Catholic bishops of Panama published a pastoral letter condemning the interference of the United States in the internal affairs of the country and denouncing the December invasion as a true tragedy in the annals of the country's history. The statement also condemned Washington's failure to provide aid to people still suffering from the invasion and criticized the government for ignoring its promise. Their protest is published in the Guatemala City Central America Report under the headline "The Church Raises Its Voice Though Not Enough to Be Heard in Washington and New York." In August, a presidential commission proposed a plan to rebuild the devastated economy. He called for an end to the occupation of the state and its territory by United States troops and the re-establishment of Panamanian sovereignty. Once again, his voice did not reach the attackers. The white sector, which owns most of the land and resources, is estimated at about 8% of the population. The 2 decades of military rule referred to by the Miami Herald also had another feature. Torrijos's dictatorship had a populist character, which ended for the most part after his death in 1981 in a plane crash, with various accusations regarding the cause, and Noriega's subsequent seizure of power. During this period, black, mestizo, and indigenous Panamanians achieved their first share of power, and economic and agrarian reforms were undertaken. In these 2 decades, infant mortality fell from 40% to less than 20% and life expectancy increased by 9 years. New hospitals, health centers, housing, schools, and universities were built, and more doctors, nurses, and teachers were trained. Indigenous communities were guaranteed autonomy and protection of their traditional territories to an extent unparalleled in the hemisphere. For the first time, Panama moved toward an independent foreign policy, still alive to some extent in the 1980s, when Panama participated in the Contadora peace efforts. The Canal Treaty was signed in 1977, theoretically assigning control of the canal to Panama in the year 2000, although the prospects are doubtful. The Reagan administration took the position that, when the treaties between Carter and Torrijos are being renegotiated, an eventuality that was taken for granted, the prolongation of the U.S. military presence in the Panama Canal area until well after the year 2000 should be subject to discussion. Department of State. Post-invasion actions aimed at bringing Panamanian military forces under U.S. control may be motivated by more than just normal doctrine. It will probably be argued that Panama is not in a position to defend the canal as the treaty requires, so U.S. bases will have to be maintained. Pamela Constable reports that bankers and businessmen consider that things are improving, although a feeling of anger and despair pervades the lower class in the blighted slums. Vice President Guillermo Ford says, "Stores are 100% reopened and the private sector is buzzing with enthusiasm. I think we're on our way to a very strong future." Under the proposed recovery program by him, companies, public utilities will be sold, labor legislation will be revised to allow easier dismissal of workers, and export tax-free factories will be created to attract foreign capital. Business leaders are euphoric about Ford's ideas, Constable continues. On the contrary, the unions are understandably suspicious of these proposals, but their power has become almost insignificant, with massive dismissals of public workers who supported Noriega and an unprecedented unemployment rate. The U.S. emergency aid package approved by Congress is mostly intended to repay Panama's foreign debt and strengthen its solvency with foreign credit institutions. Translation: this is a taxpayer subsidy to international banks, foreign investors, and the important people of Panama. The thousands of refugees from El Chorrillo, who today live in what some of them call a concentration camp, will not return to the devastated suburb. The original owners, who have long wanted to transform this elite piece of land into a more elegant district, may now succeed. Noriega had blocked these plans, allowing the poor to occupy the houses that were there without paying rent. But, by bombing the neighborhood to rubble and then flattening the charred ruins with steamrollers, U.S. forces overcame that thorny legal and humane hurdle with these intentions, Constable reports. With unemployment skyrocketing, almost half the population cannot meet basic food needs. Crime has quadrupled. The aid is intended for foreign companies and banks, debt repayment. One could speak of the Central Americanization of Panama, correctly observes correspondent Brooke Larmer. The U.S. occupation forces continued to leave little to chance. The Mexican newspaper Excelsior reports that U.S. forces have established direct control over ministries and public institutions. According to an organizational scheme leaked to the newspaper by political and diplomatic sources, the controls of the United States extend to all the provinces, to the Indian community, to the city councils of the 10 main cities and to the regional police stations. The objective from Washington is to have in this country a strategic network to permanently control all the actions and decisions of the government. With the establishment of this parallel government that severely controls the entire decision-making process, in Panama, things have gone back to the way they were before 1968. The newspaper had scheduled an interview with President Andara to discuss this issue, but it was cancelled without explanation. The report provides many details, including the names of U.S. officers and the tasks that were assigned to them in the organization scheme. All of this could easily be checked by American journalists, if the U.S. bureaus were interested. But they are not. The information we disclose here, reports the Excelsior, is supposed to be known only to very limited groups, not including the American public. The occupying forces also took steps to limit nuisances such as freedom of expression. The Excelsior reports that the intelligence services of the United States exercise control not only over local information media, but also over international news agencies, according to the president of the Union of Journalists of Panama. An opposition activist maintains that Panama's first publishing company, ERSA, which owns 3 daily newspapers, was occupied by tanks and U.S. security forces in order to hand it over to a businessman who had lost it in a legal process. A member of an oligarchic family that favors the interventionist line of the United States. According to the Ramsey Clark Independent Commission of Inquiry, the offices of the newspaper La Repubblica were searched and looted by U.S. troops the day after the paper reported the large number of deaths caused by the U.S. invasion. Its editor was arrested and held for 6 days by U.S. soldiers and later sent to a Panamanian prison without charge. The editor of one of the few opposition voices was arrested in March, accused of alleged misconduct as a government minister, and the government shut down a radio station for airing editorials critical of the U.S. invasion and the government it established. Miguel Antonio Bernal, important Panamanian intellectual and anti-Noriega, writes that freedom of the press is once again under siege in Panama. Vice President Ricardo Arias Calderón proposed a new law to restrict criticism of the government by the press, saying, "We will not tolerate criticism." He also urged the shareholders of Panama's largest newspaper, La Prensa, to fire its editor and founder Roberto Eisenman because of the newspaper's criticism of the government, and urged members of his Christian Democratic Party to work for the expulsion by Eisenman. Describing such actions, the growing terror, and the rebuilding of the military with Noriega associates who were implicated in drug trafficking and corruption, Bernal wonders why the United States is turning a blind eye, as in the past, to these facts. 0. Bernal's question is certainly rhetorical. Latin Americans know the answer very well. Those not limited to the quality American press could learn that the government of President Andara had received one of the worst diplomatic setbacks on March 30, when he was formally expelled from the Group of 8, what is considered as the main Latin American democracies. Panama had been suspended from the group in 1988 in reaction to Noriega's repression, and with the further deterioration of the political climate under foreign occupation, Panama was definitively expelled at the March meeting of foreign ministers. The group released a resolution that established that the process of democratic legitimation of Panama requires popular consideration without foreign interference, which guarantees the total right of the people to freely elect their governments. This resolution also indicated that the operations of the U.S. military affect the sovereignty and independence of Panama, as well as the legality of the Andara government. This decision broadens the pattern of strong Latin American opposition to previous U.S. actions against Panama and the invasion. As the U.S. media barely noticed, President Andara's inaugural address 4 days before the invasion was boycotted by nearly all Latin American ambassadors. The position of Washington and the media is that the Andara government is legitimate, having won the 1989 elections, that they were stolen by Noriega. Latin American opinion in general takes a different point of view. In 1989, Andara was appearing in front of Noriega, with strong support from the United States, both open and secret. On the other hand, the elections were held under the conditions caused by the illegal economic war of the United States that was sinking the economy. Therefore, the United States brandished a whip on the electorate. For this reason alone, the elections were far from free and voluntary from any sensible point of view. Today, the political scene is considerably different. Therefore, there would be every reason to organize new elections, contrary to the wishes of Andara and those of his North American promoters. The official position is that expressed by Michael Massing in the New York Review. Reporting from Panama, he writes that Andara's willingness to consenting to the request of the United States to assume the presidency has made the leaders of some Latin American countries, such as Peru, question its legitimacy. Panamanians themselves, however, have little doubt in this regard, because their clear victory in the 1989 elections provided Andara with all the credentials she needs. The mention that Peru was not in agreement is a clever move, as President Garcia was an official enemy of the United States who had been reluctant on Nicaragua, had limited debt payments, and generally failed to he had met the proper criteria. However, better to ignore the rest of the group of 8, among some Latin American countries. As for the views of Panamanians themselves, no further indication is provided as to how this information was obtained. Massing reports police raids on poor neighborhoods, protests by hungry and homeless people demanding jobs and housing, Noriega's reconstitution of the PDF, restoration of the oligarchy with a prosperous corporate lawyer to the in front of a government made up mostly of businessmen who receive American business visitors sponsored by OPEC, which guarantees American investments abroad, as if they were visiting heads of state. The business climate is once again attractive in this land ruled by merchants, vendors, and money lenders. The government is drawing up plans to revive Panama's banking industry, relax its labor laws, expand the free trade zone and attract foreign investors, and to privatize state-owned companies and radically reduce public spending. The government, sprung from the little white elite, has been accused of wanting to go back in time to 1968, when a small, wealthy group ruled the country, namely, exactly the group now restored to power. But this accusation is unfair, says Massing. The proof is that when Air Panama employees, fearful of losing their jobs, stood guard outside his office, President Andara sent them coffee and insisted on talking to them. And what's more, while on hunger strike in the cathedral in an effort to speed up U.S. aid, or to lose weight, as some unkind Panamanians humorously put it, he invited the striking sanitation employees to have a chat with him and eventually they negotiated a settlement. On the other hand, Vice President Arias Calderon has said that he is in favor of a social market economy in which the government seeks to correct the inequalities created by the market. True, no project that could illustrate this plan is underway and the Andara government is opposed to the idea of using U.S. aid for these purposes, determined to leave virtually everything to the private sector. But that proves nothing, in view of the powerful evidence showing that the accusation is unjust, which we have just reviewed in full. Massing is dissatisfied with the outcome, particularly Noriega's restoration of the PDF, despite all the good intentions of the United States, taken for granted, by the standards of intellectual culture, and its efforts to atone for his death. Past misconduct. The problem does not lie in U.S. military aid programs, which have trained security forces guilty of horrible excesses in El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Noriega's Panama, and other cases not mentioned. The problem is, rather, what the United States had to work with. The bad guys are those guys, not us, please. The consistent effects of our military training, the policies of which it is a part, the documentary data that explains the reasons, in fact, the whole story, is irrelevant. We are always ready to admit that there were aberrations in the past. But in every moment of time, we've changed of direction and placed the mistakes of the past behind us. We are good, our intentions are good. Spot 6. The war continues. Essentially, the invasion of Panama is such a familiar exercise in U.S. power as to be no more than a footnote in history. Rhetoric aside, blocking independent nationalism remains a high priority. Possibly more important than ever, as the United States seeks to strengthen its own dominance in the ongoing conflict with the world's two other great power centers. The ability to intervene, however, is undergoing changes. In one significant respect, it is increasing. The weakening of the Soviet deterrent and the Soviet desire to support American attack targets grants Washington greater freedom to crush anything that gets in its way, as Elliott Abrams and others observe. But in other respects, the ability to intervene is diminishing. The main factor is the tenacity and courage of the indigenous resistance. A second impediment is the diversification of the world scene. Although Europe and Japan are today delighted with the opportunities for exploitation of the new Eastern Third World, they may not easily allow the United States to go their own way in their traditional domains. The world is both out of control and out of phase. As for the countries of the region, this possibility has certain advantages. Doug Henwood observes that the Japanese, like the Europeans, are aware that the state is the friend of economic growth, not its enemy, which is good news for Latino elites interested in greater national sovereignty. And his involvement offers an alternative to dependence on the United States. It is not that the intentions of Europe and Japan are no longer good. But, possibly, it is better to have three thieves with their hands in our pocket than just one, since they can argue about how to divide the loot and leave some room for maneuver. And constructive initiatives are not unthinkable, particularly under the influence of internal solidarity movements. Another factor is dissent within the United States. Popular movements have had significant success in educating and raising awareness and imposing limitations on state violence, thus expanding possibilities for freedom and justice. Precisely this factor, regardless of its weight, will become a primary concern for those who consider themselves moral agents. 5. The Initius aggression. The second act of aggression of the post-Cold War era took place on August 2, 1990, when Iraq invaded Kuwait, later annexing it fully after international sanctions had been imposed. Any crisis in the Middle East immediately assumes sinister proportions given the region's incomparable energy reserves. The events of the month of August were no exception. The reaction to Saddam Hussein's aggression followed two distinct, disturbingly related paths. The UN Security Council immediately condemned the invasion and called for economic sanctions. Implicit in this attitude is a diplomatic avenue for agreeing to a negotiated withdrawal. This option offered unusually high prospects for success. For one reason, because the usual sanctions violators, the United States, Britain, France, and their allies, strongly supported them in this particular case. The United States and Great Britain followed a different path, preparing for a military attack against Iraq and its occupying forces in Kuwait. The divergence is understandable, in light of history and the distribution of power in the contemporary world. Middle East oil was initially in the hands of England and France, later joined by the United States, an arrangement formalized in the Red Line Agreement of 1928. After World War II, France was excluded through legal trickery and the United States assumed the dominant role. As we have discussed before, it has always been essential policy that Middle East oil had to be under the control of the United States, its allies and clients and its oil companies, and that the influences nationalists, independent radicals are not to be tolerated. This doctrine is a corollary to the general hostility to independent Third World nationalism, but it is of unusual importance. The United States and its British ally reacted strongly to Iraq's challenge to their traditional privilege. The political leadership and the ideological leaders expressed great indignation at the fact that a powerful country dared to invade a defenseless neighbor. The issue was elevated to cosmic importance, with eloquent rhetoric about a new world order based on peace, justice, and the inviolability of international law, finally within our reach now that the Cold War has ended, with the triumph of those who they have always upheld these values with such dedication. Secretary of State James Baker explained, "We live in one of those rare moments of transformation in history. The Cold War is over, and an era full of promise has begun. And after a long period of stagnation, the UN is becoming a more effective organization. The ideals of the UN Charter are becoming reality. Saddam Hussein's aggression shatters the idea of a better world in the post-Cold War period. In the 1930s, the aggressors were appeased. In 1990, the President has made our position clear: this aggression will not be appeased." The analogy with Hitler and Munich became a virtual cliché. Although unable to defeat Iran even with the support of the United States, the Soviet Union, Europe, and virtually the entire Arab world, Iraq was now poised to seize power in the Middle East and control the world. The risks were high. The course of history would be determined by our will to avenge Saddam Hussein's invasion of a weak and defenseless country, an unprecedented atrocity, and destroy the new Hitler before it was too late. The United States immediately sent in a huge expeditionary force, which was almost doubled before the November elections. Although a deterrent force could be maintained in the desert and off the coast, hundreds of thousands of soldiers could not be kept at their post for long. The foreseeable effect of this decision was to reduce confidence in the sanctions, which would have their impact over an extended period of time. The United States also made it clear and explicit that diplomacy would not be tolerated. Contacts with Iraq would be limited to presentation of an ultimatum. This outright rejection of diplomacy is what the President called going the extra mile to explore all peaceful diplomatic means. Educated opinion hardly without exception corroborated the leader. To justify this unprecedented rejection of diplomacy, the United States claimed to uphold immutable and high principles, a rhetorical posture that successfully curtailed any kind of diplomacy, sometimes called linkage, and also excluded the withdrawal of the expeditionary force without Iraqi capitulation. This rhetorical stance cannot survive a moment of analysis, but it did not cause any problems because it was not subject to anyone within the dominant world. The debate continued, but over specific tactical issues, a framework within which the administration was sure to prevail. Thus, almost from the outset, the options were successfully limited to the threat or use of force. 1. Our traditional values. The fundamental point was clearly stated by a distinguished professor of political theory at Cambridge University. Fortunately, our traditions prove to have universal values at their core, while theirs are sometimes hard to distinguish, at first glance, from an aggressive, and heavily armed, nihilism. Today, in the Persian Gulf, President Bush could hardly speak less bluntly. Anyone who cannot understand this principle may find it difficult to distinguish Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait from many other crimes, some much worse than this, that the West has easily tolerated, or supported, or directly perpetrated, including a case that occurred a few months earlier, with his lessons on the New World Order. Our traditions and the values they contain have long been evident in the Gulf. To mention only Iraq, they were exemplified during the 1920 insurrection against British rule, an episode of contagion of unrest in the British Empire from Egypt to India. Deeply offended by this aggressive nihilism, a dagger in the back at a time when the empire had been weakened by World War. Sir Arnold Wilson furiously declared, "To kick a man when he is depressed is the most popular pastime in the East, sanctioned by centuries of precept and practice." The Indian delegation attributed the Iraqi revolt to local ultra-extremists, who wanted the abolition of European control of all kinds throughout the East. Winston Churchill agreed, regarding the revolt as only part of a general agitation against the British Empire and all that it stands for. The situation clearly required severe measures. In India a year earlier, British troops opened fire on a peaceful political assembly in Amritsar, killing nearly 400 people. Lacking ground forces in Iraq, Britain turned to the Air Force to bomb indigenous villages, but as part of a broader strategy. Churchill, then colonial secretary, observed that force alone would not suffice to rule Mesopotamia. What was needed was a government and a leader who were freely accepted by the people of Iraq and, just to make sure no one would deviate from that free consent, with the support of the British Air Force and organized British conscripts and 4 imperial battalions. This tactic had its problems. Commenting on the means actually employed, namely, the shelling of village women and children, the Secretary of State for War warned, if the Arab population realized that peaceful control of Mesopotamia depends, ultimately, from our intention to drop bombs on women and children, I very much doubt that we would get that consent that Winston Churchill hoped for. Britain proceeded to set up a puppet regime while the RAF carried out terror bombings to stamp out tribal insubordination, as the colonial secretary of Ramsay MacDonald's Labour government explained in 1924, and to collect taxes from tribal members who were too poor to pay. As Secretary of State in the War Office in 1919, Churchill had already had opportunities to express our traditional values. The RAF command in the Middle East asked him for permission to use chemical weapons as an experiment against recalcitrant Arabs. Churchill authorized the experiment, dismissing the objections of the Indian delegation as unreasonable. I do not understand this aversion to the use of gas. I am decidedly in favor of the use of poison gas against uncivilized tribes. It is not necessary to use only the most lethal gases. Gases can be used that cause great discomfort and spread vivid terror, yet leave no serious permanent effects on the majority of those affected. Churchill added, we cannot, under any circumstances, consent not to use all available weapons to bring about a speedy end to the disorder on the border. Chemical weapons were merely the application of Western science to modern warfare. In fact, they had already been used with great success by the British Air Force in northern Russia against the Bolsheviks, according to the British command. The common belief that the taboo against the use of chemical weapons that has held sway since the First World War has today lost much of its force because of Iraqi actions and threats is almost correct, even if we reject the massive resort to chemical warfare by the United States in South Vietnam with its terrible human cost, which is of no interest to defenders of our traditional values. In the post-World War I period, chemical weapons were viewed in much the same way as nuclear weapons after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It is therefore no real surprise that even before the blockade of Berlin in 1948, Churchill privately urged the United States government to threaten the Soviet Union with a nuclear attack unless the Russians withdrew from East Germany. In July 1958, a military coup carried out by nationalist officers in Iraq threatened for the first time the control of the oil-producing regions by the United States and Great Britain. A threat by the conservative nationalist government of Iran had been aborted 5 years ago. Years before, with the intervention of the United States and Great Britain to restore the Shah. The coup triggered a wide variety of reactions, including the landing of U.S. Marines in Lebanon. In an analysis of the crisis based on public data, William Quandt concludes that the United States apparently agreed to help protect the British oil interests, especially in Kuwait, determining that Iraqi action against Kuwait, infringing on British interests, would not be tolerated, although it seemed unlikely. Quandt assumes that President Eisenhower was referring to nuclear weapons when, in his own words, he ordered the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Twining, to be prepared to employ, subject to Eisenhower's approval, any such means as may be necessary to prevent enemy forces from entering Kuwait. The issue was discussed on several occasions during the crisis, adds Quandt. At that time, the main concern was Egypt's Gamal Abdel Nasser, the Hitler of the day, and his Arab nationalism. Recently, the secret documents add more information, although the U.S. data is incomplete due to heavy censorship, presumably reflecting the Reagan-era commitment to protecting state power from the public. Following discussions in Washington immediately after the Iraqi coup, British Foreign Secretary Selwyn Lloyd sent a secret telegram to the Prime Minister in which he considered two options regarding Kuwait: immediate British occupation of this semi-protectorate, or move towards nominal independence. His advice was contrary to the harsher option. Although the advantage of this action would be that we would have Kuwaiti oil firmly in our hands, it could arouse nationalist sentiments in Kuwait and the effect on international opinion and the rest of the Arab world might not be good. A better policy would be to create a kind of Kuwaiti Switzerland where the British did not exercise physical control. But if this alternative were accepted, we should also accept the need, if things went wrong, to intervene ruthlessly, whoever is causing the problem. He insisted on full United States solidarity with us in the Gulf area, including the need to take firm action to maintain our position in Kuwait and the similar ruling by the United States in relation to the Aramco oil fields in Saudi Arabia. Americans agree that these oil fields in Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and Qatar must remain, at all costs, in Western hands. 6 months before the Iraqi coup, Lloyd had noted that minor changes geared toward greater independence are unavoidable as far as Kuwait is concerned, such as taking over the postal services. He also summarized the main British and indeed Western interests in the Persian Gulf as a. Ensure free access for Great Britain and other Western countries to the oil produced in the states bordering the Gulf, b. Ensure the uninterrupted availability of said oil on favorable terms and in exchange for pounds, and maintain desirable arrangements for the investment of Kuwait's surplus income, c. Hinder the spread of communism and pseudo-communism in the area and later beyond it, and, as a precondition to the latter, defending the region against the influence of the underground Arab nationalism that the Soviet government now prefers to foster. American documents from the same period outline British objectives in similar terms. The United Kingdom asserts that its financial stability would be seriously threatened if Kuwaiti oil from the Gulf area were not made available to the United Kingdom on reasonable terms, if the United Kingdom were deprived of the large investments made by said area in the United Kingdom, and if the pound sterling were deprived of the support provided by the oil of the Persian Gulf. These British needs, and the fact that a guaranteed source of oil is essential to the continued economic viability of Western Europe, provide an argument for the United States to support, or if necessary assist, the British in the use of a force to retain control of Kuwait and the Persian Gulf. The counterargument is that the force would lead to confrontation with radical pan-Arab nationalism and U.S. relations with neutral countries elsewhere in the world would be adversely affected. In November 1958, the National Security Council recommended that the United States be prepared to use force, but only as a last resort, either alone or in aid of the United Kingdom to secure access to Arab oil. The National Security Council also warned that Israel could constitute a barrier to Arab nationalism, establishing the basis for an element of the system of control over the Middle East, called security or stability. Concerns about making the oil and riches of the Gulf available to support the ailing British economy extended in the early 1970s to the United States economy, which was visibly weaker relative to Japan and Germany-led Europe. On the other hand, control of oil serves as a means of influencing these rivals or allies. The flow of capital from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the other Gulf principalities to the United States and Great Britain has provided significant support to their economies, corporations and financial institutions. These reasons are among those why the United States and Britain have often not been averse to increases in the price of oil. These issues are too complex to explore here, but surely these factors are still operative. It comes as no great surprise that the two states that established the imperial deal and have been its main beneficiaries and guarantors prepared for a war in the Gulf, while others kept their distance. 2. Developing the various issues. Although the first two acts of aggression in the post-Cold War period are similar by the criteria of principle and law, there are inevitably differences as well. The most significant disparity is that the U.S. invasion of Panama was carried out by our side, and was therefore benign, while the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait went against crucial U.S. interests, and was therefore consequently iniquitous, violating the most august principles of international law and morality. This series of events posed several ideological challenges. The first task was to portray Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein as a vicious tyrant and international gangster. This was true enough, for it is clearly true. The second was to look with admiration at the invader of Panama and responsible for the illegal use of force against Nicaragua while denouncing the illegal use of force against Kuwait and proclaiming its undying devotion to the Charter of the United Nations, declaring that the United States maintains the position it has always maintained, contrary to aggression, contrary to those that use force to replace the rule of law. If history teaches us anything, it is that we must resist aggression or it will destroy our freedoms. August 20 and 27, 1990. It might seem that this second task would be somewhat more difficult than the first. However, it was not. The president's steely-eyed face appeared on the front pages of newspapers along with his inspiring words about the need to resist aggression, highlighted in a way that would make everyone appreciate his courage and dedication to the ideals we hold dear. Even his evocation of vivid memories of Vietnam as a lesson in the need to resist aggression and uphold the rule of law passed without a clamor or even a murmur of condemnation, a sign of genuine discipline. The press solemnly observed, Bush has shown that the United States is the only superpower capable of enforcing international law against the will of a powerful aggressor, and has further reiterated our commitment to the empire of the law and the inviolability of borders. Across the political spectrum, there was acclaim for this renewed demonstration of our historic defense of the paths of peace, although some out-of-touch right-wingers questioned why we had to do the dirty work. In The Outer Limits of Dissent, Mary McGrory wrote that while Saddam Hussein may have a certain following among poor Arabs, Americans are emotionally invested in getting rid of the beast by one means or another. He considered bombing Baghdad, although it might be ill-advised because of possible retaliation against the Americans. The Washington Post reported a White House plan to eliminate the beast, approved by the president when he was informed by CIA Director William Webster that Hussein posed a threat to the long-term economic interests of the United States. Joined. The White House and political commentators generally recognized that these economic interests governed political decisions. The United States sent significant military forces to Saudi Arabia and helped organize an international embargo and virtual blockade, with remarkably lukewarm support from most of its allies, who would undoubtedly prefer the United States and its clients to Saddam Hussein as dominant influence on the management of oil production and price, but they seemed reluctant to risk or spend too much to achieve this end. And, of course, they share with Washington the lofty principle that power is not right except when we want to. The U.S. aggression was not totally ignored. This is not Panama or Grenada, former Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman William Crowe grimly declared, warning of the risks of our current mission. The costs and risks are paramount, added the editors of the New York Times, agreeing, far exceeding those of United States military operations in Lebanon, Grenada, and Panama. Former Times military correspondent Bernard Traynor, now director of the National Security Program at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, described Saddam Hussein as the Noriega of the Middle East. Like his Panamanian colleague, he has to go. Actually, the comparison between Noriega and Hussein does not go that far. So the analogies were not lost on us. In every case, the United States was acting in self-defense, in the service of world order and high principles, another one of those truths of logic that float happily above the world of reality. The editors of the liberal Boston Globe praised Bush for standing up for our core values and drawing a line in the sand in front of the raging beast. The line is clearer than that drawn in Korea, Vietnam, and Lebanon, they observed. Others also referred to such past evidence of our willingness to face any obstacle to discipline those who resort to force or who deviate from our traditions of nonviolence and commitment to the rule of law. The letters to the editor, on the other hand, made frequent allusions to the hypocrisy of this position, asking what is the difference between our invasion of Panama and Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, among many other cases of benign aggression. The striking difference between the letters and the professional commentary illustrates once again the fact that the ideological offensive of recent years has failed to reach beyond the educated elites to all sectors of the general public. Abroad, the simple truths could be perceived outside the main centers of power, where deviating from established truths is too dangerous. A leading editorial in the Sunday Tribune of Dublin, entitled "Moral Indignation is Pure Hypocrisy," recalls the Western reaction to the invasion of Iran by Iraq, the invasion of Grenada and Panama by the United States, Israel's invasion of Lebanon, and the injustice done to the Palestinians, which is a continuing cause of justifiable anger in the Middle East and will lead to continued turmoil. The Irish Times Washington correspondent Sean Cronin, noting UN Ambassador Thomas Pickering's elated words in support of the Security Council resolution condemning Iraq, recalled some events that had taken place just 8 months earlier. The U.S. veto united on December 23 to a Security Council resolution condemning the invasion of Panama, with the help of the British and French, in this case. And the General Assembly resolution of December 29 that demanded the withdrawal of the invading armed forces of the United States from Panama and described the invasion as a flagrant violation of international law and of the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of the states. But respectable commentators in the United States never backed down. The similarities with the invasion of Panama were almost unanimously ignored, while the boldest, recognizing that attack is the best defense, went so far as to compare George Bush's actions in Panama to his sending troops to Saudi Arabia, not the invasion of Kuwait by Saddam Hussein. Grenada, Vietnam, and Lebanon were also regularly cited as precedents for our defense of the principle of non-intervention. With comparable unanimity, responsible commentators failed to recall Israel's 1982 invasion of Lebanon, with the aim of establishing a puppet regime in a new order subservient to Israel's interests and putting an end to increasingly vexing Israeli initiatives. PLO in favor of a peaceful diplomatic agreement, all openly discussed in Israel from the very beginning, although hidden from the American public. That act of aggression, carried out by a client state, is described as benign. Consequently, he benefited from the active support of the Reagan administration, which was condemned by liberal Democrats and others closer to the left. For not showing the proper enthusiasm for this ruthless assault, which left around 20,000 dead, the overwhelming majority of them civilians. Also notable was the absence of a comparison with Israel's continued occupation of the territories it conquered in 1967 and the annexation of East Jerusalem and the Golan Heights from Syria, and the reaction of the United States. Syria's bloody intervention in Lebanon, with the support of the United States in the early stages, when it was directed against the Palestinians and their Lebanese allies, was similarly overlooked. The conquest of northern Cyprus by Turkey was also forgotten, with thousands of victims and hundreds of thousands of refugees after an orgy of massacres, torture, kidnapping and pillage to extirpate the last vestiges of Greek culture up to classical antiquity. George Bush praised Turkey for acting as a defender of peace by joining those who defend civilized values throughout the world. Few could remember the invasion of Western Sahara by Morocco with the support of the United States in 1976, justified by the Moroccan authorities on the grounds that one Kuwait is enough in the Arab world. It is unfair that such vast resources are in the hands of a small population. Outside this region, the decisive U.S. support, and also French, British, Dutch, etc. support, for Indonesia's ongoing near-genocidal invasion of East Timor was also easily overlooked, among many other obvious parallels. The missing comparisons were articulated by randomly selected Arab and other third-world observers in the press. But the question was no more than that, without deeper analysis, or the authors of the same were reprimanded for their visceral anti-Americanism, sentimentality, or simple naivete. In a New York Times chronicle of Arab-American reactions, Felicity Barringer reminds the Arab spokesperson whom she interviews that their comparison to Israel's 1982 invasion of Lebanon does not take into account a crucial difference, that Kuwait had not attacked Iraq, while southern Lebanon was home to Palestinian bases that had repeatedly bombed Israeli territory. Barringer's gentle rebuke has only one flaw: the facts. In short, Israel had subjected southern Lebanon to violent and bloody attacks since the early 1970s, often without even a pretext of provocation, killing thousands of people and driving hundreds of thousands from their homes. The aim, as formulated by the Israeli diplomat Abba Eban, was to take the entire population hostage under the threat of terror, with the ultimately satisfied rational perspective that the affected populations would bow to the demands of Israel. After its invasion of Lebanon in 1987, which left the southern sector under Israeli control, Israel carried out an extensive bombardment of civilian targets. An outbreak of unprovoked Israeli attacks in 1981 led to an exchange in which 6 Israelis and hundreds of Palestinians and Lebanese were killed when Israel bombed densely populated areas. The ceasefire initiated by the United States was respected by the PLO, but was repeatedly violated, with many civilian casualties, by Israel, which desperately sought to provoke some action by the PLO that could serve as a pretext for the invasion for a long time planned. After the 1982 invasion, Israel returned to the traditional practice of bombing Lebanon at will, with considerable terror in its southern safe zone. However, it would be unfair to blame Barringer for attributing responsibility for the events to them. The fairy tales she relates are the standard version offered in the New York Times and other newspapers, and few would think to question established dogma. The reversal of the facts this time around is, if anything, a minor triumph compared to the really significant achievements of the propaganda establishment, such as turning the U.S. attack on South Vietnam into a noble effort to defend against an assault. The same can be said of other outraged commentators who strongly denounce the Arabs for drawing a parallel to the 1967 war, also condemning the credulity and ignorance of the television hosts and journalists who allow them to spout such nonsense. Henry Siegman, Executive Director, American Jewish Congress. In both cases, Siegman explains to these gullible fools, Arab countries invaded a peaceful neighbor without provocation, even though the first aggressors in 1967 were Egypt, Syria, and Jordan, not Iraq. The Times editors added their support, denouncing Moscow and other scoundrels for trying to legitimize Baghdad's argument that its invasion of Kuwait is, by all accounts, comparable to Israel's occupation of the West Bank, a tactic absurdly wrong and misleading because the occupation of the West Bank, it started only after Arab armies attacked Israel. It is not even controversial that in 1967 Israel attacked Egypt. Jordan and Syria entered the conflict in the same way that England and France went to war when Germany attacked its ally, Poland, in 1939. You might think the Israeli attack was legitimate, but turning it into Arab invasions is pretty daring. It would be, if this practice were not routine. The Times editorial is carefully crafted. It refers to the West Bank, not Gaza, and the Golan Heights. Gaza is best ignored because, indisputably, Israel attacked Egypt, invading Gaza. The case of the Golan Heights is also difficult, not only because Israel annexed the Syrian territory, and was therefore unanimously condemned by the UN Security Council, although a United States veto blocked the sanctions, but also because Israel attacked and conquered it by violating the ceasefire. In the case of the West Bank, editors could claim in their defense that Israeli troops took it over after Jordan had entered the war respecting its alliance with Egypt, already attacked by Israel. Everywhere, we see how important it is to take ownership of history and mold it to the ends required by the powerful, and how valuable is the contribution of loyal servants who do their bidding. 3. Paths that lead US away from disaster. There was a slight threat that the Israeli connection might come to the fore when, on August 12, Saddam Hussein proposed a deal linking Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait to withdrawal from other occupied Arab territories, Syria from Lebanon and Israel from the territories it conquered in 1967. London's Financial Times believed that although this offer did not reduce the impending dangers, it may nonetheless serve some useful purpose, offering a path that leads us away from disaster, through negotiation. Secondly, may very well be right in citing Israel's refusal to give up its control of the occupied territories as a source of conflict in the region. By linking the Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait to Israel's withdrawal from Palestinian and Syrian territory, Mr. Saddam has said something that no Arab leader or citizen, no matter how pro-American, can disagree with, and the refusal to consider this question could bring closer the risk of a total war in the Middle East that would implicate the Jewish state. The immediate problem is that Iraq get out of Kuwait. But, in light of the Iraqi proposal, unsatisfactory as it is, as things stand, the responsibility to take the initiative and add diplomacy to the show of political, military, and economic force currently deployed in the Gulf now falls on all those involved, including the powers of the Middle East and the West. The reaction of the United States was different. As an official response and general comment, it was not thought that the proposal could be explored to find a peaceful solution to a very serious crisis. There was not even a ritual bent to the possibility that there might be a valid point hidden somewhere in this suggestion. On the contrary, the proposal was discarded with total ridicule. That day, the television news featured George Bush the dynamic, speeding his speedboat, running briskly, playing tennis and golf, and otherwise expending his formidable energies on important hobbies, too busy having fun, as he put it, to waste excessive time on the occasional fly in the Arab costume that he might have to swat. As the television news was careful to emphasize, the president's contempt for this irritant was so great that he scarcely interrupted his golf game to express his displeasure that the host said that Hussein's alleged offer it was not to be regarded as serious. The proposal earned a rejection sentence in a New York Times feature on the blockade the next day. The danger that the problems could be addressed was quickly extinguished. The media quietly turned a blind eye to the fact that, 2 days earlier, the Israeli Minister of Agriculture had published a full page of statements in the newspapers saying, "It is difficult to conceive of any political solution consistent with the survival of Israel that does not imply the total and uninterrupted Israeli control of the water supply and sewage systems of the occupied territories, including the electricity supply and the road network, essential for its operation, maintenance, and accessibility. A concession of meaningful self-determination to the Palestinians would seriously jeopardize vital interests of Israel," the statement emphasized. Israel's continued existence is at stake in securing Israeli control over the West Bank. In short, no significant withdrawal from the conquered territories or recognition of the national rights of the Palestinians is conceivable, a consistent position of the US-Israeli rejectionism, which, for 20 years, has been the main barrier to any diplomatic resolution of the conflict. Arab-Israeli facts have been strenuously excluded from U.S. commentary, including the current U.S. position, support for the Shamir/Paris plan declaring Jordan a Palestinian state, prevents any change in the status of the Israeli-occupied territories except in accordance with Israeli government lines, which exclude any meaningful self-determination, rejects negotiations with the PLO, thus denying the Palestinians the right to choose their own political representation, and calls for free elections under severe Israeli military control, with much of the Palestinian leadership rotting in Israeli jails. We are not too surprised that the terms of the U.S. position, albeit designated as the peace process and the only alternative available, never appear to have been published in the mainstream media. Another possible problem arose when Saddam Hussein proposed on August 19 that the Kuwait issue be considered an Arab problem, to be solved only by the Arab states, without external interference, in the manner of the occupation of Lebanon by Syria and the Moroccan attempt to invade Western Sahara. The proposal was dismissed on the reasonable grounds that, in this scenario, Hussein could hope to achieve his ends through the threat and use of force. One relevant fact was overlooked: the Iraqi dictator was once again stealing a page from Washington's book. The traditional opposition of the United States regarding the hemisphere is that outsiders have no right to meddle. If the United States intervenes in Latin America or the Caribbean, it is a hemispheric question, to be resolved there, without external interference. The message is as follows: foreigners, out. We can manage our own affairs in a setting in which regional hegemony can be expected to prevail. To mention just one example, clearly pertinent here, on April 2, 1982, the United States creates a precedent by vetoing 2 Security Council resolutions on 2 different issues on the same day. The first called on Israel to reinstate 3 elected mayors who were recent targets of Jewish terror attacks. The second asked the Secretary General to keep the Security Council informed about the crisis in Central America, without mentioning names or making accusations, implicitly alluding to the U.S. intervention in Nicaragua. The delegation of the United States opposed the resolution on the grounds that feeds cynicism, ridicules the search for peace and harms the inter-American system which should deal with these issues without interference from the UN. A more extreme variant of the current position of Saddam Hussein. On August 23, a former senior U.S. official delivered another Iraqi offer to National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft. The proposal, confirmed by the emissary who sent it and by other memos, was released by Knut Royce in Newsday on August 29. According to sources and documents involved, Iraq offered to withdraw from Kuwait and allow foreigners to leave in exchange for the lifting of sanctions, guaranteed access to the Gulf and full control over the Rumaila oil field which slightly penetrates Kuwaiti territory. From Iraq, Royce, some 2 miles along a disputed border. Other terms of the proposal, according to the memos cited by Royce, were for Iraq and the United States to negotiate an oil deal satisfying the national security interests of both nations, to work together on Gulf stability, and to develop a joint plan to alleviate Iraq's economic and financial problems. It did not mention a U.S. withdrawal from Saudi Arabia or other preconditions. An administration official specializing in Middle East affairs described the proposal as serious and negotiable. Once again, the reaction was revealing. Government spokesman ridiculed the whole thing. The New York Times briefly quoted the Newsday report on page 14, the page that continued an article on another topic, citing government spokesman who dismissed it as nonsense. After properly laying out the issue, the Times admits the story was accurate, citing White House sources who said the proposal has not been seriously considered because Mr. Bush demands Iraq's unconditional withdrawal from Kuwait. The Times calmly observed that a similar offer was mentioned to the New York Times a week ago, i.e., on August 23 by a well-connected Middle Eastern diplomat, but that too was rejected by the administration. That story hadn't been published, though it couldn't be totally ignored once it was leaked a week later to the suburban Newsday, which is prominently displayed on newsstands in New York City, suggesting a certain hypothesis about what happened. Others got rid of the problem in a similar way. Several features of the media system are illustrated here. Deviations from the propaganda line can occur most easily, as in this case, away from the national spotlight. This raises the issue of damage control. A common journalistic device for suppressing unwelcome facts that have unfortunately come to light is to report them solely in the context of government denials. In more general terms, to satisfy the conditions of objectivity, a piece of news can be exposed according to the priorities of power. In this case, the information of the Times, the one that enters the history, follows the example of the governmental authorities. Unwanted facts are first dismissed as nonsense, then admitted as accurate but irrelevant because Washington isn't interested. We also learn that the newspaper has not reported previous offers that are nonsense for the same reason. This puts an end to the problem. We can breathe a sigh of relief, for the threat that there might be a way out of disaster through negotiation has been averted. 4. A constant path. Some problems arose in dealing with the fact that U.S. allies are not a particularly attractive group. After all, few things distinguish Saddam Hussein from Hafez el-Assad, apart from his current service to the needs of the United States. An inconvenient Amnesty International statement dated November 2 reported that Saudi security forces tortured and ill-treated hundreds of Yemeni guest workers, also expelling 750,000 of them, for no apparent reason apart from their nationality or alleged opposition to the position of the government of Saudi Arabia in the Gulf crisis. The press turned a blind eye, although in the case of the Arab states, there is no shortage of commentators who denounce their vile nature. 0. The alliance with Turkey, the defender of peace in Cyprus, see above, paragraph beginning, with comparable unanimity. Also required careful handling, particularly because of the issue of the Kurds in the north. From Iraq. It was hard not to realize that Iraqi forces facing U.S. troops would be seriously weakened if the U.S. supported a Kurdish rebellion. Washington rejected this option, presumably concerned that a Kurdish rebellion in Iraq could spread to eastern Turkey, where the huge Kurdish population, unrecognized as such by the Turks, is brutally repressed. In a rare press release on the issue, the Wall Street Journal observed, "The West fears that pressing the Kurdish issue in Turkey, Syria, and Iran, could weaken the anti-Iraq alliance." The Chronicle adds that the U.S. administration emphatically refused to meet with the Iraqi Kurdish leader who visited Washington in August to ask for help, and that the Kurds say that Ankara is using the Gulf crisis and the consequent popularity of Turkey in the West as a cover for severe punishment. Even on this dramatic issue, discipline was maintained. There would hardly be a word to be found, perhaps none at all, about the Bush administration's willingness to sacrifice many thousands of American lives, even leaving aside the plight of the Kurds, who have been exploited with the most extraordinary cynicism by the government and the media. Communication. It was also necessary to deal in one way or another with the fact that, prior to the attack on Kuwait, the Bush administration and its predecessors treated this bloodthirsty thug as a great friend, favoring trade with his regime and credits to enable him to purchase goods. Americans. Previously, Washington supported its invasion of Iran and then leaned so heavily in favor of Iraq in the Gulf War that military forces were sent to protect maritime traffic from the Iranian threat, Iraqi being the main threat to maritime traffic, persisting in this trajectory even after the USS Stark was attacked in 1987 by an Iraqi aircraft. As the nation banded together to destroy the beast, Texas Congressman Henry Gonzalez, chairman of the House Banking Committee, launched the charge that an Atlanta-based bank had single-handedly extended $3 billion in letters of credit to Iraq, $800 million of which was guaranteed by the Department of Agriculture's Commodity Credit Corporation, which guarantees bank loans to finance U.S. agricultural exports. Gonzalez also stated that there is clear evidence that Iraq obtained weapons, including possibly chemical weapons, with this negotiation. There is no question that this $3 billion is actually financing the invasion of Kuwait, he said. There is no doubt that most of it had to do with armaments. The Bush administration's new initiatives to bolster Saddam announced when Operation Just Cause was launched to defend the world from Manuel Noriega's iniquity and lack of attention or reaction have already been discussed. This unpleasant business was difficult to avoid entirely. On August 13, the New York Times finally acknowledged that Iraq had achieved ultimate power with the consent and sometimes the help of the United States, including prosperous trade with American farmers, cooperation with of U.S. intelligence and the sale of oil to U.S. refineries that helped finance his military and dampened White House criticism of his human rights violations and wartime atrocities. Since 1982, Iraq became one of the main buyers of North American rice and wheat, acquiring about $5.5 billion worth of crops and livestock with federally guaranteed farm loans and grants and their own cold, hard cash. He also received approximately $270 million in government-guaranteed credit to purchase other American goods, despite loan defaults. According to 1987 data, the latest available, about 40% of Iraq's food was imported from the United States, and in 1989, Iraq received $1 billion in loan guarantees, ranking second only to Mexico. The United States became the main market for Iraqi oil, reports Charles Glass, as the US Iraqi Business Forum, led by prominent U.S. businessmen and former diplomats, praised Saddam's moderation and progress toward democracy. The Reagan and Bush administrations barely reacted when Iraq acquired American helicopters and transferred them to military use in violation of promises, used poison gas against Iranian troops and its own Kurdish citizens, and forcibly relocated 500,000 Kurds and Syrians, among others. Atrocities. It is only an error of appreciation, one of those ironies of history, according to the official story. Nothing is said about why the Times is reporting it now, after Washington has turned against Iraq, not before. For example, at the time of the invasion of Panama, when the evidence was readily available and could have helped avoid what has happened now. Another task was to hide the fact that Iraq's excuses for its blatant violation of international law can be compared to violations accepted, even praised, by the media in the case of benign aggression carried out by the United States and its clients. Iraq claimed that its economic health was seriously threatened by Kuwait's violation of the OPEC agreement on oil production quotas, which affected Iraq's attempt to recover from the war with Iran. There is no dispute that these violations were extremely damaging to Iraq. Iraq's complaints in this regard were mostly ignored, along with its accusation, prior to its attack, of the fact that Kuwait was extracting oil from fields along the border, allegedly depleting Iraq's own fields, which constituted a robbery equivalent to military aggression. It appears that this was not reported at the time, although a month later there was a belated acknowledgement that whether he is Hitler Saddam Hussein or not, he has a point and, from Iraq's point of view, the Kuwaiti government was acting aggressively. It was an economic war. These Iraqi protests surely have a familiar sound. The right to defending our interests by force is granted to the United States by the UN Charter, according to the official opinion presented as a justification for the invasion of Panama. See above, beginning paragraph. There was also the ritual gesture. Israel's attack on Egypt was largely motivated by economic problems caused by the mobilization of reserves during a period of crisis and tension. A potential threat to U.S. interests was invoked by the United States to justify its steps to counter Iraqi aggression, as in many cases of intervention and subversion. The threat posed by Kuwait's actions to Iraqi interests was not potential. More generally, the Iraqi dictator justified his aggression as a noble act in defense of the Arab nation, asserting that Kuwait was an artificial entity, part of the legacy of European colonialists who divided the Arab world in favor of their own interests. Selfish, these machinations ensured that the great oil wealth of the Arab world would not benefit the Arab masses, but rather the Western industrial powers and the country's small domestic elite linked to them. Despite the sheer cynicism of Saddam Hussein's stance, the accusations themselves are not without merit and have considerable popular appeal, at least among the non-Kuwaiti 60% of the population who did the work that enriched the native minority, though not to their Arab brothers. The hatred of the United States in the Arab world was noted, but without any serious analysis of why it existed. The usual reflection is to attribute the antagonism to the emotional problems of a people who have been excluded by the march of history because of their own insufficiencies. It would have been almost impossible to offer a rational explanation of issues as central as the interactions between the United States, Israel, and Palestine, since the long and highly successful efforts of the United States to prevent a peaceful political settlement have been expunged from history with such admirable efficiency. The deep influence of anti-Arab racism in the dominant culture facilitates the familiar tactic of attributing antagonism toward the United States to the failings of others. The unspoken note is that the Arabs have basically no right to the oil that a geological accident placed under their feet. As Walter Laqueur put the matter in 1973, Middle Eastern oil could be internationalized, not for the benefit of a few oil companies, but for the good of the rest of mankind. This could only be achieved by force, but this does not raise any moral issues, since all that is at stake is the fate of some desert sheik kingdoms. By internationalization, read, control by the United States and its clients, as long as they remain staunch supporters of Israel. For a few oil companies, read, unworthy Arabs. The logical reason is that of the Moroccans who conquered the Sahara, one Kuwait is enough. It is unfair that rich resources are in the hands of insignificant people when the rich men who rule the world need them. The idea of the West is, of course, much broader than that of Morocco, encompassing the entire region and its resources. Indeed, the resources of the entire world. Likewise, the inspiring concern for the good of humanity expressed by Lequier and others does not lead them to suggest that North American and Middle Eastern oil should have been internationalized during the post-war years, when the West, with the United States at its side, had effective control over energy resources, nor does it lead them to draw the same conclusion regarding the industrial, agricultural, and mineral resources of the West, happily exploited by and for rich and contented nations. The difference, as always, lies in the scale of importance. It is worth remembering how little is new in all this. Let us recall the previous explanations about why the miserable and inefficient Mexicans have no right to control the destiny of their rich lands. At the turn of the century, the influential strategist and historian, Admiral Alfred T. Mahan, famous dedication to Christian values and the doctrine of natural rights, he argued that natural rights had to be modified in the case of inefficient countries like China, which should be managed in such a way as to ensure the natural right of the world at large. General, to ensure that resources do not remain wasted or are misused. Humanity's rights transcend those of the Chinese, who are a sheep without a shepherd and must be led, their country divided, learn Christian truths, and otherwise be controlled by Western policies of righteous self-assertion, not for selfish reasons, but for the good of humanity. Great thoughts have a habit of reappearing in all ages. 5. The UN learns to behave. The UN was the subject of unusual praise. Under the headline "The UN's Coming of Age," the editors of the Boston Globe heralded a turning point in the organization's history, a new attitude of responsibility and seriousness while endorsing the United States initiatives to punish the aggressor. Many others also praised this welcome departure from the embarrassing line of the past. The salutary change in UN practices was attributed to the better behavior of the Soviet enemy and the victory of the United States in the Cold War. A Globe Chronicle states that Moscow's swift condemnation of the Iraqi invasion freed the UN Security Council, long paralyzed by superpower rivalry, to play a critical role in responding to the assault. The Times correspondent, R.W. Apple, writes that Washington relies more politically on the UN, now more functional than it had been for decades because of the end of the Cold War. A Times editorial heralded the wonderful change of scenery when the United Nations finally gets serious, silencing most of its detractors and allowing President Bush to pursue his noble effort to create a new world order in order to resolve conflicts through multilateral diplomacy and collective security. In the Washington Post, John Goshko analyzed the background of this special moment for the UN, which is suddenly working as originally intended. Transformed into a service for world peace, after being dismissed for years as a failure and a forum for Third World demagoguery during the long rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union and their wartime allies Cold. The original idea of the UN as a defender of a peaceful world was threatened from the beginning by the bitter Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. In those early years, the images of the United Nations that were seared into the world's consciousness were of grim-faced Soviet ambassadors casting vetoes or storming out of Security Council meetings, while members of the new Third World turned the General Assembly into a forum for often strident and anti-Western rhetoric. Subsequently, about 2 years ago, a change began to take place as a result of changes aimed at easing tensions that were taking place in Soviet foreign policy. The Washington Post's top political commentator, David Broder, added his imprimatur. During the long years of the Cold War, the Soviet veto and the hostility of many Third World nations made the United Nations an object of contempt for many American politicians and citizens. But in today's troubled context, they have proven to be an effective instrument of global leadership and, potentially, a service that can bring about both peace and the rule of law in troubled regions. A critical analysis of the administration's policy published in the New York Review and written by George Ball begins, with the end of the Cold War and the beginning of the Gulf crisis, the United States can now test the validity of the Wilsonian concept of collective security, a test that an automatic Soviet veto in the Security Council has made impossible for the last 40 years. In a BBC report on the UN, the editor, Mark Urban, says, During the Cold War, the Kremlin used its veto over and over again to protect its interests from the threat of US intervention. As long as the answer was "niet," the discussions in the Council continued to be adversarial. But now the Soviet attitude is quite different, with the economy facing collapse and with a leader who believes in cooperation. 0. Consequently, we must understand that superpower rivalry, Russian obstructionism, and the persistent Soviet veto, and psychic disturbances in the Third World have prevented the UN from fulfilling its responsibilities in the past. These issues were discussed in dozens of glowing articles, all with one notable feature: no evidence was presented to support what seemed to be taken as self-evident truths. There are ways to determine why the UN failed to function in its role as guardian of the peace. It is only necessary to review the data relating to Security Council vetoes and isolated negative votes in the General Assembly. A look at the facts quickly explains why the issue was sidelined in favor of the political theology of help yourself. The United States has led by far since 1970 in vetoing Security Council resolutions and rejecting resolutions on all relevant issues. Second, far behind, is Britain, especially in relation to its support for the racist regimes in South Africa. The grim-faced ambassadors who cast the veto had good English accents, while the Soviet Union voted overwhelmingly. The isolation of the United States would indeed have been more serious were it not for the fact that its enormous power kept important issues off the UN agenda. The Soviet invasion of Afghanistan was vigorously and repeatedly denounced, but the UN was never willing to worry about the US war against Indochina. The UN session that preceded precisely the wonderful change of scenery, winter 1989 to 1990, may serve as an illustration. 3 Security Council resolutions were vetoed: a condemnation of the U.S. attack on the Nicaraguan embassy in Panama, U.S. veto and British abstention; a condemnation of the U.S. invasion of Panama, with the U.S., UK and France voting against; a condemnation of the abuses committed by Israelis in the occupied territories, U.S. veto. There were 2 Assembly resolutions. General calling on all states to respect international law. One condemned U.S. support for the Contra Army and the other the illegal embargo against Nicaragua. Both were approved with 2 negative votes, that of the United States and that of Israel. A resolution opposing the annexation of territories by force was approved by a vote of 151 to 3, United States, Israel, Dominica. The resolution once again called for a diplomatic settlement of the Arab-Israeli conflict, with recognition of borders and security guarantees, incorporating the terms of UN Resolution 242, with self-determination for the Palestinians and implicitly calling for an agreement for the establishment of 2 states. The United States has continued to prevent such an agreement virtually alone, as the most recent vote since its January 1976 veto of this proposal, put forward by Syria, Jordan, and Egypt, with the backing of the PLO, indicate. The United States has repeatedly vetoed Security Council resolutions and blocked General Assembly resolutions and other UN initiatives on a wide range of issues, including aggression, annexation, human rights violations, disarmament, adherence to international law, terrorism, and others. In this newly discovered zeal for international law and the United Nations, the New York Times repeatedly evoked a heroic figure, Daniel Patrick Moynihan. He was presented as an expert witness to the new spirit of unanimity in the United Nations and explained that there were some egregious violations of international law in the past, but that now the major powers have converging interests and the UN mechanism is there, waiting to be used. His firm adherence to international law was praised in an analysis of his study The Law of Nations. The analyst noted his sarcastic and righteous anger, reminiscent of the impassioned professor who suspects no one is listening when he is clearly furious that an idea as morally impeccable as international law is routinely dismissed as useless and naive. In a Times Magazine report, we further learn that Moynihan particularly delights in being proven right in his long fight to advance international law and the UN system. Abstractions that are hugely important to him. In the end, all the The world repeats Moynihan's song instead of ignoring the principles that he has defended with such conviction for so many years. Moynihan no longer needs to revel in his martyrdom. Now history has caught up with him. An analysis of Moynihan's record as ambassador to the UN, when he had a chance to put his principles into practice, was omitted from these accolades. In a cable to Henry Kissinger on January 23, 1976, he reported the considerable progress made in the United Nations through its pressure tactics towards a basic foreign policy objective, that of destroying the massive blocs of nations, mostly new nations, which for so long have united against us in international forums and in diplomatic encounters in general. Moynihan cited two relevant cases: his success in undermining a UN reaction to Indonesia's invasion of East Timor and to Moroccan aggression in the Sahara, both with the support of the United States, the former with particular vigor. He had more to say on these issues in his memoir of those years at the UN, where he frankly described his role when Indonesia invaded East Timor in December 1975. The United States wanted things to turn out the way they did and worked to make it happen. The State Department wanted the United Nations to be absolutely ineffective in whatever measures it took. This task was entrusted to me and I carried it out with not insignificant success. He adds that, within a few weeks, some 60,000 people had died, 10% of the population, almost the proportion of victims suffered by the Soviet Union during the Second World War. The UN episode, briefly summarized here, gives considerable insight into intellectual culture. The UN is today functional because it is doing, more or less, what Washington wants, a fact that has virtually nothing to do with the end of the Cold War, the Russians, or Third World diseases. The strident, anti-Western rhetoric of the Third World has too often been a call for respect for international law. For once, the United States and its allies turned out to oppose acts of aggression, annexation, and human rights violations. Consequently, the UN was free from the usual veto of the United States and the United Kingdom. Since these truths are unacceptable, they do not exist. Belong to the empire of abuse of reality, the real story, not of reality itself, what we prefer to believe. These are basic elements of our traditional intellectual values. Our traditional moral values were also illustrated from start to finish, especially as elite opposition to U.S. war plans began to crystallize. An early sign was an interview with the commander of U.S. forces, General Norman Schwarzkopf, featured in a front-page story in the New York Times that began as follows. The commander of the U.S. forces facing Iraq said today that his troops could devastate Iraq, but warned that the total destruction of this country could not be interesting for the long-term balance of power in this region. His warning was elaborated by others. In a typical example, Times Middle East scholar Judith Miller wrote under the headline "Political Cost of Victory Questioned." There are few who doubt that if there is a war in the Persian Gulf, the United States and its allies can turn Baghdad into a parking lot, as one U.S. diplomat in the Middle East recently put it. But many analysts are increasingly concerned about the likely effect of such a victory on long-term U.S. interests in the region. William Crowe, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, warned last week that many Arabs would be deeply offended by a campaign that would necessarily kill large numbers of their Muslim brothers. In short, we could kill 17 million people and wipe a country off the face of the earth, but mass extermination could be tactically unwise, dangerous to our interests. These questions were discussed in detail in many articles, which were notable for the lack of any vestige of the warning shown by the Indian delegation in 1919 regarding the use of poison gas against uncivilized tribes. Those who have expressed concern about the weakening of our traditional values can rest easy. 6. Moderates and nationalists. Notably absent from the story was the usual reflection, the Soviet threat, now hopelessly lost. The president's inability to articulate lofty goals drew much criticism, but the reasons for his stumble went unexamined. The reviews were certainly unfair. The truth could hardly be expected, just like in the past, and the usual pretexts could not be used. One attempt followed another, tracking public opinion polls that presented information about what could be sold. Occasionally, some voices even admitted the normally inexpressible reality, that intervention in the Third World is motivated by the strategic and economic interests of the United States, in this case in order to support the OPEC country most susceptible to serve the interests of Washington. Iraqi influence over the world's cheapest and most abundant energy source is rightly seen as extremely threatening. On the contrary, the influence of the United States on the resources of the Arab world is seen as benign, of course, not for the majority of the people who live in Kuwait or in the region in general, or for others like them who live in other places in the world, but rather for important people. We always see the same fundamental principle: the resources and the government of the world must be in the hands of the rich men who live in peace in their dwellings. The hungry and oppressed must be kept where they belong. Starting from the same Churchillian assumptions, the rich men who do our bidding in the Arab world are moderate and join the ranks of Mussolini, Suharto, Guatemalan generals, and others like them. Explaining the fallout from the Iraqi invasion, the New York Times reports that today, the Middle East has split into a distinctly moderate pro-Western camp and an intensely nationalist anti-Western constellation, including the Arab man in the street, it observes. A leading Tunisian newspaper commenting on the growing pro-Iraqi attitude among Arabs in poorer countries. If Saddam Hussein were to carry out his threat to raise Israel, adds Bernard Traynor, it would generate greater support from millions of disenfranchised Arabs who consider him a celebrity and who could unleash civil disorder in conservative and moderate Arab states, those ruled and governed by princes and business school graduates who, in the eyes of these millions of Arabs, are Western businessmen who happen to pray to Allah while worshipping Mammon *. Note that Traynor follows convention in denouncing Hussein as a Hitlerian maniac because of his threat to raze Israel to the ground in retaliation against Israeli aggression, either completely overlooked, as in this case, or simply dismissed as irrelevant. On the contrary, if a bloody Israeli reaction to Iraqi aggression were authorized, it would be considered a just act of self-defense. Note also that the expressions moderate pro-Western and strongly anti-Western nationalist are redundant. Pro-Western implies moderate, anti-Western implies intensely nationalistic, that is, evil and fanatical. 7. The diplomatic road. By mid-August, it was clear that the United States was not exactly leading a rousing chorus as it tried to mobilize support for the use of force in the Gulf. Despite the threats, pleas, and trickery, the American diplomatic travelers could not muster more than a symbolic participation in everything that went beyond sanctions of the type that the UN had tried to impose in other cases of aggression, often blocked by the United States. The isolation of the United States in the Saudi deserts, apart from Britain, could hardly be overlooked, but there was little doubt about the official line that when the world is in trouble, call the sheriff, and we're the only ones who do. Honest and tenacious enough to bear this burden. Germany announced that it would not help finance U.S. military operations because the US-Saudi agreement was bilateral, not authorized by the United Nations. The European Community. He took the same stance. Commenting on the decision not to support U.S. operations in the Gulf, while in 1990 to 1991 it provided some $2 billion, 15% of the estimated cost, to those countries suffering from the embargo, the Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs declared, the military action of the United States was undertaken autonomously. Let's not forget the principle that there should be no taxation without representation. Japan politely agreed to do very little, while South Korea claimed poverty. Third World reaction was muted, with little enthusiasm for the U.S. effort and often with great popular antagonism. Arab states generally kept their distance. In pro-Western Tunisia, a poll showed that 90% of the population supported Iraq, many of them condemning the double standard revealed by the U.S. attitude towards Israel's aggression, annexation, and violation of human rights. Commentators occasionally noted that support for the U.S. military initiative was minimal in those governments that had young democratic movements, Jordan, Algeria, Yemen, and Tunisia. Judith Miller. Administration analysts expressed concern that if U.S. troops were kept in place for too long, Islamic religious periods, Hajj and Ramadan, would allow greater expression of popular sentiments and could trigger protests and perhaps blows that could topple Western-oriented governments in the region and undermine the diplomatic base of US-led troops facing Iraq. Peter Goslin, who also accurately reported that no congressional critic questions the principles of Bush's fundamentals, that the Persian Gulf is crucial to the United States and that the United States must therefore defend its interests with military force, a fundamental principle that Saddam Hussein could easily understand. Brookings Institution Middle East scholar Judith Kipper commented, "In my opinion, the core issue is the regimes versus the people, because none of the Arab regimes represent their people, and this is why there are so many cheers in the streets for Saddam Hussein, seen as a defender of the Arab masses against the ruling clique that used the oil wealth of the Arab nations to enrich itself and the Western world." There was little comment about the importance of the fact that as long as there are elements of pluralism in the Arab world, governments cannot adopt a position favorable to the American cause. 0. The press tried to put all this in bold, insisting on the surprising unanimity of world opinion in support of the U.S. position and presenting the details as elegantly as possible. The kind of problems faced were captured in an AP roundup of the day's biggest news stories. Treasury Secretary Nicholas Brady says his global fundraising effort has been a success despite receiving no specific promises of funding. New contributions to help pay. However, columnists and editors denounced Japan, and occasionally Germany, as allies in prosperity, refusing to give their full and fair share in the common effort to contain Iraq. Little effort was made, however, to investigate the bizarre refusal to come on board by those who were supposed to be the main beneficiaries of the U.S. actions. Such problems led to a remarkable explanation, and confirmation, of America's militant stance in the New York Times, in a front-page article by Thomas Friedman. He attributed the administration's refusal to even consider the diplomatic route to its concern that negotiations might defuse the crisis and restore the previous situation at the cost of a few token gains in Kuwait for the Iraqi dictator, perhaps times a Kuwaiti island or a few minor border adjustments, all of which have been discussed for a long time. Thus, anything less than a total victory of the United States forces was unacceptable, even if it meant a catastrophic war, with unforeseeable consequences. As for the possibility that diplomacy could defuse the crisis, which would leave such critical and long-neglected issues as the proliferation of lethal weapons in the region, not just in Iraq, to be dealt with quietly through diplomatic means, it is a disaster to be avoided, not an option to be explored. The Times's chief diplomatic correspondent went on to attribute the pressure for negotiations to Jordan and the ever-sycophantic PLO, whose effort to mediate is their only way to justify their support for President Hussein's invasion. Jordan did not support the invasion, although it did not support the U.S. response to it either. As the British correspondent Martin Woolyackett reports more accurately from Amman, the King's efforts since the crisis began have been aimed at putting the genie back in the bottle, causing a withdrawal from Kuwait, and generally restoring the status quo. What? And, despite the fact that the Times considered this fact unworthy of publication, it is hard to believe that its leading specialist on Middle East affairs did not know that, just days before he wrote, the PLO had issued its first official statement on the crisis, which called for a solution that would safeguard the integrity and security of Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, the Gulf, and the entire Arab region, my italics, transmitted by the wire services. Blaming the Palestinian interpretation of events and Jordan's misconduct is another notable contribution to establishing the US-Israeli propaganda line. Little reliable information was available about the positions of Jordan and the PLO. The Israeli press cited a PLO plan read by Palestinian activist Faisal Husseini in Jerusalem, calling for the immediate withdrawal of Iraqi forces from Kuwait, peace talks between Iraq and Kuwait regarding borders and oil policy, and the right of the Kuwaiti people to elect the central government of their land, without foreign influence, Arab or otherwise. According to PLO sources, Jordan and the PLO presented a plan under which the UN would introduce a peacekeeping body and coordinate talks on the future government of Kuwait, possibly calling for a plebiscite in Kuwait. Like other proposals for a diplomatic track, these were ignored or quickly dismissed by the White House, Congress, and the media. While warning against the temptations of diplomacy, the Times also called for diplomacy rather than immediate recourse to force. But, as we have already noted, diplomacy implied the presentation of an ultimatum: capitulate or die. In reality, the diplomatic possibilities were eliminated from the beginning, together with the option of sanctions. It should be noted that the U.S. government, like any actor in world affairs, will always publicly advocate diplomacy, not force. This was the position of the United States while trying to prevent negotiations and political settlement in Vietnam and Central America, and this has always been the public position regarding the Arab-Israeli conflict, even when the United States has led the opposing camp. Whatever the position of the United States, the media describes it as a desire for diplomacy and peaceful means. Thus, we read about the American effort to keep the focus on diplomacy and sanctions, not the drums of war, when in fact the effort is aimed at blocking the diplomatic track, rejecting negotiations, and adhering to force and coercion, under an international cover if possible or, otherwise, alone. As in other cases, the fact that Washington intends to solve the problem peacefully, without using force, is a matter of logic, immune to reality. Several attempts to open a diplomatic path have been cited. On August 12, the Iraqi proposal regarding the withdrawal of all occupied Arab territories; on August 19, that the situation in Kuwait be resolved only by the Arab states; on August 23, the offer published by Newsday, and a similar offer, or perhaps the same one, that the Times kept hidden at this very moment, and the aforementioned proposals from Jordan and the PLO. Others continued to come to light and receive similar treatment. The economic pages of the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal reported a virtual panic buying of shares at the end of the day on December 4, following the announcement by a British television network of an Iraqi offer to withdraw from Kuwait except for the Rumaila oil fields, with no conditions other than that Kuwait agreed to discuss leasing 2 Gulf islands after withdrawal. The telegraphic services transmitted the information, but not the news sections. The chronicles, however, expressed concern that the talks proposed by Iraq, in reality, the presentation of an ultimatum, according to the White House, could encourage some European colleagues to launch futile peace attempts. In late December, Iraq made another proposal, released by U.S. officials on January 2, an offer to withdraw from Kuwait if the United States promises not to attack while soldiers withdraw, if foreign troops leave the region, and if there is an agreement on the Palestinian problem and a ban on all weapons of mass destruction in the region. Officials described the offer as interesting because it left aside the issue of borders and indicated Iraqi interest in a negotiated settlement. An expert on Middle East affairs at the State Department described the proposal as a serious pre-negotiation position. The United States immediately rejected the proposal, the report notes. It passed without mention in the national press, and was observed in passing elsewhere. However, the New York Times reported the same day that Yasser Arafat, after consulting with Saddam Hussein, indicated that neither of them insisted that the Palestinian problem be resolved before Iraqi troops left Kuwait. According to Arafat, the article continues, Mr. Hussein's statement of August 12 linking the Iraqi withdrawal to an Israeli withdrawal from the West Bank and the Gaza Strip was no longer operational as a requirement for negotiation. All that is needed is a strong commitment to be guaranteed by the 5 permanent members of the Security Council that we will resolve all problems in the Gulf, in the Middle East and especially the Palestinian cause. 2 weeks before the deadline for Iraqi withdrawal, it thus appeared that war could be averted on these terms. Iraq would withdraw completely from Kuwait with a U.S. promise not to attack retreating forces, foreign troops would leave the region, the Security Council would indicate a serious commitment to the resolution of other important regional problems. The disputed border issues would be left for further consideration. This possibility was roundly rejected by Washington and barely penetrated the media and public consciousness. The United States and Great Britain maintained their commitment to the use of force alone. The firmness of this commitment was again demonstrated when France made a last-minute effort on January 14 to avert war, proposing that the Security Council call for a rapid and massive withdrawal from Kuwait, together with a declaration that the members of the Council would make their active contribution to the resolution of other problems in the region, in particular, the Arab-Israeli conflict, and, specifically, the Palestinian problem, convening, at an appropriate time, an international conference to guarantee the security, stability, and development of this region of the world. The French proposal was supported by Belgium, a member of the Council, and Germany, Spain, Italy, Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, and several non-aligned nations. The United States and Great Britain rejected it, along with the Soviet Union, irrelevantly. UN Ambassador Thomas Pickering declared the proposal unacceptable because it went beyond UN resolutions on the Iraqi invasion. The ambassador's statement was technically correct. The terms of the proposal were inspired by a different source, a Security Council decision of December 20, immediate to Resolution 681, which asks Israel to respect the agreements of the Geneva Convention on the Occupied Territories. In that statement, the members of the Security Council called for an international conference, at an appropriate time, properly structured to help achieve a negotiated settlement and lasting peace in the Arab-Israeli conflict. This declaration was excluded from the resolution itself to avoid a United States veto and remained as a codicil. Note that there was no linkage to the Iraqi invasion, which was not mentioned. We cannot know if the French initiative could have succeeded in avoiding the war. The United States feared that it might, and therefore blocked it, in keeping with its passionate opposition to all forms of diplomacy, and, in this case, its equally intense opposition to an international conference. In this rejection, George Bush was joined by Saddam Hussein, who showed no sign of interest in the French proposal, although if he had, he could have prevented the war. The unshakable position of the United States was made very clear by President Bush in his January 5 letter to Saddam Hussein, which was rejected by Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz when it was handed to him by Secretary of State, James Baker, with the pretext that his tone was inappropriate for correspondence between heads of state. In his letter, Bush stated, "There can be no reward for aggression. Nor will there be any negotiation. Principles cannot be called into question." It simply informed Saddam Hussein that he had only the choice between capitulating without negotiation or being crushed by force. Zero diplomacy was not an option. We can rightly wonder how serious or promising these options were. To ignore them or dismiss them as nonsense was to demand a solution through the threat or use of military force, whatever the consequences, which could be dire. The meaning and long-term importance of these facts should not be obscured. Given the current U.S. preoccupation with ensuring the destruction of Iraq's unconventional arsenal, it is worth recalling another rejected Iraqi proposal. On April 12, 1990, Saddam Hussein, then still a friend and ally, offered to destroy its stockpile of chemical and other non-conventional weapons if Israel agreed to eliminate its chemical and nuclear weapons. Once again, in December, the Iraqi ambassador to France declared, Iraq would destroy its chemical and weapons of mass destruction if Israel were willing to do the same, Reuters reported. In response to the April offer, conveyed by a group of U.S. senators, the State Department said it welcomed Iraq's willingness to destroy its arsenals, but opposed linking it to other weapons issues or systems, the State Department spokesman Richard Boucher. Note that the other weapons systems were not specified. The phrase Israeli nuclear weapons cannot be uttered by any American official because acknowledgement of their existence would raise the question of why all United States aid to Israel is not illegal under the Foreign Aid Act amendments. Foreign Aid Act which, since the 1970s, prevents aid to any country involved in the development of clandestine nuclear weapons. It is not the mass destruction or the capacity for coercion that bothers us. Instead, it is important that they are in the right hands, ours or our clients'. The general outlines of a possible diplomatic settlement were evident in August, and involved agreements regarding Iraqi access to the Gulf, perhaps through the lease of 2 uninhabited islands, an agreement on the dispute over the Rumaila oil fields, the possibility of moving towards a regional security agreement, perhaps some system for determining public opinion in Kuwait. The United States categorically opposed these steps from the outset, stating that aggression cannot be rewarded, that binding conflicts with our high moral standing, and that we cannot engage in endless negotiations. Instead, Iraq must immediately capitulate to the U.S. show of force, after which Washington will perhaps allow other issues to be discussed. The rejection of pegging stems from the unspeakable truth that the United States opposes a diplomatic settlement of all pegging issues. In particular, it has long opposed an international conference on the Arab-Israeli conflict, because such efforts could only lead to pressure for the kind of peaceful diplomatic settlement that the United States has succeeded in preventing through what it in conventional ideology is called the peace process. In numerous similar cases, the United States has been quite happy to reward aggression, coordinate endless negotiations, and develop binding, even setting aside those cases where criminal acts are condoned. In the case of Namibia, for example, the UN condemned the occupation of this territory by South Africa in the 1960s, which was followed by a World Court judgment demanding South Africa's exit. The United States engaged in quiet diplomacy and constructive engagement as South Africa looted and terrorized Namibia and used it as a base for its vicious attacks on its neighbors. For the estimated human and material cost, see the fruits section below. A victory, Africa. Secretary of State George Shultz's peace plan for Lebanon in 1983 rewarded the aggressors happily. The plan, in effect, called for a bigger Israel, as the passionately pro-Israel New York Times admitted, while Syria was simply ordered to conform to the dictates of the US and Israel, as it predictably refused to do. An extreme form of bonding. Israel was also rewarded for its invasion of Egypt in 1956. It is not to expect the clients of the United States or the master himself to abandon aggression and terror without having satisfied their needs and wants. This pattern is general, as Third World commentators commonly note, with little effect on well-disciplined Western political culture. Taking the position that Iraq should withdraw promptly, unconditionally, without attachment to anything, and that it should pay reparations and even be prosecuted for war crimes, is entirely reasonable. This is a tenable position for those who defend the principles that give rise to these conclusions. But, logically, principles cannot be selectively defended. Indeed, among those who publicly espouse the dominant position, very few can claim to do so out of principle, as the most elementary survey would quickly show. The rejection of linkage, accepted with surprising unanimity by elite opinion, is particularly notable in this case because it is coupled with the demand that the region's security problems must be resolved as part of the Iraqi withdrawal. Now that Iraq itself has shown that it is an enemy, not a trusted client as it was supposed to be, its threatening military capabilities cannot be left untouched. But long-term balance of power in the region requires it to remain a barrier against Iran, as General Schwarzkopf noted. And it is unrealistic to expect the Arab world to stand by as America's main client in the region not only occupies Arab territory and subjects the population to severe repression, but also builds up its nuclear arsenals and other military assets. It is clear that the questions security and stability require consideration of regional problems, the terrible linkage. The United States, an educated opinion, generally opposed to diplomatic settlements because of its political weakness, should nonetheless oppose binding on the grand principle that aggressors cannot be rewarded. In this case, 3 days after reporting and justifying American fears that others might be tempted by the diplomatic route, Times editors, offended by the fact that Saddam Hussein had surrounded foreign embassies with soldiers, denounced him for attacking to the very diplomacy. As we have noted before, this extreme defiance of international law prompted the editors of the Times to demand that Hussein be treated as a war criminal under the Nuremberg principles. The editors accused Hussein of such crimes as starting a war of aggression, violating international treaties, citing the 1980 invasion of Iran, mistreatment of the civilian population of the occupied territories, stripping people of their citizenship and mistreating innocent civilians, and his new offense against diplomats whose special status is protected by the Vienna Conventions. All of these accusations are accurate, and the Nuremberg principles are certainly applicable to them. The worst crimes, by far, are those corresponding to the period in which the editors pretended not to see the US government's support for their Iraqi friends. And you can think of a few other countries that have recently been implicated in similar crimes, including one regularly hailed by the Times as the noble defender of world order and human rights, and another it praises as the very symbol of human decency. A society in which moral sensibility is a principle of political life. But the editors do not see fit to guide their readers through the intricacies of historical irrelevance. 8. Safeguarding our needs. From all points of view, Saddam Hussein is a monstrous figure, certainly comparable to the petty criminal Manuel Noriega. But his wickedness is not the reason he took on the role of Great Satan in August 1990. It was evident long before, and it did not deter Washington's efforts to lend him aid and support. And few words must be wasted on our traditional commitment to resisting aggression and upholding the rule of law. Hussein became a demon in the usual way, when it was realized, without a doubt, that his independent nationalism threatened the interests of the United States. His record of horrific atrocities was then made available for propaganda purposes, but other than that it had essentially nothing to do with his sudden transition, in August 1990. From dear friend to new incarnation of Genghis Khan and Hitler. The military occupation of Kuwait which, if successfully sustained, would have made the Iraqi dictator a major player on the world stage does not raise the threat of superpower confrontation and nuclear war, as previous conflicts in the region did. This fact, not insignificant, reflects, of course, the collapse of the Soviet system, which leaves the United States unrivaled in terms of military force and under the strong temptation to demonstrate the effectiveness of the instrument that they alone possess. The strategic concept is not contested in any way, not even in elite circles, where a conflict began to break out several months ago, along the usual lines. The global strategy of controlling the world through the threat or use of force conflicts with the goals of maintaining economic health and international business interests for now, very serious problems that are difficult to address without significant changes in the social policy of our country. The shape of the new world order will depend, to a large extent, on which of these concepts prevail. 6. The winners. According to the conventional image, the United States has won the Cold War. Good has triumphed over evil with the victory of democracy, free market capitalism, justice, and human rights. The United States, as champions of the cause, is today leading the way towards a new world order of peace, economic development, and cooperation among those who have seen the light, virtually all, except for some who resist like Cuba, who he continues to lament that the Third World does not get its due, and Saddam Hussein, despite our intense efforts to improve his behavior with the carrot instead of the stick. An error of judgment to be rectified by the sword of the just avenger. We have wondered about the validity of this image from various points of view. Another natural procedure is to take a look at the traditional domains of Western power and ask how its people are faring at this historic moment as they contemplate their side's victory in the Cold War conflict. We may wonder how they are celebrating the triumph of liberal capitalism and democracy, as they obviously should be, if the standard version is to be taken seriously. 1. The fruits of victory, Central America. Few regions of the world have been as dominated by a great power as Central America, which emerged from habitual oblivion in the 1980s, taking center stage when the traditional order faced an unexpected challenge with the growth of popular movements, inspired in part by the new orientation of the church towards an option of preference for the poor. After decades of brutal repression and the destructive impact of U.S. aid programs in the 1960s, the ground was set for significant social change. In Washington, the mood darkened further with the overthrow of the Somoza dictatorship. The reaction was energetic and quick, a violent repression that weakened the popular organizations. The ranks of the small guerrilla organizations swelled as state terror increased. Guerrilla groups, revolutionary groups, almost without exception began as teachers' associations, union associations, farm unions, or parish organizations. With practical, reformist goals, former Ambassador Robert White testified to Congress in 1982. This observation was made by the assassinated Salvadoran Jesuit intellectual Father Ignacio Martin Barrow, among many others. A decade later, the United States and its local allies were able to declare substantial success. The challenge to the traditional order was effectively contained. The misery of the vast majority had worsened, while the power of the military and of the privileged sectors increased behind a facade of democratic forms. Some 200,000 people were killed. Countless of them were mutilated, tortured, disappeared, uprooted from their homes. The people, the communities, the environment were devastated, possibly irreparably. It was certainly a great victory. The elite's reaction is one of satisfaction and relief. For the first time, all 5 countries are governed by presidents elected in elections generally considered free and fair, reports Washington Post Central America correspondent Lee Hochstadter from Guatemala City, expressing general satisfaction with the victory of the conservative politicians in elections that, in our opinion, were held on a cleared ground, without the use of force or external influence. It is true, he continues, that in Central America, conservative politicians traditionally represented the established order, defending the rich despite the enormously distorted distribution of income in their countries. But the wave of democracy that has swept the region in recent years seems to be changing the priorities of politicians, so the bad old days are over. Forever. The student of American history and culture will recognize family actions. Once again, we witness the miraculous change of trajectory that takes place whenever some particularly brutal state excesses have come to light. Therefore, the entire history and reasons for his persistent character can be dismissed as irrelevant as we move forward, leading our flock to a new and better world. The Chronicle of the Washington Post not only affirms that the new conservatives are consecrated populists, unlike those whom the United States supported in the days of their ingenuity and their unconscious error, which are now behind us, thank God. He goes on to provide proof of this central claim. The change of priorities towards a pleasant populism is evident from the beginning in a conference of the 5 presidents, held in Antigua, Guatemala, which has just ended. Presidents, all committed to free market economics, have abandoned feudal goals of social reform, Hochstadter explains. Neither in the plan nor in the longer and more general Antigua Declaration is there any mention of land reform or any suggestion of new government welfare programs to help the poor. Instead, they are adopting a trickle-down approach to poor relief. The idea is to help the poor without endangering the basic structure of power, observes a regional economist, contemplating these imaginative new ideas on how to develop our vocation to be useful to the suffering masses. The headline reads, Central Americans will use trickle-down strategy in fight against poverty, capturing the basic content of this news and the assumptions that frame it. Helping the poor is the highest priority of this new breed of populist conservatives. As it has always been for Washington and for the political culture in general. What is sensational, and also promising, is the populism of the conservatives we support, and their ingenious and surprisingly innovative attitude to our traditional commitment to helping the poor and suffering, a trickle-down strategy of making the rich richer. A preferential option for the rich, overcoming the errors of the Latin American bishops. One of the participants in the meeting is quoted as saying, "These last 10 years have been horrible for poor people, they have been denoted." Rejecting the conventions, we might observe that the political results heralded as a triumph of democracy are largely a tribute to the salutary efficacy of American terror, and that the presidents who hold formal power and their sponsors might have had something more in mind than a war against poverty. There is also a question of trickle-down methods of alleviating poverty that needs to be investigated. Such research might lead us to hope that the next 10 years will be no less dire for the poor. But this path is not developed, neither here nor in other parts of the dominant world. While the 3-day conference of populist conservatives was taking place in Antigua, 33 tortured and bullet-riddled bodies were discovered in Guatemala. This finding did not disturb the celebration of the triumph of freedom and democracy, nor was it news. Neither were the rest of the 125 bodies, half of them with signs of torture, found throughout the country that month, according to the Guatemalan Commission for Human Rights. The commission identified 79 of them as victims of illegal execution by the security forces. 29 other people were kidnapped and 49 were injured in kidnapping attempts. The information comes to us from Mexico, where the commission is based, so those who work for human rights can survive now that the United States has succeeded in establishing democracy in their homeland. The UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, reports that the percentage of the Guatemalan population living in extreme poverty increased rapidly after the establishment of democracy in 1985, from 45% in that year to 76%. Per 100 in 1988. A study carried out by the Nutritional Institute of Central America and Panama, INCAP, estimates that half of the population lives in a situation of extreme poverty, and that in rural areas, where the situation is worse, 30 out of every 100 children under the age of 5 die of diseases related to malnutrition. Other studies estimate that 20,000 Guatemalans die of hunger every year, that more than 1,000 children died of measles in the first 4 months of 1990 alone, and that most of the 4 million Guatemalan children do not receive any protection, not even with regard to the most basic rights. The communiqué of the Guatemalan Bishops' Conference of January 1990 analyzes the constant deterioration of the critical situation of the bulk of the population, how the economic crisis has degenerated into a social crisis, and human rights, including the right to dignity. They do not exist. Throughout the region, the desperate situation of the poor majority has become even more serious with the great triumph of our values. 3 weeks before the Antigua Conference, in his homily marking the end of President Alfredo Cristiani's first year in power, Archbishop Rivera y Damas of San Salvador deplored his administration's policies, which have worsened the already desperate plight of the poor. The new conservative populists so admired in Washington and New York works to maintain the system, the Archbishop said, by favoring a market economy that is making the poor even poorer. In neighboring countries, the situation is very similar. A few days after the Washington Post's encouraging story of the Antigua meeting, a major Honduran newspaper published an editorial about the misery that was increasing in Honduras due to economic adjustment, referring to the new trickle-down strategy that the Post found so promising. Indeed, the traditional strategy with its lethal characteristics now more firmly established. The main victims are groups traditionally abandoned, children, women, and the elderly, according to the conclusions of an academic seminar on social policy in the context of the crisis, confirmed by the Catholic Church, trade unions, various political parties, and prestigious economists and statisticians of the country. 2/3 of the population live below the poverty line, about half of them in a situation of dire need. Unemployment, malnutrition, and severe malnutrition are on the rise. The Pan American Health Organization estimates that of the 850,000 children born annually in Central America, 100,000 will die before the age of 5, and that 2/3 of those who survive will suffer from malnutrition, with the physical and mental development problems that this entails. The Inter-American Development Bank reports that per capita income has lowered in Guatemala to the 1971 level, to the 1961 level in El Salvador, to the 1973 level in Honduras, to the 1960 level in Nicaragua, to the 1974 level in Costa Rica, and to the 1982 level in Panama. Nicaragua was an exception to this trend of increasing misery, but the terrorist attack and economic warfare of the United States succeeded in reversing previous gains. However, infant mortality was cut in half during that decade, from 128 to 62 deaths per thousand births. Such a reduction is exceptional internationally, said a UNICEF official, especially considering the country's war-torn economy. Studies carried out by ICLAC, the World Health Organization and others shed a dramatic light on the situation, reports the main Mexican newspaper. Such studies reveal that 15 million Central Americans, almost 60% of the population, live in poverty, 9.7 million of whom live in extreme poverty. Severe malnutrition is rife among children. 75% of the peasants in Guatemala, 60% of those in El Salvador, 40% of those in Nicaragua and 35% of those in Honduras lack health care. To make matters worse, Washington has applied exorbitant quotas on sugar, beef, cocoa, cheese, textiles, and limestone, as well as compensation laws and import protection policies on cement, flowers, and derivatives of cellulose and glass. The European Community and Japan have followed suit, also imposing damaging protectionist measures. The environment shares the fate of those who populate it. Deforestation, soil erosion, pesticide poisoning and other forms of environmental destruction, which have been increasing during the victorious 1980s, are largely due to the development model imposed on the region and its militarization by the United States in recent years. The intense exploitation of resources by companies engaged in agricultural and export-oriented production activities has enriched the wealthy sectors and their foreign promoters, and has led to statistical growth, as well as a devastating impact on the land and the people. In El Salvador, large areas have become virtual wastelands as the military attempts to undermine the peasant base of the guerrillas. Through intense bombing and through the destruction of forests and crops. Occasional efforts have been made to stop the ongoing catastrophe. Like the Arbenz government, ousted in the CIA-led coup that restored military rule in Guatemala, the Sandinistas initiated environmental reforms and protections. These were desperately needed, both in the countryside and near Managua, where industrial plants had been allowed to freely dump waste. The most notorious case was that of the North American Penwald Corporation, which was dumping mercury into Lake Managua until 1981. The development model imposed from outside has promoted non-traditional exports in recent years. Under the free market conditions approved for defenseless third world countries, the drive for survival and profit will naturally lead to products that maximize profits, whatever the consequences. Coca production has skyrocketed in the Andes and elsewhere for this reason, but there are other examples as well. Following the discovery of clandestine human farms and fattening houses for children in Honduras and Guatemala, Dr. Luis Gennaro Morales, president of the Guatemalan Pediatric Association, said that child trafficking is becoming one of the main non-traditional export products, generating $20 million a year in business volume. The International Federation for Human Rights, following an investigation in Guatemala, gave a more conservative figure, reporting that around 300 children were kidnapped every year, taken to secret nurseries and later sold for adoption for approximately $10,000 per child. FIDH investigators were unable to confirm reports that baby organs were being sold to foreign buyers. However, this macabre idea is widely believed in the region. It is indicative of the general state of mind, although it is hardly believable. The Honduran newspaper El Tiempo reported that police in Paraguay had rescued 7 Brazilian babies from a gang that intended to sacrifice them for organ banks located in the United States, according to the accusation made in court. Brazil's justice minister ordered federal police to investigate claims that adopted children were being used for organ transplants in Europe, a practice known to exist in Mexico and Thailand, reports the London Guardian, adding that handicapped children are said to be preferred for transplant operations and, analyzing the process by the which children are allegedly kidnapped. They disappear or are abandoned by destitute mothers and then adopted or used for transplants. Tiempo reported shortly after an appeal judge ordered a meticulous investigation into the sale of Honduran children for the purpose of using their organs for transplant operations. A year earlier, the Secretary General of the National Social Services Council, which is in charge of adoptions, had reported that Honduran children were being sold to the body trafficking industry for organ transplantation. A resolution of the European Parliament on the trafficking of Central American children stated that near a human farm located in San Pedro Sula, Honduras, the bodies of children who had been deprived of one or more organs were found. Babies ranging in age from 11 days to 4 months had been found on another human farm in Guatemala. The director of the farm stated at the time of their arrest that the children were sold to American or Israeli families whose children needed organ transplants at a cost of $75,000 per child. The resolution continues, expressing his horror at the light of the facts and requesting an investigation and preventive measures. As the region sinks into even greater misery, this news continues to emerge. In July 1990, a right-wing Honduran newspaper reported, under the headline "Disgusting Sale of Human Flesh," that police in El Salvador had uncovered a group, led by a lawyer, buying children for resale in the United States. Around 20,000 children disappear every year in Mexico, the report continues, destined for these purposes or to be used in criminal activities, such as transporting drugs inside their bodies. However, the bloodier fact is that many children are used for organ transplants to other children in the United States, which, it is suggested, may explain the fact that the highest rate of child abduction, since infants to 18-year-olds, corresponds to the Mexican regions bordering the United States. Joined. The one exception to Central America's horror story has been Costa Rica, placed on a path of state-led development by the José Figueres coup of 1948, with social democratic welfare measures combined with severe repression of labor movements and the virtual elimination of the armed forces. The United States has viewed with suspicion its departure from regional standards, despite the suppression of the labor movement and favorable conditions for foreign investors. In the 1980s, pressure from the United States to remove democratic features and restore the army led to strong complaints from Figueres and others who shared its commitments. Although Costa Rica continues to stand apart from the region in terms of political and economic development, the signs of what the Guatemalan Central America Report calls the Central Americanization of Costa Rica are unmistakable. Under the pressure of huge debt, Costa Rica has been forced to follow the IMF's model of free market capitalism for the Third World, with austerity for the poor, cuts in social programs and benefits for domestic and foreign investors. The results are starting to show. From a statistical point of view, the economy is relatively strong. But more than 25% of the population minus 715,000 people live in poverty, 100,000 in extreme poverty, according to a study published by the far-right newspaper La Nación. A characteristic of Costa Rican democracy is a monopoly of the media in Spanish language by the extreme right-wing sectors of the business community. A study by the Gallup office in Costa Rica published in Prensa Libre provides even higher figures, concluding, approximately 1 million people cannot afford a minimum diet, or pay for clothes, education, or health care. The neoliberal economic policies of the 1980s increased social discontent and labor tensions, reports the Excelsior, evoking a intense attack by trade unionists and popular organizations and others against the Arias administration, which carried out these measures in accordance with the demands of the United States and the priorities of the sectors. Privileged. Church sources report that the belt-tightening measures of the 1980s, which included the elimination of subsidies, low-interest loans, price supports and government assistance programs, have led many farmers and small farmers to leave their land, giving rise to many protests. The Bishop of Limón spread a pastoral that deplored the social deterioration and the worsening of the problems to which the workers of the banana plantations, the vast majority of whom are immigrants from rural areas where they owned land, have been subjected. He also deplored the harsh labor code and government policies that allowed growers to purge union leaders and furthermore violate workers' rights, and the deforestation and pollution that companies have caused, with the support of the government. Environmental degradation is also serious here, including rapid deforestation and sedimentation that have seriously affected almost every large hydroelectric project. Environmental studies reveal that 42%, 100 of Costa Rica's soil shows signs of severe erosion. The topsoil is Costa Rica's main export, commented the Vice Minister of Natural Resources. The expansion of production for export and the felling of trees for the timber industry have destroyed forests, especially the great cattle boom of the 1960s and 1970s favored by the government, international banks and corporations, and the North American Aid Program, which also harmed the production of food destined for internal needs, as happened in all of Central America. Environmentalists accuse the government and companies of ecological illiteracy, more exactly, the search for profit without any consideration for externalities, as prescribed by the capitalist model. Submission to these demands must, however, meet the stringent criteria of international corporate rights advocates. The IMF suspended aid to Costa Rica in February 1990, canceling the loans. U.S. aid is also dwindling, now that there is no longer a need to buy Costa Rica's cooperation in the anti-Sandinista jihad. The restrictive economic situation and external pressures have channeled the political system in the approved way. In the 1990 elections, the two candidates had virtually identical, pro-business, programs and were strongly supportive of U.S. policies in the region. The Central Americanization of Costa Rica is also evidenced by the increasing repression carried out throughout the 1980s. Since 1985, the Costa Rican Commission for Human Rights, CODHU, has reported torture, arbitrary arrest, persecution of peasants and workers, and other abuses by security forces, including an impressive increase in illegal arrests and detentions. It links the rising tide of abuses to the militarization of police and security forces, some of whom have been trained in the United States and in military schools in Taiwan. These accusations were further corroborated when a clandestine torture chamber was discovered in the Costa Rican Special Police, OIJ, building, where prisoners were beaten and subjected to electroshock treatment, including the torture of a pregnant woman who had an abortion and the practice of electroshock to a 13-year-old boy to provoke a false confession. CODHU claims that 13 people have died in similar incidents since 1988. Battered by charges of corruption and drug trafficking, the Arias administration receives another blow to its waning reputation as a bastion of democracy because of these revelations, the Central observed. America Report. Arias' image is about to be tarnished even more, according to information coming to us from San Jose that investigators from the Legislative Drug Commission discovered that he had received a check from $50,000 from Ocean Hunter Seafood to finance his campaign, but he had deposited it into his personal bank account. This Miami-based company and its Costa Rican subsidiary, Frigoríficos de Puntaneras, were identified by United States Congress investigators as a drug trafficking operation. 0 I leave it to the reader to imagine the sarcastic news that would appear in the New York Times if something similar were discovered in relation to a lesser Sandinista official, however trivial the evidence. According to official government figures, the security budget increased by 15% in 1983 and 13% in 1989. The press has reported the training of security force officers at Fort Benning, Georgia, at American bases in Panama, and at a military academy in Taiwan, as well as by the Israeli Secret Police, the Army of El Salvador, the Special Forces of the Guatemalan Army and others. 15 paramilitary, surveillance and security organizations with nationalist and right-wing agendas have been identified. A member of the legislature's special commission set up to investigate these issues described the police as a disguised army, out of control. The executive secretary of the Costa Rican Human Rights Commission, Sylvia Porras, noted that the psychological profile of the police has changed as a result of military training, adding, "We can no longer speak of a civilian police force. What we now have is a camouflaged army." Annual U.S. military aid grew rapidly in the 1980s to be 18 times higher than it had been from 1946 to 1979. U.S. pressure to reconstitute the security forces, reversing the Figueres reforms, they have generally been considered as a factor in the trend towards the Central American system. The role of Oscar Arias had raised no small concern south of the border. Following the publication of an article by Arias in the New York Times fervently calling on Panama to follow the Costa Rican model and abolish the army, the prestigious Mexican writer Gregorio Seltzer published an analysis of certain Costa Rican realities, beginning with the violent repression of a peaceful demonstration of landless peasants in September 1986 by the Arias Civil Guard, which caused many serious injuries. He cites a decree by Arias on August 5, 1987, just at the time of the signing of the Esquipulas agreements, that earned Arias the Nobel Prize for the creation of a professional army, which is professional only in name, with the full range of ranges and structure. And a 1989 Codhu report on the training of hundreds of men in military academies in the United States and its client states. Little has been known about all this in the United States, and what little has been published has not exactly been in the main media. In the context of the war on drugs, however, it was taken. Certain note. A Miami Herald editorial on Costa Rica's anguish cites Sylvia Porras' comments, mentioned above, about the effects of U.S. military training, which has changed the psychological profile of civilian police, turning it into a camouflaged army. This view is not hyperbole, the editorial concludes, attributing the rapid growth of the military and the recent killings of civilians by security forces to the Nicaraguan conflict and drug war, but without mentioning United States, following the rules of the free press. 2. The fruits of victory, Latin America. Returning to the rest of our little region back there that has never bothered anyone, see above, paragraph beginning, in Latin America, they were applied. A 1982 World Bank study estimated that 40% of families in Latin America live in poverty, which means that they cannot make the minimum purchase of goods necessary to satisfy their basic needs, and 20% of all families live in misery, which means that they lack the means to buy even the food that would provide them with a minimally adequate diet. The situation worsened in the 1980s, mainly because of the huge export of capital to the West. See the original edition of this book, Deterring Democracy, Chapter 3, p. 98. In a speech in Washington prior to the 1989 OAS General Assembly, Secretary General Soares described the 1980s as a lost decade for Latin America, with declining personal income and general economic stagnation or weakening. He said that the previous year, 1988, in the worst crisis since the Depression of the 1930s, the average income had fallen to the level of 1978. In 1989, the average output per capita fell again and the export of capital continued massively, ICLAC reported. According to World Bank figures, the average per capita income in Argentina fell from $1,990 in 1980 to $1,630 in 1988. Mexico's GNP fell for 7 years in a row. Real wages in Venezuela have decreased by a third since 1981, that is, to the level of 1964. Argentina allocated 20% of its budget to education in 1972, 6% in 1986. David Felix, specialist in Latin American economics, writes that per capita output in the region has fallen by nearly 10% since 1980. Real investment per worker, which fell sharply in the 1980s, fell below 1970 levels in most highly indebted countries, where urban real wages are in many cases 20 to 40% lower than 1980 levels, even lower than 1970 levels. Of the decrease in public and private investment and the collapse of infrastructure. Much of the profound deterioration of the 1980s, Felix and others conclude, may be due to the restructuring of the free market imposed by the industrial powers, an issue that we will return to. Mexicans continue to flee to the United States to survive, and macabre stories abound here, too. The Mexican press reports drownings, disappearances, and the disappearance or theft of women for the removal of organs for use in transplants in the United States, quoting a regional representative of the Committee for Human Rights. Others report torture, high cancer rates due to the use of chemicals in maquiladora industries, assembly plants near the border to ship material to factories in the United States, secret prisons, kidnappings, and other horror stories.